Boom. Okay. And so for those of you who are on, and if you can't make it throughout the day, there's kids. I understand. We have kids here running around too. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have multiple replays. The first one will be a week from today, and then there's gonna be multiple future ones as well. And so let me grab this board over here. So I did a analysis of who signed up for the event. And this is the specialties that are, I don't know if we can see that. You know what, let me put my camera in. Fancy schmancy camera, here we go. So here we have, there we go, camera in. It's like playing Halo again in college, okay. So we have dentistry, cardiology, psychiatry, neurology, chiropractics, physical therapist, pharmacist, internal medicine, and device manufacturer. And that's all I know because a lot of, like half of the people signed up within the last 12 hours. And so I didn't get a chance to see what everyone else did, but as we all are, we are very last minute. And so, put this on AI mode for a second. And so one of the things I wanted to chat about today was this concept of plan or die. So this plan or die, I didn't come up with it. JP came up with it. So all the glory is to him. So plan or die is more of an understanding than anything else because I've had a lot of failures in business. It was called about the event yesterday. JP has as well.
I'm going to challenge you right there. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
When you say you had a failure, the only reason you would have failed is if you didn't learn something.
That was my point. Yep.
Okay, sorry.
I had a lot of perceived.
I hate that word saying failure. It's like we're either going to win or we're going to learn. So failure is only a failure if you don't extract the lesson.
That's right. That's right. And so failure is, I was going to say failure is my favorite F word. And because the follow us up with another F word, which is forward, fail forward. And that's really understanding the challenges of being healthcare professionals. And I think that in institutions, and Stacey, you recently had a firsthand look at this. If the culture of the institution is not great, things will crumble, right? But crumbling is really the beginning. Crumbling is just the beginning because crumbling is a gift. And as JP said, is failure really a failure if you keep on going? Not really. It's not. It's not. And the whole idea behind plan or die is to not fear death. The whole idea behind plan or die is that you don't have to fail. Like suffering is not necessary for us to feel fulfillment. It's not, right? And I used to think it is because I used to think, oh, I gotta fail as hard as I can and get up and do my thing, which is not necessary. So plan or die actually is a concept. One, it's October, it's Halloween, so I thought it would be cute to do the plan or die thing. And the second is the planning is 80% psychology and 20% execution, right? And so there are things in life and business and family where you have normal problems, you have abnormal problems, and you have pathological problems, all right? And so the problem is we all think we have pathological problems whenever we see something that we're not comfortable with when it comes to business, right? And that actually comes from different limiting beliefs that we're going to talk about. And these limiting beliefs are the beliefs that we have in order to strive for the 6 human needs, which we'll talk about as well. And so most of today is the psychological impact of business building, because business building is the most spiritual experience one can ever have. It is the most spiritual experience we can ever have. You have highs, you have lows, you have lefts, you have rights, but more importantly, like, if we remain authentic to the business, this is what we call heart-based business. And so from the school of
continue nasogastric tube.
Let me mute. There we go. I got the mute. There you go. So from the school of of Tony Robbins and all the different figures that taught me, Simon Sinek, the most important part is that we have each other. That's the most important part. And as a tribe, we move forward, and we get to learn from the lessons that we have learned from each other, and to understand things aren't pathological; they're normal problems. And sometimes they're abnormal problems, but when you have a pattern to it, just like in psychology, when you have a behavior pattern, that behavior pattern is recurring until we understand what's in the subconscious state. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So, JP, I'm gonna have you come up here. JP, your mic is on, right?
Yeah, should be. Can you hear me okay back there?
Very good.
Good.
No.
All right. Can we flip the next slide then?
No, it's 5 years old.
Slides behind you. This is it.
Okay. So we went over, this is some of the things we're going to go over today. I think Dr. Ron went over some of these already. The essence of a heart-based business. The way I see it is actually business is an intellectual.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on this Zoom call. I'll talk to you.
But
Bye. Bye.
when it aligns with our purpose, it becomes a spiritual game. So I'm going to ask, what was your name? Christy. Christy, do you know what your purpose is in life? Roughly. Does it align with what you do? Yes. Can you tell us what your purpose is? Put it in words. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you're in the front row, so. So her purpose is to really understand and express her authentic self and help others do the same. And does that work with your practice? Yeah. And your practice is just like that. So I'm repeating this because I don't know if the folks online can hear that. Okay.
Thank you for repeating.
Yeah. So this is really good because for me, I'll tell you, I did a lot of work to understand what my purpose is. And if you're going to have a heart-based business, there's a lot of folks here, and the reason we designed this is because people are suffering from burnout inside of healthcare, right? Why do you do that? Well, the way I see it is y'all, I just moved from the Northwest. I used to say you guys, and I'm trying to learn how to say y'all now. But y'all go off to medical school to learn your various trades, right? And so you've learned this medical school, and then you go and you start practicing. Maybe you're under somebody else, maybe you're at the hospital, maybe you did your internship, but eventually you have your own practice, which is a business. Only you didn't study business, you studied medicine. And the burnout comes because you're wearing multiple hats, but you haven't been trained to understand that there's a business end of the business and there's the clinical aspect of the business, and you're doing both of them. And what we find out, what I find, I see this because I was the same way. Even though I have an MBA, when I bought my first business, I was doing everything the way the founder of that company had founded it. And he was a former union guy, and he just did it by cranking out 16-hour work days, right? And I was not going to be able to do that. I had a younger family. I'm not going to say I wasn't going to be able to do it. I didn't want to do it. I wanted to figure out how to build a machine so that I didn't have to do that. So inside of your practice, we're going to talk about here in a minute. Are you really tied into what you want to do? Is that what you want to do? Or did you get into the practice and start running the business and find, well, I really like the business end of the business. Can I scale it to other markets so I can run the business? So what is it inside of your business? Are you facing burnout by any chance? Are you one of the unfortunate ones that are? It's actually fortunate if you're in this room because we're going to help you get out of it. But
I'm on the edge.
okay, she's sidestepping it, and how are you sidestepping it right now?
I'm at a tipping point to where I'm more able to trust my team.
Right. There's a great book, and maybe you can remind me of the author if you know this, called The Speed of Trust.
I don't know the author.
Okay, look it up, people. It's called The Speed of Trust, and oftentimes inside of business, as business owners, we lack trust in people, which actually bogs everything down, number one. But number two, we come up with this philosophy, it's just faster if I do it myself. It's just, and you're right. That's the crazy thing. You're right today. But if you use that example and use that mindset every day, every week, every year, that's where you're going to face burnout, because you are right. It is faster today. But if you take a couple steps back and you train somebody else up to do that for you, now you can move forward faster and you can do the highest and best use of your time. How about this? Let me ask you. So you really, if you had a choice in your business, you would want to do the therapy piece of it, or you'd want to do the business piece of it? The business piece. Okay. So you went to school for this, you did that for a while, and now you've gotten the business piece and you're enjoying it, right? So, and ultimately, what do you want to do?
I think develop it so that we have
Right. So it's serve more people, you want to have more locations, or just attract more people?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
good.
gonna,
So-
I'm gonna make you some eggs, okay?
So I'm just gonna jump into this as you go and you're a doctor. Well, there's three kind of roles you can have inside of business. And I like to use them as a sports analogy. I grew up a Laker fan. Yes, I'm in Houston. I grew up a Laker fan. We got to understand this is the 80s. Magic Johnson, he was a pretty charismatic dude at the time. You're impressed in junior high school. And I love Magic Johnson. So when I looked at when you look at Magic Johnson, he's an artist, right? What he did was art. Very few people can do what he did. And then even fewer can do it at that all-star, superstar level, right? So when you folks go to school and you become a doctor, you get into practice, that's what you do. You're practicing your art. You're an artist in what you do, okay? But then at some point, some folks, if you look at the coach back in those days, his name was Pat Riley. He's the manager leader. Okay, managers are people that are really good with systems and processes. Leaders are people that build culture and get people to follow them, right? But a manager is just somebody who's following systems and processes. Okay, that's the middle piece. And then finally, you've got the entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs are the owners of the team, the people that get excited by taking risks. They're visionary oftentimes. So we all have all three of these inside of us. We can all do all of them. But one of them is your primary. So when I ask you right now, which one are you drawn to? You were an artist initially. Now, where do you think you would be? This manager leader, or do you think you would be an entrepreneur? There's no wrong answers.
Well, this is my king sheet on here, you think? I really want to know where my
You
king
want to be a
sheet
leader.
is. The yellow
Okay, good,
king
because we're going to go over some leadership today. So
Let
for
me
those
ask
of you
the
online, I want you to be asking yourself this question. Are you an artist? It's real important for you to understand. As a healthcare professional, do you want to spend more time in front of your patients? Are you being burnt out and you're thinking it's because you're patients, or is it because you're ordering the supplies, you're paying the bills, you're cleaning up the trash,
spatula.
and then you're paying the taxes and having to deal with the CPA, and then you're wondering, how am I going to scale this thing?
Somebody put, like,
Where's the burnout coming from? Is it coming from being the entrepreneur in your business, or the manager in the business, or is it truly from your art? And the reason we want to understand that is if you understand what you want to be, if you want to be an artist. Sorry, I'm looking at the screen. I should look at the camera.
The camera's right there,
The
man.
camera's right there. If you want to be an artist,
Lila.
that's a different path we're going to take to help you scale your business to a point where you can perform your art. If you want to be an entrepreneur, we can do that as well. Ultimately, it's about the highest and best use of your time. So if you're a doctor and you want to see more patients,
Maybe no.
energetic, we're going to talk about
drink
this.
some water.
I'm covering business right now, but probably for the next few hours, I'm going to leave business behind. Because it all starts with your mindset. I have 8 fundamental building blocks of business that I believe in. And fortunately, Dr. Ron and I aligned with those when we first met. But it comes down to mindset. And I don't believe in coincidences. I believe in miracles. The amount of steps that it took for me to hit this guy, and none of them were planned, was just amazing. And in this room back in May, I was able to contact, we met at this event, and I introduced myself with the whole idea of attracting this guy after watching him speak. And he goes, we need to talk. So cool. So he said, here's my card to my assistant. She'll get you on my calendar. He gave me 30 minutes. Then we sat in that corner for 2.5 hours and pitched and catch. And we just realized we were so aligned. But the steps that it took for me to just coincidentally be in that room it was amazing. So I don't believe in coincidences. I believe in miracles. And this is part of the mindset that we're going to talk about. My superpower is consistency. And this is what I want to share with all of you today. So the first piece that we're going to talk about is mindset. We're going to spend a lot of time on mindset. Do we have the books? Can I get a copy of one of those? The first part is mindset, because without the correct mindset, you will not be successful fully in your business. If you're burnt out right now, I promise you, you're not giving the best level of service to your patients that you should and could be giving. I'll say that again. If you're burnt out, you're not giving the level of service that you can, should, and could be giving to your patients, right? And so what we want to do is get the mindset piece right. Understand, are you the artist? So we can channel your energy into being the artist. So you can serve those patients and you're going to show up more powerfully for them and serve them fully. Or do you want to shift into entrepreneurialism? We can talk about that. Thank you. So I want to, how do I get to the next slide?
So,
Did I just arrow over?
Mhm.
Oh, did you want to do this meditation piece?
after I know where you're going,
Okay.
and I like it, so you keep going.
Okay, cool. When you were ready for meditation, you just hit me on this.
I will. Yeah.
This is the personal development piece. All right. So we had a conversation with Reem and Ollie a couple weeks ago. And I asked Reem who the most important person in her life was. And what did you say?
I can't say one. When you went down to one,
Well, we need to revise this, right? So we're also going to talk about Ali the liar over here later.
that's
But
my answer. But I think
yeah.
you told me it's me.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to repeat that, and then we got a microphone. So she said the most important person in her life was her husband or her kids. And as I recall, you said, and your family. And you went around and around this. And I said, no, I challenge you that I believe the most important person in your life is you. And here's the concept behind this. If you continually put other people ahead of yourself, it's not a selfish statement at all. I'm not talking about putting yourself first in selfish ways where I get the fancy car, you get the old beater one, hun. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about taking care of yourself first so that your cup is full and then you have energy to give other people. Okay, and I'm gonna go into great depth on this. It's not selfish, but if you continually pour into other people and you don't have anything for yourself, you end up burning yourself out and you don't have anything to give, or the amount that you give is less and less and less. Two of the primary needs, I believe they're on this board behind me. I don't want to turn around because then y'all can see that I'm balding.
It looks beautiful. Your head is nice and shiny, and we
So I'm
appreciate
gonna
it.
get some spray, right? Yeah, growth and contribution. So let me get out of the way a little bit here. So there's 6 human needs that we're going to go over. Dr. Ron talked about them briefly, but the top 2 of the needs of the soul are growth and contribution. So if you are spending time with yourself to grow and you're filling your cup up, you're able to contribute to your family, your loved ones in a more powerful way, to your employees, to your business. Okay, if you take care of yourself first. And then as that cup is full and you're able to pour more and more, as you grow, you can get a bigger cup and contribute more. So we're not looking at, when I say the most important person in your life is you, I literally just figured this out 2 years ago. I went through an ugly divorce, right? I didn't want, But I remember saying, how do you heal when you loved someone more than you loved yourself and you're not enough? And I look at that and go, man, I had a blind spot that I didn't see because I needed to love me first and love me more, right? But the other thing that we're going to learn about this is, even though I was going through this dark night of the soul, it didn't crush me, didn't define me. And while I could sit in the pain of it, I still have a system that we're going to talk about that helped me get through this. Okay. Yeah. So let me see here. I want to open this book. Did we have these electronically online for folks?
Yes, it's on. They have everyone should have a copy electronically online. It's a Google Drive shared.
Beautiful. So we want to turn to page.
The table of contents.
I'm just flipping through, bro.
Oh.
We want to turn to page. Boy, it doesn't have a page number on it, does it? Turn to this section right here. It says LifeCon. And it's life conditions versus blueprint roadmap. I'm going to give you the formula.
There's page numbers.
For happiness. Was there a page number on it?
Yeah, it's on the bottom right, no?
78, 77. We're going to eventually be on page 77.
There we go.
77, 78. This is because we're going to focus on fitness. And I'm going to tell you this, but let me take you down the story here. So if you are unhappy with your life, unfulfilled, stressed out, you may be successful in your life. Successful, you're a successful dentist. Would you say you're successful in your field?
Working on it.
He's working on success. Are you successful in your field? Okay. Success can be measured oftentimes by the amount of chips we stack, right? It's business. It's a science to success. Fulfillment is an art. But like that slide says, success without fulfillment is the ultimate failure. If you have the nice car, the nice house, but you're disconnected from God, you're disconnected with your wife and kids, or your husband and kids, or your family, you don't have any friends, or your fitness is out of whack, once again, you're not going to be able to pour fully into your business. So that's going to falter. Success without fulfillment is the ultimate failure. So that the way that we're going to know and get out of this depressed state is when the formula is real easy. LC equals BP. So we look at this book, it's life conditions equal the blueprint or the way we want our lives to be, right? If, hey, everything across the four areas we're going to focus on: fitness, faith, family, and finance. Fitness, faith, family, finance. If all four of those equal the way I want it to be, I'm happy. I've got happiness. Now, the chances of having all those in the same alignment is not going to happen very, very frequently. And if we don't do anything about it, we'll start sliding back down the mountain. I'm going to give you an example. A really good friend of mine in 2012, he was a champion of the world boxer. He was ranked 3rd in the world pound for pound by Ring Magazine. Ring Magazine is the Bible of boxing, if you will. They rank all the fighters. He's currently ranked the 61st greatest fighter of all time. Think about that. Out of the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of fighters, he's the 61st greatest of all time. 2012, Ring Magazine had him as the fighter of the year, knockout of the year. Now, his name's Nonito Donaire. Most of you probably haven't heard of him unless you're a boxing fan, because his weight class, I think the highest championship belt he had was 127, 130 down to 118. So he's had 8 championship belts, I think. Okay. He was ranked 3rd in the world pound for pound. I know you folks have heard some of these guys. Floyd Mayweather, heard of Floyd Mayweather? He was ranked 1st in the world. Manny Pacquiao was ranked 2nd. Nonito was ranked 3rd. 3rd in the world. His life conditions probably matched his blueprint pretty well that year, right? And then what happened? The next fight, after just being named fighter of the year, he lost. And then he rushed back, went up a couple weight classes, and got knocked out for the first time. He was 35 or 36-0, and he went and lost the next 2 fights. And when I had a conversation with him, I asked him what happened. He said, I was at the peak of my profession. I had achieved more than I thought I ever would. I had ever imagined, I ever dreamed about. I'm fighter of the year. He said, but then I didn't have anything else to shoot for. Plan or die. If we're not growing, we're dying. So part of what we're going to be talking about today is as we're approaching the peak in any area of our life, we want to start thinking about what's next, because you will go back down the valley. It's just, are you going to choose to go back down the valley so you can make it up to the next peak? Or is the divine, there are no coincidences, only miracles, going to force you back down into the valley so you can learn the lesson the hard way? Either way, it's going to be hard, but if we can choose which peak we're going to, it's a much more pleasurable challenge for ourselves. Do you have any questions or comments on that so far? I feel like I'm sucking a lot of air out of this place. Are we doing all right?
You're doing great.
Let me ask you, what are you getting out of this so far? Can we hand her the microphone?
Woo, Stacy. Yeah.
Stacy, hey, Stacy, I got one question before I ask you what you're getting out of this so far.
You gotta turn on the mic too. Just hold the button until in the very front, and it should go green. Did it go green?
All right. So I'm gonna
There we
ask
go.
you what you're getting out of this before, but something just occurred to me. We just met this morning, and I got to ask you, is it true that your mom's got it going on? I'm just wondering. Bad joke. Bad joke. I'm a joyful play. Okay, so what are you getting out of this conversation so far?
So far, it's actually really in alignment from what I believe, so I'm loving it. And I'm in a process right now of reevaluating and, again, aligning myself with my purpose. And so this is perfect for me because I do believe that if you aren't following what's really, truly your purpose, that you will feel out of alignment, that you will feel a little more struggle. So, and I also truly believe there's no such thing as coincidences.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the reasons we're so aligned. This man put on a big event here a few months ago now, called LifeCon, and impacted a lot of people's lives. And it's just aligning your spirituality and your faith with your business. Okay. So let's talk about the life conditions versus blueprint roadmap a little bit further. Okay. When it's not aligned is when you're not feeling well in your life. Now, what I've also learned is that life conditions equals BP is what I was taught was the formula for happiness. But what I've also learned was what my shortcoming was, I was a destination guy. So unless I'm on the top of the mountain, I'm not going to be fulfilled. But when you can have a mindset shift that if I'm progressing towards it, I have fulfillment because I'm making progress. One more breath, one more step, right? So let's open this up to page 78. We're going to go over fitness. We're going to just go over this section. Y'all can look at this. And what this is going to talk to us about, the first step is you need to understand where you are. You don't want to make it better than it is or worse than it is. Inside of business, a lot of times we try and put rose-colored glasses on and make our lives better than they are. We even might do this inside of fitness, right? We don't want to make it better than it is. And we don't want to make it worse than it is. Because some people, maybe in the world of fitness, they may be in great shape, and yet they make it worse than it is. But the thing is, this part of the book, the fitness part, is the art part. The art of fulfillment. Remember, it's not the science of achievement, it's the art of fulfillment. But how to combine those two together? So the first thing we want to do is in any of our areas, we want to get real with where we're at. We want to get real and get clear. So there's some clarifying questions. In the fitness, take off all your clothes. Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you like what you see? Do you like what you see? Just get real clear. Be honest with yourself. Let me ask, out of everybody in this room and everybody online, I don't know if we can see any questions. If you're online, I'm going to ask you to stand up with this question. But if you believe you have integrity, stand up. Or stand up. Yeah, just stand up. All right. So everybody in this room stood up. I hope y'all are playing along. You're going to want to play along if you're online.
And if you're driving, don't stand up.
Don't stand up.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Okay. Now, I want you to sit down. No, let me say that. I want you to remain standing if you're a liar. Remain standing if you're a liar. Awesome. Everybody, I don't know who sat down over there, but everybody here remains standing. You're probably sensing this is a trick question, which it is. Because my man Ali, when we were talking a couple weeks ago, he said, I'm not a liar. I just have a different version of the truth.
His wife said that.
His wife said that's what he says. You guys go ahead and sit down. Stacy, who do we lie to the most? Who do you lie to the most? Uh-huh. Right?
That's why I had to answer that I am a liar.
Right. Right. And I see you because I am you. I remember I'm going to show you something that's really cool. It's like a mini psychologist in your pocket later. And I remember that when I was trained up, it was like, what are the stories you tell yourself? What are the stories you tell yourself? I'm like, I don't tell myself stories. It's bullshit. Nope. Now I go, oh yeah. And so every day, if for those of you that end up trying to follow me on social media, you're either going to think I've got the coolest profile or the most boring profile. Because 95% of the stuff I do is a daily parable that I've learned about life by challenging myself on my bullshit. And it's a 1 or 2 sentence thing I put on a meme every day. Sometimes I'll discuss what that was. Sometimes I don't. And we're going to have somebody walk through this today as part of this exercise.
Walk through your social media.
Walk through my social media. We could do that, but I'd rather go through this with somebody else here. So then the next one is, what are the emotions you feel when you look at yourself? Why do you think that's important, Reem? Why do you think it's important to tie your emotions with what you're looking at in the mirror?
That's what feeds you.
It's on. Yeah.
Yeah. It feeds you. That's what's gonna make you do things or lie to yourself.
Right. It's going to feed you, is what she said, right? Think about this. Everybody in this room and online can probably remember exactly where you were when you heard about what's going on 9/11. Right? Because you had a bunch of emotion tied to it. You're never going to forget that day. I asked him this the other day. I said, so what were you doing on 9? And he told me everything he did on 9/11. Then I said, what were you doing on 9/10? Just one day earlier. So does your mind only go back to 9/11? No, it's because there's no emotion tied to 9/10. Now somebody online is probably gonna have a birthday. Huh?
I was in college. I was probably drunk on 9/10.
That's why he didn't remember where he was. He was drunk. Good. Well,
there's nothing else to do in A&M on September 10th.
But drink. So it's going to ask you more questions. We don't need to go through all of the questions on here, but what we're doing on this first part is, if you notice at the top of page 78, it says life conditions. It says fitness and life conditions. There's a little spot there for you to write the date, or that you're doing this. So where am I right now inside of my fitness? These are my life conditions. It's going to talk about image, exercise, diet, supplementation, substances, as we turn the page. And then what's the next one? Blueprint. Everybody's blueprint's going to be different. If you were Arnold Schwarzenegger pumping roids into your body in 1979, your image and your blueprint is going to be a lot different than Arnold Schwarzenegger's today. Right?
You're still on page 78, right?
Yeah, I moved over to the blueprint is on page 80.
Page 80. Got it.
So remember, the first question was, how do you look in the mirror? So the blueprint is, describe how your body should look with your blueprint. Right? So now we can understand, hey, my life condition doesn't equal my blueprint. This is real important because where you are in your life conditions and where your blueprint is, that space is the gap. And we're going to figure out how to cross that gap. And we're going to go over this briefly over the mindset piece. We're going to go into more depth at the end of the day on the business piece. We'll use somebody's actual business to go through how this is going to work. The reason this is important, let's go over this. I look at the 4 areas: fitness, faith, family first before I get to finance. That's the business. This is what Plan or Die is mostly about, business. But like we said, you will not maximize your success in business without the mindset piece. So fitness is the first section. The reason that I believe it's first is because if you don't have the energy and you don't take care of the one body you are given, you won't be able to show up successfully and powerfully in your connection with the divine, in the connection with your family, and inside your business, right? So fitness there's two aspects when you start looking at this. It's actually health and fitness. Fitness is the workout piece, and health is what we're putting into our body. You have questions on that one?
No.
You're good. Okay.
Can I jump in on this?
Yeah,
one?
go for it.
All right, get on the stage. So, so one of the things that first of all, I have a Hello Kitty cup. It's my daughter, so this is salute to her. She just had surgery and she's recovering, so I'm gonna have the Hello Kitty cup for a while. So one of the things that we talk about in terms of fitness, and most people think fitness is like your body and your health, but it really reflects upon what we do professionally as well. And so, so page 78 to 80, you notice that on page 80 at the very top, it says check your BP, and BP in our terms is your blood pressure, right? And so so BP is a vital sign, right? So what's really cool about this page, can borrow that?
Yeah.
What's really cool about this page is that, so the image, your BP image, your blueprint for your image, your self-image is your systolic, right? And your diastolic is the work you put into it, which is the exercise and the nutrition piece as well.
Yeah,
I
meant to do that.
Yeah, you meant to do that. JP meant to do that. I'm sure you learned that in business school,
Yeah.
in your MBA. And so when I was reading this, and that was sort of my aha moment when I texted you, I think last week, I was like, holy crap, this is really awesome. Because like, if we look at ourselves like as a cross-sectional vital signs, then our BP, our blueprint, is our perception. And just like your BP goes up and down, your blood pressure goes up and down, your blueprint can go up and down too, right? It's a moving target. So when you're stressed out, your blood pressure goes up, right? And so, and when you're nice and calm and chill, your blood pressure calms. And when you're really sick, your blood pressure goes down, okay? And so what happens with stress is not a bad thing. Stress allows our BP, our blueprint, or our blood pressure to go up a little bit so we can deal with things. Our cortisol surge and we can deal with things, right? And then we readjust our BP, our blueprint, by understanding what our perceived reality is. And this is what today is Plan or Die, is the whole day is about adjusting our perceived reality. What's normal, what's abnormal, what's pathological. And what happens then is that as we shift our BP, our blueprint, the LC interference, the life conditions part, the way that we perceive our life conditions is because of the environment that's around us. And what JP want to do on Die is actually change the way that environment is. And so because our life conditions is environmentally dependent, so if we go into an environment and we don't have a plan, what happens? Someone else has a plan for us, right? If we are soldiers and we're going into an unknown area, we don't have a plan. If our leaders don't have a plan, you suffer some consequences that are there, right? And just like when, huh? Oh, is it my Hello Kitty cup causing the interference? I'm gonna put my Hello Kitty cup down. All right. Oh yeah. Thanks, Stacy's tech support too. So, so what happens then is that this equation becomes really powerful, right? LC, life conditions, right, is synergistic with BP, what the blueprint is. But a lot of times we as doctors get stuck in the how, the tyranny of the how. Is like how, blueprint, how, right? What we really ignore is the LC part, is the life conditions, because we think that we could just power through anything, right? But the actual focus is on the LC, is on the life conditions, which means focusing on the environment. And so I'm gonna use that board Hopefully y'all can see my whiteboard. All right. Y'all got a good shot on my whiteboard? Okay. Is my AI camera on my whiteboard? I'm gonna zoom in a little bit.
Top camera is.
Yeah, let's see. All right, so let me just zoom into the fancy whiteboard here. Okay. All right, by the way, there's 2 cameras if you're on Zoom. You can always switch by swiping. If you're on the phone, if you're on the computer, you can actually see both cameras. Okay, so what I want to do is have this fundamental concept. So the first equation is, what was your equation, JP? LC?
LC equals BP.
So LC equals BP. Okay? So life conditions equals the blueprint in which we live our lives. If we break this down a little bit, all right, let's look at the pathophysiology of LC equals BP. So what happens when something's pathological is that life conditions can become pathological. We call those traumas, right? We can have traumas in life, right? We can have job situations, you know, we can have hospitalizations, our own health could be there. So our life conditions affect our blueprint. And if we think that our life conditions don't, it's because that's what was taught to us in med school. You just keep going, right? And so let's break this down for a second. So life conditions equals blueprint. But what if we have life conditions, and just looking at the life conditions part, we can understand and engineer the categories of the life conditions that are here. All right. So who has an engineering degree? Anybody? No? All right. For the engineers that are watching this, you're gonna laugh. So this is the classic Ishikawa diagram, right? Well, the fishbone diagram. I'm gonna draw it big so people online can see, right? So this is LC. So this is a fishbone. So what a fishbone is looks like a fishbone. And at the very end of the fishbone is the LC, which is life conditions, right? The other word I like to call it is our reality. Reality. And so if we break down the components of our reality, okay, everything in the fishbone is part of our subconscious mind, and a little bit of a conscious mind. 95% subconscious, 5% conscious mind. All right. And so if we look at the reality, so the way that it works is that in these lines, everything feeds into the spine of the fish, and it actually becomes the reality that's there. All right. And so let's look at the 2 categories that feeds into reality that we actually know about, right? One is called things and stuff. Things and stuff. Okay, things and stuff. Who says things and stuff? Keith Cunningham?
Keith, yeah.
Keith Cunningham. I'm using his language. Keith Cunningham is rich dad. Yeah. So things and stuff. All right. And on the bottom, right here, is machines. Okay. So right now, some of you are watching, and maybe you're driving, and I hope you're paying attention to the road. So around you, if you're on the steering wheel, you're in the car, you're in the machine. That's the environment that you're in, okay? And then you have things and stuff that's around you. You have your steering wheel, right? You have the nice comfy seat that you're on. And you have a seat belt, all right? Because this is 2024 after all, right? And if you're braking a little bit, you got some anti-lock brakes that are in the background, right? And then your car's going, you got these pistons and everything going. So that's things and stuff, right? And then the machine is the actual machines that the things and stuff make up of. So let's put this into a medical practice for a second, or dental practice. Let's do dental practice, right? Because y'all have more things and stuff than I do, right? Ali, what was your painless dentistry machine called? So what it? Soleil laser. All right. So Ali's got the beautiful Soleil laser and those things and stuff. All right. And then the things and stuff allow the machine of your practice to go. So allows things for you to do, for the hygienist, et cetera, right? And so this is a majority of what we think is reality in medicine. You got things and stuff, which JP will later talk about COGS, cost of goods, right? And the machines as well. So people, we see this almost like a cost center. It's like, man, this costs a lot of money, right? All right. Now, Ali, I can tell you that you probably bought your thing and stuff because of a value system of your brand, which is painless dentistry. Yeah? Okay. All right. Because that's your reality. So your thing and stuff is going to your reality, which is I want to help the people and not tie dentistry to something that's painful, correct? Okay. So we can see how your things and stuff in your machine is actually maybe from the subconscious, right? So I asked you the question the other day, and I'm gonna ask you now. Why do you want people to have painless dentistry? Yeah, get the mic. Why do you have people to have want to have people to have painless dentistry?
I'll repeat the same thing I told you.
Yeah. It's on you.
I think it started, I told you, when I graduated and I would just go to work every day in a regular practice, and you hear it over and over. No offense, doc, but I hate the dentist. And you just hear it over and over and over. And eventually it takes a toll on you, right? Yeah. And it just, like, you start thinking there's got to be a better way.
Okay. So it started in school, right?
After school.
I'll start after school when you're in practice. Okay. So now your things and stuff that you bought is depending on these two other lines that are right here. Okay? One is people. All right? One is people, and the other one is you. Or I'm going to put me. Everyone can write me. And circle that bad boy. Okay? So the things and stuff and the machines that you bought, which contributes to your reality, is based on the people that you talk to and your perception, right? But this is not just me, okay? This is my emotions. My emotions. So your things and stuff that you bought and your machines is based on other people's perception, which altered your emotions, right? Which gave you a value system, right? This is how humans have survived over multiple millennia, because we have different values, right? All right. So you said earlier that this is right after dental school? Okay. What were you doing right after dental school?
Just working in a high volume practice.
Working in a high volume practice. Okay, so you got exposed to the people and their emotions because you were working in a high volume practice, right? All right, so that means you were in your environment. Yeah? So this is your environment. You were working in a high volume practice, right? By the way, why did you say high volume? That's a really interesting word to talk about. I feel like there's a emotional context there.
There's no time for connection.
No time for connection. Yeah, that goes into your environment went directly into your emotions, right? The high volume practice, right? Okay, so your environment is dictating your reality, right? So you see how much you spend on things and stuff and machines is dictated by your original environment, right? Yeah. Yeah. This is called the root cause analysis, you know. All right. This is using engineering and auto mechanics, which I took. And if a brake failed, we have to go back into why the brake actually failed. It's the same thing, right? But I'm using it in our conscious state, in a subconscious mind. So the environment is there. Okay, so you were in your environment, right? And when you were in your environment in the high volume practice, or how did you get there?
Just needed a job, needed to start somewhere.
Well, how did you get the job?
Oh, not sure what you're asking.
Did you apply for the job?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Did you look for the job?
Yeah.
How did you look for the job?
Online.
What did you search for online?
Dental positions in Houston.
Did you look at this? Okay.
someone had told me something a long time ago. They said you can learn from any position,
Yeah.
and some of them will teach you more of what you do not want.
Yeah.
It had a good amount of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But what were you searching for? Were you searching for a position, or did you like look at salary? Like, what did you look at salary or no? You didn't look at salary. Okay. I know when I looked for a job when I first started, I looked at salary
They
first.
never post them.
And oh, yeah, that's true. By cult, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but what were your criteria in looking for your first job?
Autonomy
Autonomy, okay.
and just hopefully some mentorship.
Autonomy and mentorship. Okay. All right. So
It's not what you think it is.
it's not. So what I'm saying is you were looking for something and you got it, right? And it's the BS that you were actually thinking about. Not the bullshit, but the belief systems.
Okay.
Which, what is the difference between bullshit and belief system? I don't even know yet. When you find out, you tell me, right? Often the same, right? So the BS that you believe, right? The belief systems, right? And the environment together for you got exposed to people, which created your emotions, which created the things and stuff that you buy, right? And the machines that you're utilizing, and it becomes your reality, right? Now, I used to have a Maserati Gran Turismo. Todd, if you're listening online, this is the story I told you at one breakfast morning. I used to have a Maserati Gran Turismo. So when I had my Maserati, and if I just put my Maserati as my reality there, right? Why did I get my Maserati? Well, it was part of my things and stuff that I really wanted, you know? I would love to be the guy that when you park into a valet, they will put it right in front. And I did, right? I got my Maserati, right? But where did that belief system come from? Well, I was part of HUR, Houston Underground Racing. That was my entire racing scene, right? I used to steal catalytic converters. I was one of those kids and then sell them, right? Because it took less than 60 seconds to take it off of a Honda Civic, right? And so because I was the people that were around me kind of did the same things, and I did the same things as well, right? I don't do it anymore, so I don't want to get in trouble. All right. But then the people created my emotions, so I had a sense of significance. Like, oh yeah, I can do this, right? And as a 13-year-old who's 6 foot tall, I looked like an adult already, right? So I was the adult for all my friends in middle school. But then it was the environment that I was in, and it was the belief system that if I eventually make it big, not till I was 13, and get a really awesome fast car, that would be happy, right? And then so I manifested the Maserati in my life condition, not realizing the Maserati brought me a lot of misery, right? It brought me misery because it was like I was like the number 3rd ranked boxer, just like this guy said, and I had nowhere else to go beyond that. So the Maserati didn't last very long. Okay. Now, what do I have? I have a Ram 1500. I have a Ram 1500 because the things and stuff that I want now is quality time with my children, my wife, my children's friends, Girl Scouts, right? So my things and stuff became my Hello Kitty mug, right? And Girl Scout badges, right? And my machines became my jacked up Ram 1500 I can go off-road on, because during the pandemic, I wanted to go do all this stuff and fishing, which I did with the kids, right? And so because the people that were around me, my children, impacted my value systems, my BS that I was thinking, the people, which created my emotions that came from my value system was very different, right? Because my original thinking as a 13-year-old boy getting to the Maserati, like, that's great, awesome, who cares, right? But my environment's different because I'm in with my family. But the other environment I'm in my work environment. When I got my Maserati, I was proud that I can afford it because the first time that me as an entrepreneur made it big, okay? It was like my shiny gift for myself, right? But the reality is, none of that really mattered because there's ups and downs in business. And what I realized is that when my business culture came down, which is employee turnovers and stress and stuff like that, my environment shifted so much that it affected my belief systems, right? And my new belief system is that who cares about the Maserati? No one cares about that. It's all about relationships. It was the first time that I heard Tony Robbins say on stage that if you think that your customer comes first, you're wrong. It's who you're leading right in front of you. They come first, right? And I had that mindset shift because that's not what's taught in medical school, right? The patients come first, right? And then when I started valuing and reigniting my understanding of human psychology and apply it not to just the patient, but then to my staff, it was like, oh, okay. All the BS that I believed before no longer served me, right? And so I changed my life condition. That's right here, which is my reality. That's right here, okay? And so life conditions is not easy. It's not like, yeah, I'm gonna change my life conditions and live in Costa Rica and then my BP will get better. That's not, my blueprint will get better. It's not how it works, right?
So, hey, can I add to this?
Yeah.
Quick? So here's what happened. His life conditions was being this hot rodder guy, and it matched his blueprint. So he was all happy, right? You're stealing parts off cars, making fast cars. You got your Maserati. Did it go 185 like the song says?
No.
Oh, well, you got a cheap one then. So his life condition equaled his blueprint. But then what happened? He became a father, he became a doctor, all these things started changing. And his life condition changed. And maybe initially it didn't match his blueprint. He still had the Roddy, and you still had that, right?
Yep.
So this formula is really simple. Remember, it's the art of fulfillment is found in this piece. And it happens when this equals this, or at least there's progress where your life conditions is moving towards your blueprint.
Yes.
So if your life conditions do not equal your blueprint, you either need to focus on changing your life conditions or change your blueprint.
Yeah.
Here's an example, right? Let's say you're a woman, you're married or not married. You're in a relationship with a serial cheater. You've been with him for 7 years. He's a serial cheater, and your blueprint is you want to be married in a monogamous relationship, but you really love this guy. You're not happy because your life conditions, serial cheater, not married for 7 years, doesn't match your blueprint. You can either need to change your life conditions, which means do the hard thing and leave the guy that you love so that you can find somebody to match your blueprint, or you change your blueprint to say, I'm okay with being with a serial cheater. That's probably not what's going to happen in that case. You see what I'm saying? You change one side of the equation or the other, right? Sometimes did your life conditions change first, or did your blueprint change first when it came to the family and the car and everything?
My life conditions changed first.
So you got married.
Yes.
And you had kids. His life conditions changed. He's still riding around the hot rod. And then he realized that his blueprint, I know this is a minor thing, the car thing didn't fit his blueprint. So he changed it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the perceived reality that we have, right? Now, let's get serious. Let's get real serious, right? Let's talk about a medical practice or dental practice or business, right? Now let's get really, really serious about this. Okay? So now what we want to do is we want to imagine where you want to be. Imagine where you want to be. This is where the arrow goes. Like, where do you want to be? Okay? Where do you want to be? And later we're going to get into gap analysis. So this is a nice prelude to that. So imagine where you want to be. So at the very end, write a symbol, not a word, a symbol. A symbol of where you want to be. It could be a yin yang, it could be a heart, it could be a poop emoji. Symbol where you want to be. Whatever comes to your mind first. Just the first thing, just draw it down. Read, draw a symbol. No, first thing in your head, a symbol, any symbol. It could be, I don't know, Chinese or Arabic letter or something like that. A symbol, right? Okay. All right, so the symbol here represents, all right, where you want to be. And the reason we don't have words there is because honestly, most of the words that we utilize to where we want to be is not good enough, right? So it's a symbol. All right. And now think about, now that you have your symbol of where you want to be, okay? Think about the symbol. That symbol also represents where you want to be in your business and your practice in life. All right. So same thing, business, practice, life, relationships. All right. Now, I want you to look at the symbol. Just look at it, 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 look at it. Okay, feel it, feel it, feel it. Take a deep breath. And exhale. Look at the symbol, look at the symbol. Now take another deep breath and breathe that symbol in. All right, you're there. You are at your symbol. The third breath anchors you at the reality. Third breath in and out. You're there. You're at the symbol, whatever it is. All right. For me, I'm going to draw Enzo. Enzo. That's my symbol. It's Enzo. All right. So now that we have our symbol, let's do an audit really quickly. Do the current things and stuff that you have in your life match where that symbol is? You don't have to say yes or no. Oh, you said no. Okay. Are the current machines that you have running for you, is that to represent that symbol? All right. You don't have to say yes or no. A lot of people are saying no. Are the people around you in your life matching where that symbol is? If you're in this room, I hope you're saying yes. Maybe outside it, maybe it's a no, I don't know. Are your current emotions matching where you are right now, going towards your symbol? Oh, that's a hard one. That's why I have tissues on all the tables here. Get some tears out. Is there a current environment that you're in right now matching where their symbol is in your life? It's a lot of no's. Okay. Are your current belief systems matching where your symbol is in life? How many have matched yes to all of them? Okay. One person. All right. If you match yes to all of them, I'm really thankful for you because you've done the work. You've done the work to get there. But majority of people, the fishbone diagram reveals that your life has not been engineered for the outcome that you wanted to define, even if you had one no to this stuff. Because this is the engineering diagram. Your life has not been engineered, all right, to have the outcome of the symbol that you really want. There's gaps there. There's gaps there. GAP, gaps. You're going to hear that word a lot, gaps. All right, now this symbol, okay, is you currently. Think about which category are you going to manipulate first, all right? Let me give you an idea. If you want to manipulate the category of things and stuff or machines, it's not going to be very useful. If you want to manipulate the category of the people that you're around or your emotions, it's not going to work.
Why?
I'll show. This is psychology. I'll show you 1 second. But if you manipulate your environment and then your belief systems first, it works. All right. Now let me group this for you really quickly. I should patent this idea. All right. So when you manipulate, oh, you know what? I'm gonna do it in red because it's so much more powerful. If I had a lipstick, I would draw on lipsticks or something, just like, the power move, right? Here we go. So your environment and your belief system, all right, equals your identity. This is your identity. Your identity. All right? I'll get to it. I'll get to it. The people and your emotions, okay, is your process. Okay? And then the things and stuff and the machines that are around you are the outcomes. Okay? In human behavioral change, whenever you try to manipulate an outcome, you have a 99.7% chance of failure. All right? When you start manipulating the process, you have a 90% chance of failure. Better. When you start manipulating the identity, it's the other way around. Now you have a 97% chance of success and a 3% chance of failure. Okay? Why? Let's say part of my reality is to have an 8-pack, right? Be jacked like Arnold, right? And the things and stuff is how much food do I eat? How much do I work out, right? My machines are the machines I actually work out on and stuff like that, right? If I just look at those, I'm gonna go on a diet, right? I'm gonna take some creatine and stuff like that. If I manipulate this, how long is it gonna last? Statistically speaking, 6 weeks, right? 6 weeks, because most people sign up for gyms, right, on January 2nd, right? And 6 weeks later is most of the people don't show up anymore, right? Because people are trying to manipulate the outcomes, right? Because that's what they physically see. But then what if they have a gym buddy, right? What if they get a personal trainer, right? You get a personal trainer, it's like, hey, this is awesome. I'm gonna manipulate the people I'm around with, right? This personal training has a personal training like online club and you're signing in, it's like, this is great, all right? That's gonna last, what, 7 weeks instead of 6 weeks, right? Because you feel good, you're using the dopamine, your emotions, you're in that dopamine high because you're around the quote unquote the right people, right? But what happens is if you change in your environment and the belief systems, things start changing really quickly. Now let's define environment. Environment is literally the physical space that you're in right now, okay? And then when you get home. But the environment is also physical triggers as well. Physical triggers. Okay? The refrigerator is a physical trigger. The kitchen is a physical trigger. All right? Whether or not you take the stairs and elevators, that's part of your environment. If you're a building, like, well, I used to live in New York, there were no elevators. You go up, right? That was my environment, right? Now it's different, you know? Now I have a 2-story house and we have elevator. It's unnecessary, right? And so, but my belief system was what? My belief system is that if I want to be like Arnold, my belief system is like, oh, should I work out? Should I do his workouts? What should I actually do? It's like, well, no, my belief system is like, well, why do I want to be like Arnold in the first place? Why do I want to be like Arnold? That's interesting. I'm 6'3", 270-pound guy, and maybe it's just convenient. Is it out of convenience? Probably. Right? People see me as a big dude, play football, right? Where's that coming from? Where's that coming from? I want to be around for my kids. I want to be active for my kids, right? I want to maintain flexibility. So I changed my belief system, okay? And this year, instead of manifesting Arnold, I'm manifesting a better posture. Why a better posture? More flexibility, better able to exercise, hang out with my kids, right? And so my belief system change is because what I valued really changed over time as well. And so what happened is that if I just stuck with the outcomes of just working out and doing the supplements and getting a trainer and stuff like that, right? I'm missing the big point. This is egocentric, and this is purpose-centric. Egocentric and purpose-centric, right? Our identity is purpose-centric. And so by starting with the identity, we have a really good chance of success, right? And so our identity feeds what JP's gonna talk about a little bit later is the 6 human needs we'll really get into on the identity part. This entire day of Plan or Die is understanding this. So if you want a badass practice, then what you wanna do is to figure out if you're in the right environment and are you believing the BS that you think about, the belief systems that you think about, right? Are you thinking about it, right? And that's what we're here to change. We're really focused on the identity portions of it, right? But guess what? Because y'all have books, you can actually track your process and your outcomes as well, but make sure it manifests from the identity, right? And the identity has gaps as well. So when I started Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine, it was a big risk. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Right? I didn't pay myself for a couple of years and almost went down south quite a bit. We're in a very different situation now, thank God. But my belief system is that you know, I didn't design this place to make tons of money and do all the things I want to do. I mean, that'd be a nice bonus. But my belief system is that people should have access to holistic care because, you know, that's multiple generations of Eastern medicine docs in the family, right? And my other belief system is that I firmly believe in that 10 years this would be super successful. And that was 8 years ago, right? 7.5 years ago. And so people looked at me like I'm crazy. It's like, why are you doing functional integrative health and insurance and stuff like that? Because I designed this for my belief system of government insurance access. So if I were to be distracted by doing these cash-based practices and concierge, which I probably make a lot more money doing that, but people weren't understanding my belief system, so they thought I was crazy, right? And so, by the way, there's no such thing as crazy. It's just that people don't understand your belief systems. That's it. And so, if my belief systems were making a system that allows people to have access care within federal insurance in the U.S. and later in Canada, then this is what I want to build. But I got distracted on the way because you know what? When I didn't really pay myself and I had financial issues, got distracted with all the aesthetics and Botox and all this other stuff that everyone did, right? But man, it just tugged me in my core, right? That's probably why I bought a Maserati in the first place, right? It just tugged me out my core. I didn't like it. But my grounded belief system, which is the core purpose, is that I am here because of this purpose of making a system. So what business was I in and what business did I need to be in to do that? The business I was in, 2018, I realized this after I think it was Tony Robbins. Yeah, it was Tony Robbins. The business that I was in was a medical practice. And then on day 4, I met this guy, he's one of my good friends now at Tony Robbins, and he was on stage and he's a billionaire, right? And he's like, "Are you sure, Chang? Like, are you sure? Like, you don't sound like a doctor, nor like do you behave like one, nor is your business structure set up to be like one." I'm like, "Huh, you're right." So my new belief system is that Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine is an educational institution, a place for gathering. Okay, that's why there's this big auditorium that we built. That's right here, right? Nobody in their right minds will spend square footage on this in a medical practice, right? And so my belief system was like, oh, yeah, we're kind of like a university, right? All right, so my business is university. What do universities have? Well, they have professors, which could be the doctors and nurse practitioners and stuff like that, right? And then there's tutors, like hired health coaches, right? Okay. All right, there's tuition. Great, we make money with tuition and we accept insurance and stuff like that. Great, okay. Okay. There's focus groups, there's study groups. We started group visits, right, with our patients. And the minute we started group visits with our patients, the business took off is because that's how I found out we can actually scale integrative health within insurance is because if we behave like an educational institution, not the traditional practices that we were in, then it clicked for me. The BS I was believing is not true, right? And then just 6 months later, did the very first conference on integrating healthcare into insurance-based practices, did a module, entire module on Business Transformation Institute, on using CPT codes and using group visits to create amazing patient databases, right? And so all the things that I'm doing if you understand that now I'm an educator, I'm a scholar, an educator, then you understand like why I do the things I do. So am I that crazy when you view me in that light? No, it's because you can now understand my identity as an educator and a scholar in the belief system that I have here, right? And so this was what's needed. So what happened is we had 3 locations for Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine. This wasn't even one of them. There's other 3 locations. So the 3 locations here, what we have are, did it really serve a purpose? Well, it served the purpose if we were trying to scale our medical practice, but the reality is it doesn't serve a purpose if I'm an educational system that's right here. Does he know he's mic'd up?
Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. So what happens is if I perceive myself, my belief system, that medicine is an educational institution, are there models that are like this? Yeah, in 1952, right? It predates the creation of Medicare, right? The FDR era was what created Medicare, right? And so I started looking and modeling after different identities within the actual practice, right? And so, Ali, I was on your website, your old website. Your new website looks so much better. And I was like, oh yeah, he's a dentist, but he doesn't talk like a dentist. The guy's got a huge heart, right? And he says, people shouldn't have pain. When they think of a dentist, like, you shouldn't have pain, right? Like, what's up with that, right? I'm like, well, you have an issue with stating your identity, which is called value proposition. Your proposed value does not match here, right? And then I went to your Google site. I'm like, dude, you have all 5-star reviews. Where the hell is that on your website? So now Ali's banner in the background is literally all the screenshot of the 5-star reviews on Google. Social proof, right? But what are they saying on the site, right? They like you, right? You as a person, right? And so creating the value proposition when it comes to business has to be branded. That's very unique to you. When you are uniquely you, there's no competition because you're uniquely you, right? And for all the business people listening to this, this is true for every brand. Apple's uniquely Apple for a reason, right? Meta changing their platform from just thinking about social media to AI and augmented reality. They're shifting that, right? And so every brand has an identity that's along with it that's very uniquely them. And we as healthcare professionals, we all do, but we have to stop like thinking about the degree and think about what is the identity and the belief system and the value systems and the environment that we're actually in. So start with the environment, starting with the belief systems. And that's what today is about. Plan or Die is all about here, but then you track everything here as a mirror to, hey, is my identity matching the things that I'm doing right? And this is the actual formula, right? So LC equals BP, life conditions equals your blueprint. The life conditions that you have a lot of components that are right here. And when you break it down like this, I guarantee you, like everything becomes simple. So your problem is a normal problem, not an abnormal problem, not a pathological problem, because it fits into your Ishikawa diagram that's right here. I can't think of an instance where anything doesn't fit into here, because this is what makes us human. This is the subconscious mind. That's right here from an engineering standpoint. You're up. Thank you.
No, that was awesome. That was great insight,
Yeah.
and it takes this. It defines this at a deeper level. I'm gonna keep this up because I'm gonna refer to this, I think. Let's get back to the book here. But what I want to ask you guys is, who has set a New Year's resolution before? Right? Did you make it past the 6-week mark he's talking about?
I didn't.
You did it?
No.
Well, wait a minute. I thought you had integrity.
I'm a liar.
But you lied to himself, right? This is what this is going to be. What we're going to do is reverse engineer our lives.
Yeah.
And you're going to hold yourself in integrity when you do this. Because what most folks do is, let's just say Chang says, my New Year's resolution is to lose weight. right? Or maybe he's going to say, I want to lose 10 pounds this year. So he works really hard for the first quarter. He loses his 10 pounds. And then by the time December comes, he weighs 5 more pounds than he did at the beginning of the year. But hey, I lost 10 pounds, right? So we need to have an end target in mind. And then once we hit it, we need to have the next target in mind. So when we're looking at this blueprint, what I do on this is I sit down with this thing twice a year for myself. Once I do it, I started about the second week in December, and I start working through this. Who am I today across fitness, faith, family, and finance? Where am I today? And where do I want to go next year? Now, once that's done, I go, okay, now where do I need to be at the end of March to set my milestone? Where do I have to be in February? Where do I have to be in January? So if we're talking fitness, if he wants to lose 10 pounds in the first quarter, he's going to say, okay, if I want to be, what did you say you weighed? 280?
270.
270. He decides he wants to be 260 at the end of March. So that's his numbers, end of March. So to be on track, he's got to be 265 at the end of February, 267 at the end of January, whatever that number. So he's got a milestone that he knows he's got to hit along the way. So he can course correct. Now, at the end of it, if you come down and you're 261.6 pounds, did you fail? No. As long as he learns and extracts the lesson, and then he does an integrity check. And he says, hey, maybe I shouldn't have got drunk and eaten a plate of nachos during Super Bowl Sunday, right? What could I have done differently? Then we can course correct. All of this it's an ability to do an integrity check on yourself and continue to go. Now, if we just do this and we stop here, we say, this is where I'm going to be at the end of the year. It's not going to be really any different than what we're doing now with a New Year's resolution. So we got to reverse engineer it further. We've done, this is your idea for the year. Then we break it down. There's things in here where we turn the page to it's like page 82. You're going to see we're going to set specific targets by the month in here. That's what I'm talking about. So these are just your milestones. I'll actually do this inside a business. We'll talk about this later, I think, where when I set a major for my employees, this is your major outcome for the quarter. Where are you going to be at the end of January, end of February, so that I know at the end of March, you're going to hit your target, right? And in any point in your life, I want you to understand, you don't need to get the anchor all the way into the boat to make progress. You need to get it a quarter inch up off the bottom. So if he only loses 5 pounds, did he make progress? Yes. The only reason it's a failure is if he doesn't readjust and continue to move forward. Like my buddy, he's at the top of the mountain. Fighter of the year, didn't set a target. Is he a failure? No, he's won a couple more belts since then, right? But it's because he readjusted. And his final thing before he retired, he's one of these guys, fighters and athletes it takes forever for them to retire. He was going to be the unanimous champion across his last weight class. He was 118. He'd won 2 of them. The guy's in his early 40s now, which is pretty amazing for a lightweight boxer like that. But then he lost his last fight and he retired. And I was like, I got to have one more fight. So he's setting a target. He's always setting targets, right? But what I really want you to see now is how I hold myself in integrity every day and every week. So we're going to turn to this other page here. Page 109. Looks like this.
I'm going to zoom in. Do you hold it? There it goes. Page 109.
This is where we take the concept out of the ether and we put it into play. And every day there's an integrity check that goes on with yourself. And every week, this is a weekly, what I'm going to accomplish for the week. If you look in the upper, right-hand corner, if you're looking at it when it's face down, it says weekly mission targets. I'm going to set 3 targets. Now, for me right now, they're primarily the finance section, business. But what you need to ask yourself inside of your life right now, which out of fitness, faith, family, finance, which is the one that if you move the anchor up off the bottom would have the biggest impact in your life. There's been times where it's been my family. There's been times where it's been my faith. There's been times it's been my fitness, right? But right now, it's as I've stabilized these other areas of my life, now I can focus this on business. So I'm going to set a primary mission target. What am I going to get done? I can't wait for this afternoon because I'm going to lay this gap map out for you and show you. We're going to learn something about a door and 4 keys. It's going to be really cool. Secondary, tertiary. You can see there's points there. You get 10 points for hitting your primary, 6 your secondary, 3 for your tertiary. This is a very masculine structure, ladies. I get this, right? But what we're talking inside of business is most of y'all, when you come into the business world, you have to put on this masculine front. Maybe not you because of your specific niche, but when you're in business, you generally you put on this masculine suit. So this is a very masculine way of doing things. But here, let me explain how this works. So we talked about fitness first, right? So how do I hold myself in integrity inside of fitness? We start looking over to the left. You see there's these check boxes. You get 1 point for each one of those. There's a sweat and a greens. What am I going to do there? Every day I'm going to sweat. I want to do this first thing in the morning. I consider this a fire starter. So even if all I'm going to do is spend 5 minutes, maybe I'm going to do air squats. I'm going to do 10 air squats. I'm going to drop down, do 10 sit-ups, and I'm going to do 10 push-ups. Can't do push-ups, I do them from the knees or whatever. And I do that for 5, set a timer for 5 minutes. Whatever it is, I'm going to sweat first thing in the morning to get my body, if I'm not working out, this is how I'm going to get myself going to start focusing on my fitness. Greens. When you first start this out, when you want to start talking about your diet, you want to start getting some healthy stuff in, go get yourself some athletic greens, for example. Make yourself a smoothie. I made a mistake on this when I first started because I wanted to lift weights as well and drink protein. So every morning I would take about 1/3 of a bag of baby spinach. And I'd blend it up with my blender with protein shake. And I did this for about a year. Anybody guess what happened next? Apparently there's a lot of iron in spinach. Daddy wasn't drinking enough water. And so Daddy got kidney stones from that. So be smart about it. So that gets us a point for being focused and holding ourselves in integrity. These are little integrity checks, what I call them here. The next one is faith, right? I'm going to journal every day. This doesn't have to be a page. It can be. Sometimes I'll journal 2 pages. Sometimes I journal a sentence. Every day, I want to journal something. I want to do this in the morning. This morning was all about this event, being grateful that I get to be here and potentially change one life, one person to move their life forward and get out of this sense of overwhelm inside their business. Meditate, which pretty soon we're going to do a meditation here because I don't have a point yet because I got up early and I didn't get to do my meditation. So I was going to do this here. But we want to meditate. For me, I've found personally, inside of your faith, it doesn't matter to me whether it's, and it's not my thing, it's yours, whether you're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, spiritual, whatever. But meditation is connecting to the divine within. That's what I look at, the divinity within. Silencing your ego is a big piece. It was a big piece for me inside of meditation. And if you've never meditated and you first trying it, you're going to say, God, I suck at this. We all do, because you don't realize how much your mind is constantly thinking about something until you try and get it to shut up for a little bit. But it's very powerful. You'll find a lot of peace. It's interesting, when you did this diagram, I was the one who raised my hand. My symbol was a peace symbol. And I went all the way through this, and I realized that everything that I do on this has led me. I hadn't heard that concept before.
To the peace. Yep.
And so what's my symbol? Peace symbol. And then I went all the way around, all the way through this. The next 2 points are love and life. Now, if you have a spouse, I'm going to speak to the men first, then I'll speak to the ladies. Men, you need to lead your families, okay? You need to lead your wife. The masculine energy is a leader. Every day, I would expect you, if you're going to follow this, to send a video, audio, or text. You can start with text. You can move it to audio, but then it needs to be video. You're going to send something to your spouse every single day. Love, what do you love, honor, adore about her, a memory from the past. Do not expect something in return, especially if your relationship is not on fire right now. Don't expect anything. You're gonna do this every day. Too many times we get stuck in the world of business and thinking we got to produce, and then we become disconnected from the people that we love the most. So now we're going to make sure that we're taking time for them to understand how much we care about them, period, every day without fail. Ladies, you can do the same thing back. But I think it's really important for men to be the leaders on that. And the other point is for life. So when I first started doing this, the 2 daughters, you've seen them running around in here. And I used to, before they could read, I would handwrite them 2 sentences on a sticky note. One of them had a yellow sticky note, one had pink. And I'd go off to work and my wife would read these notes. And then when I got home, we'd stick them on the back of the doors. I got pictures of their doors from top to bottom with all the sticky notes because I wanted to pour them everything. Daddy loves you no matter what. They've got that. They understand that I'm not going anywhere. I love them. But I also, what I do now is I have a group of friends and family that I call my inner solar system. These people get messages every week from me. I'm going to talk to them, pour some love into them every week. Then there's other folks that I call my outer solar system. I'm going to make sure I touch base with them and usually these folks are going to get an audio from me if I haven't talked to them on the phone, and they're going to get an audio once a month. And then my orc cloud is people that are important to me that I need to stay in touch with and I want to stay in touch with. I do it twice a year. I have a whole checklist, right? Plan or die. I plan to keep these people in my life or the relationship will die. We've all had people that we've loved. They've been best friends, partners, whatever, and the communication slowly erodes to nothing. If they're important to you, plan it and make it happen. The next piece is for business, is the finance piece. It's study and share. Study and share. So you're constantly going to be pouring something into yourself. And I'm going to stick to the business. You can give me a clinical way you would do this, but I'm going to learn. So I'm constantly reading a business book, and it's first thing in the morning. I don't have to read a whole chapter, the whole book at a time, because I'll find time to read the book. But in the morning, I want to pour into myself. It's a fire starter to get me going. And I'm going to read something. And as soon as I've learned a lesson, it could be 1 paragraph. I learned something. I studied. That's all I need to study. And now I need to share it. I need to share it to somebody else and I need to be able to teach it, because if you don't teach it, you don't know it. And if you don't know it, you won't use it and grow it. And when somebody suggests a business book for me, this is how I do it. I'll get the Audible and I'll listen to a chapter or 2. And as soon as I go, yes, there's some valuable stuff in here, I personally buy the book. This is the consistency piece, and I'm probably going to drive some people a little crazy, but I'm just looking for somebody to get a nugget, okay? And when I read the book, I highlight everything that I think is awesome. Just like you would in college, you highlight the notes. But then when I'm done, I go back and I write everything I highlighted into a journal. And then once a month, the calendar thing pops up and says, read your journal and remember the good shit you already forgot. Literally says that. Remember the good shit you already forgot. Because I don't want to read a book for mental masturbation. I want to actually put it into play. Otherwise, why am I reading it? If I'm going to read something for fun, I get it. I'll read a novel or something for fun. If I'm reading a business book, I want to put it into action. If I'm reading halfway through and I haven't extracted anything from it, I'm going to throw that book out. It's no good. And then this last thing on here is called the spark. I think you're going to love this. She's going to love this because it's what this is therapy in your pocket. You can get this in an app, but are we able to pull something up online and share it with the viewers here?
Yeah.
This is the website I want you to put on right here.
This is confront.life.
Confront. Before we go to that, while he's pulling that up, Ollie, what are you getting out of this conversation around the life conditions equal the blueprint, the whole idea of strategically planning your life, and then keeping yourself with these integrity checks by scoring yourself on a weekly basis? What are you going to get out of it? And it's okay if you get nothing. If it's confusing or whatever, tell me.
So accountability and structure, and just kind of breaking it down so it's not so overwhelming, because sometimes you're just in that overwhelmed mode and you don't know where to start. But if you have something like this and you say, I'm going to do these things consistently, then it probably will be easier to show up consistently on the business side because you've already started with structure.
Right. What about you? I mean, oh, I didn't realize there's two. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I think your structure enables accountability, but always pulling back to the values that you've identified so that the day-to-day progress is in alignment with the overall big picture of where you want to go.
And the idea behind this isn't mine, this is yours. So where I say start with greens, maybe you already have this massively healthy diet. What 2 millimeter shift can you take it from good to great or from great to outstanding? You know, so many, I was taught that years ago, you go to, first of all, oh my God, I was about ready to go talking about our education system. But back up, JP, you don't want to go there. Everybody wanted to go to school to what? Get a good job. Get a good job. And back in the day, good paid you good wages, right? But with competition and technology, good gets you poor now because everybody's got good, right? So now we want to be great. So great gets you good. And most people stop at great. But where all of the juice is found is outstanding. And this is what I like on this is I push myself and challenge myself in all areas of my life because I feel like I'm always 2 millimeters away from outstanding. That you're just that close, right? And so when I look at my fitness, when I talk about mindset, my fitness challenges are about mindset. I will, I get up this morning, the pool, we've had a cold snap here in Houston. My hot tub cools down because it has a little waterfall, so it's not as big a body of water. 54 degrees this morning. First thing, after I brush my teeth, I go neck deep for 5 minutes. I sit there. Now in the winter, it's going to be in the 30s. And I do this not because I like it, but because I'm training my brain, my mind, that when I say jump, we jump right now, not later. And there's been times where especially in December, where I'm like reaching for that door handle. No. And then I just go, bitch. Yeah, that's how I talk to myself. We're not going to do this. I'm not going to negotiate with you. We're going to go. Okay. And so these are the things that I use. And I understand it's a really masculine way to do things. So I wouldn't expect you to talk to yourself that way. But this is what I do to keep myself going. And my fitness is all about mindset. Whether I go yesterday, I went into the infrared sauna. I think it's 190 degrees in there. I set my timer for 30 minutes. Everybody's sitting in there when I came in. I'm like, all y'all are going to be gone long before I get here. And for the next 10 minutes, as people filed in, I'm like, you'll all be gone before I'm out of here. And then I challenge myself, I'm not leaving this place till all these people leave. And I tell you, after you get about 18 minutes in that thing, your mind and everything is screaming, get the hell out of here. But when we can control our mindset, we can become the masters of our mind, whether it's through sheer willpower, like I do in that sauna, or through controlling the thoughts through meditation. The mindset trickles into business as well. That's why I want you folks to look at this and really consider, at the very least, running that life condition versus blueprint plan so you can look at your life and see where you're at in all honesty. And maybe you don't do all of it. But the fitness piece trickles into, it's first. The next is your faith. You have to believe in something bigger than yourself. Find your why that you exist. And then it's your family, pouring into those you love the most. That to me is the mindset piece. And we master that so that we can show up inside a business. Then, what's that? What if you can't find the why? Give me an example. Where are you having trouble in your life finding what your why is? Okay. I think I from the outside looking in, I already know what your why is. I've only met you twice. Well, I've met you multiple times, but really only talked to you twice now. A couple weeks ago. Now I can see what your why is. Do you know what her why might be? Oh, it's easier than that. Do you know what her why is?
Contribution.
Contribution would be one. Those two beautiful babies you had running around here a couple weeks ago. That's a big why. So if anything else, your why is, why do I do things? To create a better world for them. Why do I do that? What?
So what if, like, I know that's why, but like career wise.
In the what? Career wise?
Yeah.
Have you identified what your purpose is?
I struggle with that.
Okay. We're not working. I don't think we're going to have any exercises on purpose today unless you are, but that's something we can definitely, we can talk about. There is an event that I went to in Australia in 2016 called Date with Destiny. You don't have to go to Australia. It's in Florida too. Manila once a year. I don't know if it's sold out or not. You can probably see it online. It's Tony Robbins' Date with Destiny. Matter of fact, your business partner, one of your business partners helped design that program, right?
Yep.
In 2016, it's a 5-day intensive event. It's like 14-hour days. And at the end of it, you will come away stating your purpose in life. And you have to state your purpose in life. I had to state it in front of 3 people and convince them that that was my purpose in life. And they did it to me. And if they didn't say it, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And it can take an hour sometimes for some people to get it. My purpose in life was set in April of 2016. I've tweaked it since then, just 2mm shift on it, but it's simply purpose of my life is to give love, have fun, be adventurous, and lead others to maximizing their divine gifts. This man right here, we had a conversation a couple days ago. I believe that I can help this guy figure out how to maximize his divine gifts.
I believe too.
And that's my purpose, right? And I give love. It didn't always be that way. Man, when I first got into business, it was about how high can I stack chips. I bought this place because this manufacturing business because I was the top salesperson everywhere I went. And yet I got 2.5% of what I sold. And I'm like, well, if I buy a business, I get to keep 100% of what I sold. Why not do that? And then I had an MBA, so I figured I could run the business. Oh shit. It's a lot different reading out of a book than when you actually do it. But then you go outside and you work on your personal development and you find other mentors. And this is what kind of one of the things we're talking about here today too, is if you can find somebody he's in the healthcare field, he's been there, done that, and you can learn from him, you can collapse time and take decades of his learning and get it in a year or 2 for yourself, or years of his learning and collapse it into months. That's why personal development, getting out of the educational system, but actually learning from people that can give you the specific skills and tools to be there, do that, is so important. Now back to your purpose. That was a huge intensive training. It was 5 days. I think it was 60 to 70 hours, right? So we're not going to be doing that today, but if you're interested, I'm sure he can hook you up with something like that. But when you identify your purpose, then you'll know that everything you do is aligned, and you can do that fishbone diagram.
Yeah.
Right. You want to jump on that at all?
Yeah. So about purpose, I'm going to take here. There we go.
Let me pop it.
Man, I think the concept of purpose, we have to kind of define what purpose is, right? So you're talking about, like you said, purpose in business. Is that what you said? Or career? Okay. All right. And so who defines a business or a career?
Self, right?
Well, that's what I think. But let's say like you're an MD. Is being a doctor a career?
Yeah, but I didn't find myself there.
You didn't like it, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's the problem, yeah.
Right, but who defined that being a doctor was a career?
Society,
Society.
environment, yeah.
Yeah, the environment, like in my graph, right?
Yeah.
And so this is an identity question that you're asking. So it's called the environment question. So the environment dictated your belief system, right? And the belief system is that certain things can be businesses and certain things cannot be businesses, right? But the whether or not something is a business is the energy exchange. So you can have a business and you can trade seashells, or you can trade actual currency. It could be Bitcoin, it could be rupees or yen or dollars, whatever it is, right? So there's an energy exchange that's really there. And so that's what like the societal expectation of a business is. But the purpose, what is your purpose of, let's say, like wanting to find the business or career you want to be in? What's your purpose for that? Why would you want to do that?
Independence, security.
Independence and security, okay.
Contribution, serve like the society and people.
So it's in service, right?
Yeah.
And so what happens then is do you agree that we kind of predefine that some things are almost like good businesses or not so good businesses in terms of the money you can generate and stuff like that? But who created that thing? Who said that teachers make this little, right? And who said that lawyers make this? Like who created that?
Society again, yeah.
Society created, right? And so what happens is that you don't want to limit yourself to the identity of what society has created. Right? So, for example, there's a person who created. His name's Dr. Well, he's not a doctor actually. I think he's in finance. Mr. Ashok Gupta. Mr. Ashok Gupta created the most evidence-based post-COVID program in the world. Before that, he created for fibromyalgia, right, and chronic fatigue syndrome, right? One of the most studied things. And he presents himself as someone who is really deep into the science of it, right? But his qualification is that he went through it himself, right? And so, but does he have a business where he serves these patients who are just chronically suffering? Yeah, he does, right? Does he do well? Yeah, he does. But does he fit into any of the traditional like business categories? No, not really. Not really, right? So business is really defined by what we define it as, right? And so but at the end of the day, the role of money is part of a belief system, and people look at money different ways. Some people look at money as respect, especially if there's multi-generational wealth. They see money exchange as respect, right? Some people see it as a necessity, and some people see it as a form of control. All right, some people reject money because they see it as a form of control. All right, so the question is, what the hell is business? It's the identity statement and the belief system that we actually have. So whenever we look at people, we don't want to assume that they want certain things. So for example, if in my practice, we have our medical assistants and we have our administrative staff, right? Everyone has different identity. And because of that, you can't assume that this person wants this X, Y, and Z. So really good example, one of my staff members, so we had a staff meeting, 2019, our staff meeting. I was like, hey, Caesar, now you know who it is. Hey, Caesar, like, I really want to give you a raise. He's like, why? So I mean, you know what, you're doing a good job. He's like, by what metric am I doing a good job? I was like, you know, you're doing all this stuff and you're taking all this other stuff. It's like, is like, but by what metric are you measuring this, right? This guy's a combat army veteran guy, right? So he's looking at metrics, and he's like, I don't want to raise. I didn't do anything to deserve it. You kidding me, right? Do I know he was paycheck to paycheck at the time? Yeah. Single father raising two daughters? Yeah, right? And so, but his definition of money is that it's something that you earn, that you deserve. It's like a medal for him, right? Like a reward. But he doesn't want any handouts. He's like, by what metrics are you assessing me, allowing me to have this right? So he's like, thank you, but no thank you. I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I'm not gonna change anything. Thank you for letting me know I'm doing a great job. Let me go for it. So his value of money is different than somebody else, right? And so at the end of the day, the definition of purpose is still rooted in your environment and your belief systems, like on a graph, right? It's still rooted there. So you have to like start there first, and then later on designate like what is the true purpose in different categories, right? You're like a stem cell, right? A stem cell, it has multiple potential to become anything, right? But then when you're like, you know what, I'm a stem cell, I'm gonna be a skin cell, right? And then you define, what type of skin cell do I want to be? Do I want to be a melanocyte? Do I want to be a squamous cell? Like, what type of skin cell do I want to be? It's like, Well, you're still a stem cell. Let's figure out if you want to be a skin cell in the first place, right? So this is called pluripotential. Pluri means multiple, potentials mean potential. So it's a pluripotential cell. But we're pluripotential entities, which means we have the ability to differentiate into whatever the hell we want, right? Now, what's different than a cell is that we have the ability to reverse differentiate. So even when we go down this path, we can come back and can go back into that stem cell and divide into these different cells as well. So part of plan or die is the planning part is understanding you've got to plan from the identity first, not the outcomes first, right? And so start manifesting from the identity first. When you manifest from the identity, things becomes naturally a lot clearer, and learn to pivot. Back to you.
Success without fulfillment is the ultimate failure. You're a doctor, that's pretty successful. You're a doctor, it's pretty successful. You're married together, that's MD squared or whatever, right? Successful. You're both here. I'm going to ask you to be brutally honest. Are you fulfilled? You may have not had this conversation. I'm not talking about relationship, but just in general. Are you fulfilled with your life right now? Are you? I believe that the first thing you can do is pick up that book and get clear with where you are across those 4 areas and what you believe your blueprint to be. And you do this individually, and then you become completely vulnerable and authentic and truthful with each other. Awesome. But then share that together and see where the alignment is and where it's not. But then you can and then you support each other. That's my belief. Coming from the guy that's just recently divorced, right? This is going to be a great segue, right? But I will tell you, I have no guilt, no shame, no regret of the way I showed up in my relationship. Okay. And what I've learned through the master that we keep referencing here, Tony, I went to this relationship retreat years ago. It was a Plaid only retreat, so like 200 people there. And I learned that there's 6 different levels of relationship. I'm just going to hit this real quick. I know this wasn't what we're going to talk about today, but I want everybody to get this because I think it's really important. That relationship we have with our spouses or our significant other is so primary. A number 1 relationship is defined as both people are completely sexually satisfied. You have intimate, deep level conversations, married or in a long-term relationship with your best friend. That sounds awesome, right? That's just, we all get everything. We can share all our deepest, darkest secrets and know our spouse isn't going to leave us. That's a number 1. A number 2 is the same thing, except without the sex and intimacy. You're married to your best friend. He's one of my best friends. I don't want to marry him. Okay. That doesn't excite me. I don't want to be in that relationship, right? A number 3, you're dropping down. Now you're roommates. Number 4 is you're planning your escape. Number 5 is you are not in a relationship, but you want to be in one. And number 6 is not in a relationship and you don't want to be in one. Okay. A lot of marriages, when we start having children, businesses and stuff, we just naturally start sinking down to the level 2 relationship. And you're married to your best friend. What I'd suggest as the masculine energy is you own date night. If you don't want to have an end to your relationship, you did what you did in the beginning and there won't be an end. You date your wife, you flirt with her, you do things for him that lit him up when you first started. I'm not saying you're not there. I'm just saying this for everybody that's on camera as well, right? And when you do that, what I found is, so the daily messages, my wife we went to the Tony thing. And we both said we were a level 2 at the time, best friends. We had 2 young daughters and we're a level 2. As I look back, I think a lot of people think they're a level higher than where they actually are. Because a couple years later, I realized that we were roommates and I had 2 choices. I could start going down to level 4 and start planning my escape, or I could leave this thing and figure out how to get the relationship back into prime. I chose number 1 or number 2. I'm going to get this relationship back into prime. And to hold myself accountable, I had a Facebook post at the beginning of 2018 saying, this is my outcome for this year. Number 1 outcome, boom. And then I poured into everything to figure that out. And we did. We got it back. So unlike life, where we're going to be born and then we're going to die, your relationship can go down, but it can be returned if both people do it. Ultimately, I believe the masculine energy needs to lead, because the feminine needs to feel safe, seen, and understood. And they're going to feel that way when you lead and you listen. So little detour there, but that just gets back to each one of you filling this out and then having that intimate conversation around those areas of your life and hold each other accountable for things. And one of the things that I've learned in business and in life is you get what you tolerate. I might want to write that down, because that's one of the most important things I'm going to say all day. You get what you tolerate. I learned this inside of business, where I would basically get to this point where I'd ask for things to be done and it wouldn't get done, it wouldn't get done, it wouldn't get done. And I learned that I got what I tolerated. And so I got to the point where I said, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. And so you set a standard for yourself. And so inside of all those areas of your life, if you're not happy with where you're at, it's because you're tolerating it. And the thing is, we all get to set our own standards, and there's no right or wrong. It's you get fulfillment out of the standard you set and the pursuit of that standard, right? So I think that's the first page. Fill that book out. And then if you're still having issues with purpose, hit us back up through PTI or whatever. There's some tools and resources we can guide you to making that happen. Yep. I've been thinking about something. I'm not going to say it publicly. I'll talk to this guy offline about something we can do for that, because I think it'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Next level part of the mindset.
Right. The other part I think we should put into here, although we talk about husband, wife, spouse relationships, is you have a very similar in companies, and the 5 different levels of company cultures as well. So who wrote Haley Fisher Wright. She's an MD. She was the CEO of MGMA, which represented 78% of the medical practices in the United States on leadership operational training. She was the CEO. And in this book, she talked about the 5 levels of a company culture, which I actually have it in my book as well. And it's very similar to this in terms of a relationship with the spouse. And if you look inside your company right now, whether you're working in it or you own it, all right, what level are you? And so I'm gonna start from the bottom and then go up. Okay. Going from the top and went down. So at the very, very bottom is like, I suck, you suck, we all suck. I just show up for a paycheck. That's the lowest of the company cultures, right? But guess what? Their resume is ready to leave. They have the resumes ready, like everything's ready to leave, right? Is the I suck, you suck, we all suck, I'm ready to leave. The bottom company culture, all right? And then just above that is that you might not suck, but I suck. Like I'm not cut out for this. Company's doing all right, but I'm not cut out for this, okay? And maybe I feel isolated, maybe I feel bullied at work a little bit, right? And so majority of the companies that are in healthcare in the United States is level 2 right now, right? Y'all may seem to be moving fine, but this is not for me, right? Including medical residencies and fellowship trainings and stuff like that. Not mine, though. Mine had a great culture. And then level 3 is that, I don't suck and you don't suck. And we just got to try harder, but we don't really know where to go, okay? That's the level 3, right? But we want to have that leadership of where to go. And so the level 4 above that is we're awesome. We're so awesome that everyone else sucks compared to us. That's a level 4 culture. All right? Level 5 culture, like it's called the non-dual reality, is that everyone is awesome. We're awesome. There's no such thing as competition. Let's move forward, right? Don't get silly stuff get in the way. That's a level 5 company culture. Less than 1% in medicine, in some hospital systems, clinics, less than 1% is that level 5, right?
Yeah.
So I sought out to really achieve that level 5 culture, but such a similar dynamic when it comes to spousal relationships. And in fact, if you really get down deep into it, it's the same core essence of our identity that drives both the romantic relationships and running a company that has these different cultures, right? And so the level 5 is always the goal, right? But in order to get to level 5, we have to reveal, like Reem said, like what is the ultimate purpose there, and then you have to get everyone in on the same purpose
Right.
As well.
And we're going to
So
talk
go in the
about
same
culture
direction.
later too. So
Yep.
this is awesome. And and
Take it away.
so when we start talking about these areas of business, we're spending this morning on the mindset piece, right? Because that's this. If you look at he drew this up when we met and we talked about this. He goes, just how would you do this? He's like, yeah, okay, we're all aligned. And I was waiting for him to tell me what we're doing. He doesn't know how you do it. So it kind of hit me blindside. I said, it's mindset first, leadership second, which we're going to talk about next, culture next. I haven't talked about sales, optimization, finance, none of this is the centerpiece, the foundation of your business. And we're going to be getting into the business, but the mindset piece first, then leadership, right? So, but the culture, I'm going to tell you some stories about my business, but exactly what he said, when you can build the culture in your company that is this level 5 is what you called it. Your whole company will change when you get everybody rowing in the right direction. Before we jump off of this piece, can you pull that confront.life website up? I'm going to ask somebody out here who has an issue that's triggered them recently. Is anything annoyed you recently, irked you, pissed you off, made you angry, frustrated, or even if there's something that's been amazingly joyful? You got something? How about you? Stacy, I know you had something that happened here recently. Are you open to sharing it? At least he told me something. You know what? I think we're talking about the same thing, right?
Okay, yeah.
You probably know what I'm talking about. Awesome. So let me, am I able to type in there right now?
Now you have to look at the screen behind you. What do you want to do?
Click it into the email
Okay.
piece.
Okay. Type the email.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Didn't think about that. I think I put,
Hit the overhead lights so you can see the screen.
this doesn't work, then I'll just do a new one. Work, invalid credentials. I'm going to sign up. Search. Oh, everything's backwards. There we go. No.
Well, you hit sign up and not log in.
I know. I'm just going to do this. Can't remember what address I had on there. If I didn't.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, shoot. That's fine. JP, perfect. Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Just put 5s in there. There you go.
Am I in the email?
Yep. You got it. Hold on. Can't type.
Oh, strong password. Just use a strong password. That's fine. See, it's tough when you're doing it backwards. I just create an account. It should let me. I did this yesterday. I have an app that does this, and they just changed the website.
Everything's backwards. Oh, here we go. Oh,
Must be 5 characters.
let's put PA there. There we go.
Oops, I got us off of this. Okay. Awesome. Where is this? We're going to do this one. Okay. Can you type it all when she's talking this? So here's your trigger. I don't know if you can read this, but it says, who or what has triggered you and why? Pull it down to a sentence or two.
Sentence or two. So I was, the company that I was working for, dissolved and didn't pay us.
Understand that she's triggered in this situation? Okay, next. How triggered are you? Scale of 1 to 10.
Well, so I will say an 8.
Okay. There we go. Okay. With absolute, okay. I'm gonna caution people on this. So this is what guys do. This is a tool for you to get, you're gonna release the rage right here if something's going on. Your wife's gonna piss you off at some point. You're gonna get over here, you're gonna use this tool. So instead of yelling at her, you're gonna get up here because it says, with absolutely no filter of any kind, what would you yell, say, or do to this person in this situation? Now, you are not to share this with your wife afterwards when you're calling her a bitch in this screen 100 times. But because she'll get triggered, even though it comes out at the end, maybe I'm an asshole and I was wrong, right? She doesn't want to hear this, so don't share this with anybody. This is for you, okay? But you're volunteering to do this. So with no filter, what would you say? And he doesn't need to type it out. Just release it. Whatever you want to say in this to this. You're triggered at a level 8. What do you want to say?
So interestingly, for me, I'm more mad at myself.
Okay, so yell at
'Cause
yourself
I saw
then.
it coming.
Okay.
So
Give
I
that-
give people the benefit of the doubt far more than they deserve. And so I need to pay attention to the actions instead of
So
what they're
talk to
saying.
yourself. Just talk to yourself in this moment. What would you say to yourself then?
That exact thing. Stop listening to what they're saying and watch their actions.
Right.
'Cause
You
that
know
tells
better
me
than
who you are.
this.
I know better.
You know better than this.
And I knew this was coming.
Okay. I have an app for this. When something really triggers me, and I mean, it's really rare for me to get pissed off anymore. But yeah, I'll yell into this.
So I actually do this exercise that you said. When I'm mad at somebody, I will write out all the thoughts because then I can evaluate what is true and what is just
perfect. So you're going to see this.
Yeah.
Based on this, what will you no longer tolerate?
I'm not going to tolerate. I'm going to watch what people do and listen to that instead of what they're saying. I believe
and I'm not going to tolerate lying to myself.
I'm not going to.
And I'm not going to tolerate not believing people when they tell me who they are. They show me who they are.
Yep.
Right? I'm just
100%.
paraphrasing for you. I've done, like I said, my social media is either the most exciting or most boring. I probably posted almost 2,000 of these over the last 7 years.
Yeah.
The final, not the whole thing, just the final thing.
But by practicing this, writing it out when you're angry, I don't get triggered nearly as much as I used to.
Right.
Because I've filtered out a lot of things that are belief systems that are like, those are false. So
which is great because there's also tools on there. If you saw that, it's a gratitude spark. And when you do the gratitude one, you're doing the same thing. And at the end, you're writing a letter to somebody.
Yeah.
So how does this make you feel? I want you to connect with your emotions on this. Don't just one,
You're
just
gonna make me cry.
One word emotions. Just spew all the emotions that you can.
Disappointment, shame, frustration, also hope that this is a correction.
Okay, hope.
Because and faith.
Faith.
Like I truly believe, like faith is another, that I truly believe that every closed door is an opportunity for a new open door.
I just want you to get in touch with emotions.
Just the
That's all.
emotions.
Just keep the emotions.
Um,
You don't need to explain it at this point.
I guess fear is in there too.
Fear, yep, I can see that.
most of it. Anything else in there?
That's good.
Yeah.
What you're gonna find, especially most of the people I've worked with this are men. And what we find out is men have just a few emotions: angry, mad, sad, glad, happy. But the more you do this, you start going frustrated, pissed, enraged, enlightened, joyful, and there's thousands of emotions that we could have. And when you just stop on this piece right here and you get in touch and listen to yourself, you can get in touch with those, and it's okay to have all the feelings you're having about this. It's okay because it is, like what he said. It's the isness of it, right? So here's where this starts. We're going to start putting some rubber to the road on this now. What's the story your mind created to explain this trigger? This should be like a one to two sentences most.
The story is, how dare they, well, how I started this. They ceased operations and not paid us, like.
But what's the story about
how it happened?
about
or
your trigger? Why? So we
why
the
am I
company,
triggered?
the trigger was the company dissolved and didn't pay us.
Yeah.
And so what's the story that created that? You
mean
kind of touched on it before. It was something about, I believe they're bullshit. You didn't say it that way. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah. So I guess that's it, is that I believe that, I wanted to believe that they would act differently
But this,
than the signs that I saw.
I fall for people's bullshit
Yeah.
instead of examining the facts.
Yes. Yeah.
Write that down. I fall for people's bullshit instead of examining the facts.
Yeah, it's true.
Is that fair?
Yep.
Perfect. Next. Is this story true?
Yeah, it's true.
So click the yes button.
Next part's my favorite.
Next one. Is it even possible to be 100% that your mind's default story is true? Maybe we could have said, I always fall for people's bullshit instead of examining the facts, because that may be what you would have said.
If that was, then that wouldn't always be true.
Right. So you can put a no there. We hit next. And now we've opened the mind to a different possibility. This is where we're telling ourselves stories. I always fall. Where is it down here? I always fall for people's bullshit instead of examining the facts. List 3 or more evidences to prove that it's true.
Okay. So my company.
Company went out of business.
Yeah. My previous two now soon to be ex-husbands.
2 ex-husbands fell for their bullshit.
Yep. So those count for 2.
Okay. Husband number 1, husband number 2.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
3 of them. That's fine. We'll hit the next. I think it's more important we verbally do this, right? Probably the BS twice. Okay. Now, put your mind to work and create the opposite story. So if the default story is I always fall for people's bullshit instead of examining the facts, the opposite story will be I never fall for people's bullshit.
Or even more positive is I pay attention to what people do.
We're going to get all the way there. I just want to get I boil this down to the opposite. So if it's I always fall for people's bullshit,
Then
I never fall for their, yep, just write this down. I never fall for people's bullshit and examine the facts. Perfect. Now go next. Three or more evidences the opposite story is true. You had to have sniffed out some bullshit in your life at one point and not done it. Like an Amway salesman, some dentist that says he can take your teeth out with no pain.
Junk mail.
Doesn't respond to junk mail.
Yeah, I know.
How about I don't believe anything either political person in this election is telling me in a debate.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Right. So you're now you're starting to see the other side. Okay, this may not be a perfect example, but I think it says
What am I writing down?
just put something in this. Just put a couple dots in there and let's move on.
Couple of thoughts.
Yeah. Now go to the next one. I'm making this more conversational than anything at this point. Now the me story. What we're trying to do here is I like to call this walking the block, right? So I'm sitting, you're sitting here, and this is your story. And this is the opposite story, or this is the opposite story. Now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to look at myself. I'm going to examine myself. So I fall for people's bullshit instead of examining the facts. Maybe the me story is people fall for my bullshit.
Okay, sure, yeah.
People fall for my bullshit. That's right.
So this part is simply replace the subject or object of your story with your own name.
Yeah, so she started the story was I.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
she started it that way. So now she's got to flip that, right?
And then it's not their bullshit, it's my bullshit.
Yeah, people fall for my bullshit instead of examining the facts.
Yeah.
You're gonna hit next, and now you got to prove it. One, she's in sales.
Come on now.
I'm teasing.
I sell with integrity. Come on.
I believe that.
Well, simply that, I say I have integrity, but I lie to myself. So in that
Okay.
wise, so there's that. People often think that I'm better than I think I am.
People say that again.
People think that I'm better than I see myself as, oftentimes.
It's another fucking story she's telling herself right
I
there.
know. I'm aware of that story. I need one more.
I got that story.
I do too. I still can't figure out why this guy wants to work with me sometimes.
I think that's a normal.
I can't figure out why I
story,
sold my Maserati, but that's okay.
right? What was my first one again?
People often think that I am better than I really am.
But I also said,
Oh,
forgot what it was already. Yes. I
She
have
lies to
integrity,
herself,
I lie to
right?
myself, yeah. I'm not as consistent as like, so I say
Not
I'm
a-
consistent, but I'm really truly not as
Okay.
consistent.
Good. You could have even kept this, instead of saying people fall, you could have kept it.
So
I fall for my
own-
bullshit,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, more so, yeah.
Right? We could have kept it that way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways that you can do this to get down to the core. Now the next one's going to be the chosen story in this
I
situation.
fall for my own bullshit all the time. There we go.
That's what the whole blue LC versus blueprint, the
Present
daily
tense, no
planning is.
qualifiers, the same format as original story. Chosen story.
Create the chosen story. This is basically your meditation later.
Oh, okay.
Your chosen story.
Okay.
Mhm.
I believe in actions over words for myself and others.
I just got chills. Can you repeat that?
I believe in actions and words
In myself
in
and
myself
others.
and others.
That's deep.
Next, give me 3 evidences to prove that story true.
I'm here right now.
Oh,
In
I'm
this
here right
room.
now. So powerful.
You're actually volunteering to expose yourself right now too.
This is the second time in a week, so.
I want to take a moment, honor you, because in these moments is when we free ourselves, because you're holding up a mirror for all of us.
Yeah.
You're not special.
No, I'm not.
She's got the same shit. She does. He does.
Everybody
He does.
does.
I do. The camera people do. Right. So, but you're the one brave enough. Have you ever noticed in social media when you go, hey, here's me and my beautiful family. Look at my party. But when you say, when I post something about, in the last year, I went through the worst, most awful divorce. It ruined me financially and da, 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 but I'm going to come back bigger, badder, better than I ever was. All of a sudden, I get 500 people saying, thumbs up, like, love, commenting, where pictures of the family get 10, right? It's because people see all that other stuff. And the reason I believe they respond is because you're holding up the mirror for them because they feel the same way.
Gratitude is the foundation for all that I do. Actions over words.
3 more evidences proven the chosen stories is true. The chosen stories, I believe in actions over words. I believe in myself, others.
When my company's
Relationships.
leaders showed me who they were, I believed them. You already said you knew that it was coming. I believe in actions.
I've known for too long. So, but at the same time, so on the positive, because I'm assuming this is now I'm doing it over, I believe in actions over words.
Yeah.
In myself and
Yeah.
others. So then I think the third one would be, my relationships show me who I am and who they are.
Perfect. Go next. You got our 3 there.
The guy with dyslexia is typing. Just
Well, it's good
FYI.
because the mouse goes backwards on the screen too. So
We just need talk to text.
having questioned your own
we have an app for
story.
that. Yeah.
Question your own story. What do you actually want?
Having questioned your own story, what do you actually want? Be open and clear. So what do you really want?
I want that last statement. That's
State it.
that
Meditation.
I believe the actions of myself and others. I don't know if
Over
I'm
what
saying it
people
the
say,
same-
right?
Over what they say.
Yep.
Okay. Getting
Or
there.
even what is said, because that's for myself too.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Good. To the next one. How does this trigger benefit or create positives in your life? What greatness has become? What great
Because
has
of-
become because of or with this trigger?
And I get to realign. I get to create new opportunities for myself. I have learned that that I will now believe actions over words. And I have learned an immense amount from working in this organization. So there's been a lot of growth in that organization.
That's really good.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Next.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah. Which story aligns with what you want and who you choose to be?
Chosen story.
Chosen story.
Chosen
So
story.
check this out. This story was your gut, your initial reaction. We always go with our gut. And I would submit to you guys that using our gut instinct is good from a spiritual end of things, but for examining our lives and business, gut instinct stands for gave up thinking. We go with our default story, and the default story may end up being one you choose. It is for me about 2% of the time, right? But when we start doing the thinking time on this, which is what this allows us to do, stop and think, we find that there's a different story in our lives that can be told. So now, based on this work, create a personal parable or moral of the story or lesson to describe what you're learning.
So what was the quote? Actually, your quote earlier was perfect for me. You get what you tolerate.
That's Keith
There you
Cunningham
go.
quote, huh? Somebody.
That's not where I heard it from the first time, I'll tell you. But if you want to attribute that to Keith, I love that guy. I do this thing. Part of my spiritual stuff on Sunday is I have a journal, and I have a meeting with the CEO of the universe, what I call it. Have my coffee. I go sit outside, and I pull out my journal, and I review. And I do this every Sunday. So I review the previous 4 Sundays, and I look at everything that I've reviewed the previous 4 Sundays. But on the left-hand side of the page, it's a gratitude. Thank you. And I write down everything I'm thankful for in my life right now. And then on the right-hand side, at the top, I say, Lord, I know you're able. If it pleases, will you please, ... keep my children healthy and safe. Heal my mother's lungs. Let me serve the people inside of this event powerfully so that I move at least one life forward. And I write all these things down. And then I review them. And when I do the review, I circle the ones that have come true. The first time I ever did this was crazy. I had the manufacturing business at the time. And I said, please let us have a windfall order this week. Literally use the word windfall order. That week, we secured about a $50,000 order from a brand new client that I'd never heard of. And the name of the company was Windfall Lumber. No coincidences, only miracles. And I've done that ever since. Just like I'm doing the right thing. So this is my Sunday, right? So there you go. You get what you tolerate. So when I tell you, I got the most boring, she did this. You can get it next. Okay, so we're going to stop right here. But you can see Coach Kevin does the same thing. Fitness, faith, family, finance. He adds fun. I don't add fun to mine because the purpose of my life is to give love, have fun, be adventurous. It's part of my purpose. So I don't focus on the fun. Some people need to. But what you want to do is take that lesson. Maybe we can do this. So you get what you tolerate. How does this apply to your fitness?
My actions. So what I say doesn't matter. It's what I do.
Okay. So, how does it apply to your faith right now?
Same thing. Like, so my, like I teach a Sunday school class. I'm actively involved, and that requires me being in alignment with him to do so.
Right. How does it family? How does it you get what you tolerate with your family?
Well,
it showed up in the marriage, right? And maybe it showed up there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I did my work. I did my, it wasn't me that didn't show up. So.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's beautiful. When you are in that situation, you can walk away without guilt, shame, regret. I'm going to tell you guys something. Get this. There's doctors in here, and you're probably going to tell me I'm wrong, but I believe that the same neural pathways are tied with guilt and shame, regret, and gratitude. What? Here's what happens. So you look in the past and you did something and you feel guilty or shameful or regretful for it. You flip that coin over and you extract the lesson in life. Now you can be grateful for that experience.
Yeah.
Everybody in this room is fucked up and has felt guilty about something. Yeah. But if you can extract the lesson, you can let it go. Yes. I'm not a psychologist. This is how I look at life for myself, because I know I'm powerfully imperfect. Everybody in this room is powerfully imperfect. We're going to make mistakes. And excuse my language, but when I start talking business and talking, I drop F-bombs. It's just who I am. So if I'm offending you, I apologize, but I'm probably not going to stop. Unapologetically me. But that's how I see it. And the same thing with, for me, my fuel of choice for suffering, that's a lot of people have the guilt and shame in the past. You can't change it. So extract the lesson and move forward. The other side is anxiety. Now we're focusing on the future. We're anxious about the future. And maybe you'll go over this in a little bit, the 5 levels of why to maybe the 7 levels of why. I discovered this, that when I'm anxious about something, it's because my mind is looking for the saber-toothed tiger that no longer exists. That's going to eat me.
You have a story.
Right? I got a story. And I remember driving home from the shop, just feeling the anxiety inside and going, then I would start going, well, why am I feeling this? Oh, well, you're going to lose that client. You're going to go out of business. And then what I realized is, okay, and then what happens? And then what happens? And I didn't even realize I was doing it at the time, Chang, but I was doing the 7 levels of why, and I realized I could rebuild my life better 7 degrees later by asking that question. And then I turned my anxiety into excitement. Same neural pathways, that
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Okay, yay, I was right. I haven't been lying to people. I just something I've been saying for 10 years or so. So,
10.
go ahead.
10.
Okay.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how meaningful is this lesson for you to learn in your life right now? You give it a 10?
Oh, yeah.
10 out of 10.
Oh, yeah.
Transformed.
It's obviously a pattern. So 10.
Okay. Awesome.
This website, which you saw that was free, is confront.life. Confront.life.
I put it into the chat box. In
Now,
the Zoom.
I'm really going to encourage Dr. Ron that we build this as an app for our people at some point, because what I find,
surprise, it's already done.
I have an app in my phone that you no longer can get, and there's another company that does this, but they charge like $200 a month for this. There's some more tools that go behind that. It's too much for what we want to do here, but I like it because I've got this psychiatrist in my pocket and I can talk. And then when I'm really triggered, I go where nobody can hear me and I can scream F, B, rah, rah, and I release the rage. I get all that out without actually doing any harm to relationships. But I'm not holding those emotions inside anymore. Right?
So yeah, actually later today, I'm going to teach you how to create it like from scratch. It takes literally 7 minutes.
So I just wanted to show you. This is how seriously I take this. Yesterday, when it's your purpose, a path is set by the divine for you. Will you choose to walk it or play it safe? Next, remember that your greatest adversary has the same spark of the divine in them that you have in you. If speed kills, why don't you just slow the fuck down? That's obviously triggered. I screwed something up in business, right? When you make something bigger than it is, you're planting the seeds of pain. This was with the Lifecom business. When a valuable message is made clear, lives change every day. And I put this out there. I started doing this originally because I looked at Facebook well, it's a bunch of garbage, but I looked at it as a way for when I'm gone, my kids can see who their dad was. Maybe they'll say, hey, dad had some good shit to say.
Same thing with my social media.
So what's the best way to put this action into your life?
To evaluate my actions through action, action plan, and evaluate those actions and those of those around me when they don't live up to what they say they were going to do.
And the lesson also was you get what you tolerate, right? Maybe a good way to look at that is writing that book in front of you, mapping out your life conditions versus your blueprint.
Yep.
And gain some clarity. Don't have to. Just saying that's just another thing that I see. Okay. And then will that act actually anchor the lesson into your life? To evaluate my actions and those around me. Will that actually anchor that?
I mean, yes.
Might want to be more specific on it, right? On that. What I really want everybody that's on the call or remote and in here before the end of the day, I want you to have 3 to 5 things that you've extracted from this. And first thing, either tomorrow or first thing before you start work, take action on one of them. Take a step forward. You don't want this to be, the word I'm going to use again is mental masturbation. It'll feel good. This day will feel good, but we won't go any. We're not making babies. So let's put something into action and watch it grow.
Yeah.
Cool? I'm going to challenge everybody to do that. Is the action tangible, measurable, and real? Can you measure it, or is it just in your head? To evaluate my actions, that might just be a head thing. But if it was, I'm gonna do one section in the blueprint to see if that crap even works for me. That could be a measurable thing.
So,
right?
And I actually have a similar checklist to what you showed us on page.
This one,
yeah,
this
that
I think it's
checklist.
page 90.
So I have it looks different, but I
That's
already
fine.
have similar checklist. So I'll
Perfect.
add this to that reflection every day.
Look, these are all suggestions, right? You get to live your life and use tools that work for you. I've learned he has something from Tony that he does. We've talked about that. I said, I've tried it in 2 different occasions. It didn't work for me. And he says, well, you're almost doing it here anyway. Okay. 2 millimeter shift. Find what works for you. Yep.
So is it measurable?
Yes.
Because she's got her system, right? Can you accomplish it in the next 24 to 48 hours? Same thing we were talking about when you walk away from here. She says, yes, she can do that. So we're connected on LinkedIn now. And before you leave, you're going to have my information. You're going to send me a text message on Monday at some point that you've completed it. I don't need to know the details of it, but you're just going to say complete it. I'm going to be your accountability partner. Is that fair?
Love it. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for doing that. That's awesome. Thank you. That took some courage, I think, but I loved how open you were with it as well. So takeaways, what do you think about that exercise? It's what? Right? Now, that tool also has, that was the longer version. I would suggest as you're starting this, you go in the deep ones, especially the men, so you can get in touch with your emotions. It's a big thing for us, right? I actually learned this thing at a place called Wake Up Warrior. It was basically a mini Navy SEALs training for married entrepreneurs with children to rip us out of our heads and connect us with our heart. And so you get out of that glad, happy, mad, sad, and you feel the full range of emotions. Embrace the feminine energy a little bit, right? Not that you're going to become feminine, but embracing that it's okay to feel. In our society, so many times, push it down. Can't feel that. Don't cry. Big boys don't cry, you know? So that's what that's all about. What time have we got? We're
good. Keep going. 11:33.
Okay. How about you? I'm interested to see, because this is your profession, is the mind, right? So now we have this tool. This was, by the way, I believe, I could be wrong on this, but I think this is a Brene Brown that originally came up with the power of the turnaround. That's who I want to say did it. But how do you feel about just the general population, I guess, using a tool like this to examine themselves?
I love it. I think it's very accessible. And I actually think that in psychiatry, we're trained a lot about pathology, of course. That's how all medicine starts, which is important to be able to identify and address pathology. But there are only like really specific psychotherapeutic approaches that look at like growth orientation and I don't know, pull in more like spirituality and kind of bigger picture things a lot of time. But sorry, at any rate, I love this. I think it pulls in a lot of stuff. It pulls in cognitive behavioral restructuring. It pulls in looking at values and positive psychology, normalizing things that feel really bad, using motivation. I think it's great. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, if any of you in here ever get a long text message from me that's multiple paragraphs long, I don't text a lot because I'm not a 14-year-old girl. Okay. But if you ever get one that's long like that.
Apparently I'm a 14-year-old girl.
No, but if you ever get a long one, it's because I did a gratitude spark.
Oh, okay. I've seen that.
You've seen that, right? I've done a gratitude spark. So you're going to get a big long thing because I'm pouring out verbally.
Yeah.
In that, yeah.
So I want to apply that to employees for a second, because this is talking about conflict resolution and team training. And I think we've all had experiences being leaders and being healthcare professionals and being teachers. But whenever there's resentment that creeps up in employees, or there's a lot of different like conflicting energies. So let me tell you how I kind of reframe. All right. You know what? Let's do an example. Can you think of an example of any like employee conflicts or staff conflicts? You see, you have a lot. Okay, give me an example of a staff conflict. You want to use the mic? There it goes.
Can it be one where like they come to you as a mediator?
Let's role play. I am you, and you're your employee.
Okay.
Good.
So Doc, today the whole birthday celebration thing, I don't want to be part of it. I'm just gonna go take lunch in my car.
Oh, okay. All right. Is there a reason?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay. Listen, like you can do whatever you want, but I want you to understand that like I'm here for you if you want to talk about it. Okay?
Yeah, I guess I've just accepted that I just don't feel part of the team, and it's okay. It doesn't have to be. I'll just come, I'll do my work. I'll always do good work for you, but it's okay.
Did you pick those earrings this morning? Why'd you pick those earrings this morning? They look really nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, it goes well with your outfit. You got the teal going on. It looks pretty cool. Thank you for that.
No.
Step one is the pattern interrupts. And this is what we use in holistic care within patients as well, right? Is sometimes people can be stuck in their own mind, right? And so you have to interrupt the pattern and then you have to label it. And you can come back to it, right? And you can say, you know what I'm hearing is that maybe emotionally you want to detach yourself away, and that's okay. And that's okay, right? But I still love those earrings. I want to make sure I appreciate that. I actually walked into the work this morning, I was looking at your earrings and I wanted to say, man, your earrings look great, but I was a little scared to do it earlier. Look, I didn't know how you would take it. But how did you take it when I asked you about your earrings just now?
Flattered.
Flattered?
It was nice, yeah.
Awesome. Those earrings, where'd you get them?
My daughter gave them to me.
Your daughter gave them. Oh, that's awesome. Why'd your daughter give you those earrings?
I think it was Christmas some year. I can't remember exactly.
I wish my daughter gave me gifts. You're super lucky. Now, when you put on these earrings, like, did you think, you know what, I'm going to honor my daughter, I'm going to put them on, or you just grab them this morning?
Just grab them.
Just grab them? Sometimes we just do things subconsciously. But can you imagine that if your daughter was away or wasn't here anymore, and God forbid have passed away, and those earrings would mean something to you, right? And in fact, that's what's happening this birthday. Sometimes people come in and the only moment of peace they have maybe is at work, and they're having a birthday celebration as well. We're all human. We're all human. And what we want to do is be able to go deep within us to express these things. But do you feel like you can express yourself at work or even to me? Do you feel open to do that?
I just don't think it'll be the right thing to do because the wrong things will come out.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I certainly don't want that, right? And I want you to be able to trust me, right? Do you think that I have earned your trust over how long you've been with this person? Years, months?
2 years.
Do you think that over the last 2 years that I have earned your trust, or do you think there's something that I can do better to make you feel more comfortable?
No, I feel like I can trust you.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Now, what would make it so that you will look forward to coming to work on it every single day?
Can you repeat that?
What would make you look forward to coming to work every single day?
To feel like I'm part of the team.
Do you feel like you're part of the team right now?
In this conversation or day to day?
Both.
Not always.
Okay. All right. 5 whys. We just did it, right? The 5 whys is understanding. I asked you why 5 times to get to the subconscious pattern of what's going on, right? This is a really impeccable tool, especially with parenting, right? But with team engagement as well, right? So what we just discovered, right, is that it's not me, because you said I was okay, but it's you, the employee, and what the employee is doing with. So what level culture is your company at? So she's in the I suck, but you guys don't suck category, right? Which is the level 3 culture, right? So this is a really good audit of the culture that you are at right now. So that means in the level 3 culture, most people who work within your organization are going to have an imposter syndrome. They're like, my gosh, I'm almost like an imposter here. Well, I'll do my best. I'm almost like an imposter here, right? And that can create burnout within you, the actual leader, right? And so the remedy to this is to understand subconsciously and asking why 5 times to get to someone's subconscious state. Technically, I asked 4. I should ask another why. And try to formulate like what is the true essence of what this person is doing, right? So in order to do that, you have to have that relationship with this person to be able to ask that. Now, a lot of people listening to this, I'm just not comfortable. I'm not comfortable doing that. I don't want to talk. They're introverts, right? And maybe they're like, that's not how I speak, or maybe they're like, well, I can talk like that, but I'm gonna have palpitations, right? And then for those of you who are listening to this that feel uncomfortable with that conversation, you can ask yourself, well, why am I uncomfortable with that conversation? Maybe I was taught something different. Maybe that's not part of my culture, right? Now I'm from Southeast China. That's what I just said was definitely very what they say American, right? So it's not part of my culture either. Like there's ways to address it, but not blame yourself for it, right? And so often, and this is I used to do this all the time, and I guess I still do to some extent. There's a lot of self-blame where I'm creating a culture and people aren't necessarily trusting each other, right? I take a lot of stuff on myself. Do you do that too? Yeah, yeah. And so if that's the actual case, then whenever we are creating a bond with an employee, you can actually go into the same structure that we just saw, right? Which is the next line of questioning, right? Is what makes you think that you don't belong in our practice? You don't have to answer that. I'm just saying these are the next questions, right? And then you can go through the 5 whys as to why that's going on, right? And then is it possible that you're really welcome and accepting into the practice already? Is that possible? They're like, yeah, or maybe, right? And you go through the exact same thing. So what I like to do is this is a reframing process. So it starts with a pattern interrupt, and then you can actually reframe. Because at the end of the day, you're the one asking the questions, not them, okay? Whoever asks the questions in the conversation has the control of the conversation. When they ask you a question about something, you ask another question back to be more inquisitive about their subconscious mind. All right, this is a process called RPM, right? The R is state the end result that you're trying to accomplish, okay? Hey, I want to help you see that you can actually come to work on a daily basis and be fulfilled. That's my R, that's my end result, right? And then the P, all right? The P is purpose. The reason I want to do that is because I see us going far beyond where we are right now, and I want you to be part of the team. That's the P, okay? And then the M is the map. Literally, how do we get there? I would love for you to set up another time, not during today's birthday party. You can go by yourself if you want to. Maybe next Tuesday morning, I have some office hours where we can actually talk about this some more, okay? Or you can fire them, okay? That's up to you, right? There's no wrong choice, but that's the map, right? And so like you decide what you want to do. Do you want to engage with them more? Do you want to say, hey, this is enough? Or do you want to let them go? Or are some people in a state where they're creating toxicities within your organization and you're getting what you tolerate by not letting them go, right? Is it a toxic relationship, right? You have to figure that process out first. So it's not always about connecting, right? It's about being not tied to an outcome. What I mean is that relationships sometimes have to be terminated out of love. Because I love you, let's not do this. Yes, because they can be more fulfilled somewhere else, right? Because you don't have to be their hero, and they don't have to be your hero. And a level 3 culture is the entire culture of heroes, okay? All heroes suffer tragedy. What you want to do is you want to be their guide. And when you guide them in this spoken language, unconditional love, it's like, you know what? I think that I cannot serve you as well. Because of that, I'll be happy to write a lot of recommendations for somewhere else. Give me a hug, right? And so that's the RPM approach. Understand what the results you're trying to obtain, given the purpose, the true purpose, like an authentic purpose in self, and then give the map. Like here's the roadmap of what to do. what do most of us do? Most of us avoid the conversation, right? Or just fire them, let them go. And then what happens? And then you have to worry about unemployment, and then you have to worry about, are they going to do bad reviews? And then are they going to leak our intellectual property, right? And they'd be like, are they going to badmouth me within the organization, right? So this is why companies have exit interviews. They hire people to have exit interviews to reframe the organization of the actual exit as well, right? But it's the same way, the formula works really, really well, because at the end of the day, you're advocating for the person, whether they stay with the organization or not, right? Now, I've had instances where I wanted to let 2 people go and I was super sure of it until I did my RPM process and really understood them quite well. And I'm like, oh, they're in the wrong position. They don't have enough power, right? And so they interview for this position, but they're actually doing really well here. You switch them, all of a sudden, this person becomes department chair. It's happened in 2 people in my organization already. All right. And I was ready to like, hey, you know what? I get what I tolerate. I learned from this. I learned this from Tony Robbins. I'm going to let him go. And the RPM them, I'm like, oh, this is what you actually see, right? And one of those people now helps me with AI prompting for our operations engine, so the AI can help solve claim denials issues on insurance. And she's better at it than I am. Holy moly, right? And so it's because we also have to identify in this person's positions, are they also a manager, leader, or artist? Sometimes they're an artist and you put them in a manager, leader side, and they don't necessarily fit that, right? So you have to give them some creative energy in a different position as well. So this allows you to manipulate your organization of where people go, but at the same time, you're speaking this language of unconditional love. It's like, hey, you do. I want you to look forward to coming to work. If you absolutely can't, I want you to look forward to coming to work somewhere else, right? And that's the conversation to be had using the same techniques. So the pattern interrupt, the 5 whys of questioning the emotional state, and the RPM. What is the end result you're trying to achieve? What is the purpose behind your objective? And what is the map? Or what's Tony Robbins call it? Massive action plan? Yeah, MAP, the massive action plan, right? Which I don't believe in a massive action plan, I believe in a minimal action plan. What is the 2 millimeters we have to shift in order for the downstream effect? Now, in the practice of medicine, this is what we do in holistic medicine. Someone comes in, oh my gosh, I'm brain fogged, I'm fatigued, I have a lot of pain in my neck, my testosterone is low. This is an actual case. I've seen everybody, I went to your mom, my mom's an acupuncturist. I went to your mom, I got a little better, but things not really going well. All right. And you're my last hope. You're my last hope, which means they will try to put you as their hero. You're my only hope. Yes, princess. So they try to put you as a hero. So healthcare professionals, we get burnt out by that as well, right? Especially if we're not able to provide something. We almost have this urge, like, oh my God, I want to provide something for you, right? And so what happens is at first the pattern interrupts. Like, hey man, like I'm just looking at your labs. First of all, I just want to congratulate that you have a normal kidney. And he's like, oh, thanks. And you know what? Your liver is also normal, man. That's really cool. I want to congratulate that because that doesn't happen for a lot of people. He's like, all right, thanks. It's like, you know what? Not only that, your blood sugars are rock solid. High five, buddy. High five me. All right, the pattern interrupted the pattern. I was like, you know what? I don't get to say and congratulate all that for all of my patients because you should see some of the patients I saw today. They are nodding their shoes right now. They're like, oh, yeah, I guess I'm doing pretty good. Thank you very much, right? So pattern interrupt, redirection, and then you get into the 5 whys. So, listen, I hear your symptoms, but let's figure out like why you're experiencing all this. Like, why do you think, what are some evidence you think that you're actually brain fogged or fatigued, right? And it's like, I come into a room, I forget about things, right? Or I can't pay attention, or I get lost going in my own neighborhood. I've lived there for 20 years of my life, right? All right, well, awesome. Those are 3 pieces of amazing information, right? Could the opposite possibly be true? Could it be like also stress? Do you have any like stress in your life? Or do you think it's really your brain? It's like, well, maybe it's a stress. I'm going through a divorce. I got the kids. I'm trying to get custody of them. It's a huge custody battle. It's like, oh, you know what? That could be it. Like, it could be it, right? Okay. Do you think that that's contributing to what your symptoms are right now? So yeah, yeah, doc, it really is. I was like, okay, all right. And so what I want to do now, we have the RPM approach, is I want to guide you in helping you understand like what's causing what. All right. However, I may not know. I may not have all the answers. But are you okay with me guiding you through, even if we don't find anything out? What do you think he said? He's like, yeah, cool. So what you do as a healthcare professional, we detach ourselves from their outcome, and they ask me to be the hero. I just put it back on you. It's like, you're not the hero, right? I am your guide. I'm Yoda. I'm not Luke Skywalker, right? Like, I am the guide. So this switch can be done when we utilize this format of pattern interrupt, right? The 5 why strategies, and then trying to figure out what is the end result they're wanting to achieve, what is their purpose behind it, and then what is their action plan. And all we do is provide the action plan. So from a dentistry point of view, hey, my action plan for you is this, and we're going to do this laser, et cetera, et cetera. However, I know that there's a financial burden here. I don't know your life. I don't know what's going on in your life, your own business, anything like that, right? But this is my recommendation for you. But you do you. You go at your own speed, all right? And I'm here for you no matter what. You don't have to make a decision today. We'll talk next time. All right, what do you think they're going to say? I want to start now, right? It works every time, because what you do is that you take away the burden of their conversation, and they're like, no, I want to start now. If I'm talking to employees, it's the same. I was like, hey, you know what? You take your time. Here are the things that you told me that you want to do, like do it, right? I am here for you whenever you want to do, whenever you want to come back, right? And then a day later, I was like, no, I want to start now, right? That happens too. So from a leadership standpoint, all humans are looking for is not a solution you're giving them. All they're looking for is unconditional love. And you can only be unconditional love when you're a guide and not their hero, because heroes suffer tragedies. Yeah.
Otherwise, what I'm hearing is a lot of physicians fall into the role of savior. And what happens to saviors? Get crucified.
Martyr, yeah. Saviors go through martyrdom.
Putting this on,
right.
They're the hero. They're their own savior.
Yes.
You're the guide or the leader.
Right.
Circle out from self from mindset.
Yeah. Identity and then leadership. So what this means is that still fundamental psychology, CBT techniques are actually utilized for team strategies and engagements, right? And this is how you create. I can see your brain thinking now. Ali's like, he just went in. He's like, bam. He just went to another space. I see his eyes. But this is the breakthroughs that you can have within your organization, right? And this is what you can plan. I like to plan for breakthroughs. I like to plan to connect with people, right? Now, do I talk to everyone every day? No, I don't have the opportunity to, but I can make time to do that. That's why we shut down our practice once a month and have grand rounds, right? This grand rounds, we're playing kickball first, right? And then we're gonna talk after that and create that system that allows us to really bond, right? Operational leadership has to come from people being each other's guides and not the heroes. And that's how you get to this level 5, where we're all awesome. Everyone is awesome. I'm coming in, right? And I'm coming in because I want to, and because I get to, not because I have to, right? And not only that, people are going to keep me accountable. People are going to keep me accountable. So there's a lot of these Silicon Valley companies where they're bringing the pets in and stuff like that, right? They don't have a level 5 lead, they don't have a level 5 company. They have a level 2 or 3. They're burnt out too, right? And it's because perks do nothing. When you have job perks and like you give your employee like bonuses and stuff like that, if it's not for a very specific outcome, you just give them the bonus, that becomes a perk. Perks become expectations. And the higher your expectations, right, the worse your disappointment when your perceived reality becomes lower. So the more perks you have, right, from bonus structures and et cetera, the more perks you have, the higher the expectation. So you have to have a very performance-oriented way of providing the bonuses and things that you do, right? And like my story with Caesar, he wasn't looking for a damn bonus or a raise. He wasn't looking for that at all. He was actually looking for me to help him understand how is he actually valuable to the organization. And I'm like, man, I need to step it up. There are key performance indices that I looked at that I did not tell him about because I kept it to myself, right, as a leader, right? And so accountability is the language of unconditional love. Accountability is the language of the highest company culture. Accountability is the language of operational leadership. Accountability is the language of systems scaling from a business standpoint that creates this company culture. Perks do nothing. I made that mistake already before. Perks do nothing but increase disappointment, all right? Because the expectation is higher, right? Accountability is do everything. And in fact, accountability is valued higher from a human psychology standpoint than financial perks. Significantly higher, by a long shot, right? And that's the stuff that we're not taught in school, you know? Maybe MBA. Did they teach that in the MBA or no? Not really? No? Okay. Yeah.
I learned more from actually doing than that. I will say,
yeah.
Valuable, but not that crazy. Can we go to the next slide?
Yeah.
We're gonna move forward. What's that? Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Use the restroom. Figured y'all didn't want to hear that on film.
I don't know. Some people did.
Do we want to do this at some point, or you want to skip past it?
No, I actually want to do it now.
Do it now. Okay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna do this now. Perfect.
All right. So let me just take charge. Sean, are you able to play that music or no? Do you know? Oh, it was popping. That's fine. All right. Do I have to sing? All right. So this next part, I want to take a break for a second and just let's go to the right side of the brain. Like we went through a lot, right? And we learned that operational leadership is highly spiritual.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Your employees coming to you to be very forward about how they feel shows that you're already a great leader, right? But it's all about taking it to the next level. So earlier, what's up? My mic is what? I don't think so. Is it? No? My mic is on. My mic is on. Is my mic on? Testing. Is my mic on? Michael, Larry, David. All right. My mic is on? Okay. All right. So first of all, rise. So whenever we stand, the crown is all the way towards the ceiling, right? Shoulders are back a little bit. Chest is up here. Just take a deep breath. All right, that was good. Now let's take a belly breath. Belly comes out. Blow out, blow out, blow out. All right. Take another deep breath, belly in. Belly out. Exhale. Very good. Now, earlier I had y'all draw symbols. These symbols, JP, just step this way by about 3 feet. There we go. Earlier I had you draw symbols on your page. And JP, you drew a peace sign, right? Ali, you drew a little house. Was it? And Christy, what did you draw? A sphere. Looked like an Enzo to me, so I manifested on my board, right? Stacey, what'd you draw? Huh? The sun? Okay. And so like think about what you drew, and that what you drew, I asked you to have that be a symbol of what you really want. Okay? What you really want, whether it's now in the future, doesn't really matter, what you really want. And so if you were to have that symbol right now, how would you stand? How would you stand? I like that. Okay. Okay. If you were to have that symbol right now, how would you breathe? If you were to have what you want right now, what song's in your head right now? Stacey, what song's in your head? You have a song? It's gonna be all right. Bob Marley or which version? Everything's gonna be all right. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's okay. All right. And so, what songs in your head, Christy? Like oh. All right. So the sounds in our head, it could be a chant, it could be a song, right? The sounds in our head. In French, I don't know what French, the word for song is in French. Chanson. Le chanson. Right? And so chanson is also described as a genre in classical French music where it hypnotizes the brain. Chanson, classical chanson, right? And so what happens is that the sound that we actually hear, that we actually have in our heads, is part of a vibrational frequency that we really jive towards, right? Like for me, is Eye of the Tiger. Okay. And so what happens is, this is what meditation is. We just meditated just now. We literally just meditated. Did you think we're meditating, JP? No. We literally just meditated. Part of the meditation is taking ideas and thoughts, putting it into sensory, what you breathe and what you feel. A lot of people think meditation, you have to shut down the mind, right? Hear a lot of entrepreneurs like, I can't freaking meditate. I don't have time to meditate, right? But part of meditation is creating your future and then grasping it and embodying it. That's what meditation really is. And whatever's in the way, you think about it, you process it, you put it away. You think about it, you process it, put it away. And every time you do that, you go into your stance, you breathe. That's what meditation is. All right. Meditation and manifestation. And so now, when you're embodying that symbol that you drew out, embodying the symbol that you drew out, you become the symbol that you drew out. All right. When you become the symbol that you draw out, you're no longer words. It's where we've transcended words. All right. We transcended the human language. Right. What are we? So your house that you drew, right? What does that represent to you? What feelings does that represent to you? Stability, stability, which is certainty, right? Certainty and stability, right? But it's an emotion that's there. So it doesn't matter what language you speak, what culture you're from, we all value that stability and certainty, right? So let's go through this meditation really quickly where you're still standing, stand back in your position. I'm gonna do my little Superman posture right here. Stand back in your position, just close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes. And I want you to do is just think about the very top of your head, the very top of your head. Just relax, relax, relax. Relax the top of your head. Boom, boom, boom. Relax, relax, relax. And go down to your eyebrows. Your eyebrows are just getting heavy and relax, 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 relax. Take a deep breath. As you blow out, your face, your cheeks become relaxed, relaxed, relaxed. They're so relaxed, they get a little numb, a little tingly. All right. Take a deep breath in and blow out like, yeah. Now your lips are relaxed. It's like you got anesthesia in your teeth and you can't feel a damn thing. Your lips are relaxed, right? Go down to your neck and shoulders. You're gonna take your shoulders down away from your ears, just half a millimeter down. Take a deep breath in and out. And as you breathe out, take another half millimeter down. Drop your shoulders down another half a millimeter. Okay? Take another deep breath in. And as you blow out, drop your shoulders another half millimeter. Take another deep breath in. And as you breathe out, drop your shoulders another half a millimeter. Now that your shoulders are dropped, the TMJ is nice and loose. Your temples are nice and loose. Your fascia is nice and relaxed, allowing the blood flow to really come into the body. And I want you to go down to your ribs and expand your ribs. Expand your ribs as much as you can. Take a deep inhale and just hold it with your ribs expanded. Hold it. Hold, hold, hold. Exhale. And hold it at the bottom of the exhale. Hold, hold, hold. Exhale some more. Get all the airs out of your lungs. Hold, hold, hold. Deep breath in again. As you breathe out, your shoulders will drop even more. You're nice and loose. All right. What we just did is we just change your DNA. It's called epigenetic shifting. We're allowing the cortisol to come down, the serotonin to go up. We're allowing areas of the brain to go into a lower frequency from a really high frequency, from a beta 3 frequency that oscillates into a nice low alpha frequency. We're allowing our body to really relax. I want you to pay attention to your solar plexus, which is basically the between the bottom of the abdomen and the bottom of the ribs, your solar plexus. And take a deep breath in. And you get air into that solar plexus and exhale. Take another deep breath in. Fill in the air into the solar plexus and exhale. Take another deep breath in and exhale. I want you to focus on your abdominals, your stomach, your lower abdomen area, your hips. Relax those areas. You're so relaxed, you have trouble standing up, so you want to sway a little bit because it's super relaxed. It's almost like a dance. All right. Just relax, relax, relax. Take a deep breath in and out, and move your attention down to your knees and then your calves. Relax, relax, relax. Relax, relax, relax. Take a deep breath in. And exhale. Just relax your feet. Shake it off a little bit if you want to. Shake it off, shake it off. Just open your eyes, open your eyes. And I want you to answer this question. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Just take a seat. And if you have your pens out, and write down the words, who am I? Question mark. And what I want you to do is, now this is a writing meditation. Well, I shouldn't say a writing meditation. This is a meditation with your pen, right? And what I want you to do is now draw a new image. Draw a new image. Who am I? Colon. And you're drawing. Actually are independent of the environment and your belief systems that are there, right? So if we go into Eastern philosophy, you're embodying and channeling your Well, China is chi, right? And India is prana. Polynesia would call it mana. Greece would also call it mana, right? For some reason, the ANA is really consistent across all cultures of describing this, right? And so the ability for our brains and bodies to generate business is an art form. It is not a science. It's not, right? The people who treat business like a science do not go into entrepreneurship. They teach at a university about business, never having done one themselves, right? But we as healthcare professionals, we are the true artists. We really are. Right? A lot of times we get torn by insurance, cash-based practice, CPT codes. We get torn by our patients, by trying to balance family and work, right? Our relationships that we never really understand because we cover up who we really are at the core. The reality is who we are at the core is how we drive everything. The minute that we don't figure out who we are at the core is when we start labeling ourselves. I am crazy. I feel guilty. I am not worthy. These are the belief systems, the BS that we believe, right? Everything must be perfect before it's executed, right? Everything should feel perfect. Why is there so much? Why doesn't it feel very good? Even though everything has manifested the way I wanted to manifest. Why didn't my Maserati feel very good? Right? Because I never went into the essence of who I really was. So I was on someone else's plan. It wasn't my plan. Right? And this is the core of entrepreneurship, is being on your own plan, playing your own field, understand like, who am I? Who am I in this process? When you sit down and plan for your business, it is a meditation. When we talk about the human needs, when we talk about systems, optimization, maximization, financial analytics and structures, all that are meditations and manifestations generated by who we are in the first place, right? This is Genesis. We're the creators, right? And so a lot of people feel that, I had someone tell me, I'm almost too heart-centered. I want to be able to love everybody. Well, then you get what you tolerate, right? If things don't go right, like, who's keeping each other accountable? Well, I don't want to keep anybody accountable because I'm so heart-centered. If you don't keep anybody accountable, you're hyper-ego. You're not heart-centered. You're brain-centered. Accountability is the language of unconditional love. Accountability is the language of unconditional love. And that's something that I had to spend a lot of money to reverse in my head, especially in operating in teams, leaders, and structures. And then when I consulted for other companies and their company cultures and technology companies, I'm like, oh my gosh, everyone and everything is the same. The patterns are the same, right? But when we sit down and we focus, and this, JP did the masculine side, this is the feminine side of me coming out. Like, we're all dancing through life. We're all dancing through entrepreneurship, dancing through business by Genesis and creation. And these little things we call departments or roles we have for people, what it really is a web, and at the very centers of our identity. And if you don't communicate your identity with your team, they're gonna think you're crazy, because crazy is the term we use when we don't express or people don't know our actual identity. So the real question is this a normal problem, an abnormal problem, and or a pathological problem? And most of the time, the problems that you're facing are a normal problem. Or maybe you're not facing any problems at all, right? Or what you're really facing is, everything is great, but it's not enough. And then someone asks you, when is enough enough? You're like, well, I don't know. Everything's great, but it's not enough. All right, so why be in a hurry if everything's great? Because it's not enough. So when's enough enough? If this resonates with you right now, that was me, right? When is enough enough? Is because what happens is, as an artist, you think this wonderful thing about the future, right? not realizing that you're just a small piece of your 120-year plan that gets manifested 6 generations down. You're not the one doing all 120 years worth of work, right? So if you understand that you're a small piece of the 120-year plan, then you can say, okay, this is enough, and this is the things that I see. And there's people on the Zoom right now that I see their names. I know I've talked to them about the 120-year plan, but no one has an answer for me when I ask them, what is your 120-year plan? What is it, right? Mine is to change back medicine to what it was before. It's the community, right? Get people coming in and talking. Get people coming in and collaborating with each other. Like, that's my 120-year plan. My purpose behind that is the fact that I see that technology is becoming destructive, right? I really do. Ever since the early 90s, the technology is becoming destructive. There is the rise of artificial intelligence. We don't control it right now. It's going to control us, right? Because we're already seeing that. It's called TikTok. You heard of that one, right? And I also see that my children and generations are having so much technology, they're being separated from the purpose and the reality. So they're seeing as someone else's purpose and reality. So they're getting their daily Maseratis, right? They want to go off Roblox, you know. They're getting their daily dopamine hits that their pineal gland, where the third eye center is not creating that beautiful exercise that we're supposed to do as humans, right? And so part of that is manifested right now, and why I'm up here speaking to y'all, and why Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine and the Physician Transformation Institute exists in the first place. You know, someone told me, I think maybe Stacy told me, he's like, hey, Dr. Ron, like, you do a lot of stuff. You do everything. I was like, no, I'm doing one thing. It's my 120-year plan, right? For me, this is one thing. Now, Reem, you can say, hey, you're a physician, you run a practice, and you have an educational center, you know, you have medical technology, you have an artificial intelligence company, you advise for startups. I'm like, well, that's still one thing in my head, right? This is my 120-year plan. I want to create a better future for our children's generation, right? And because that's a calling that I've had, you know, after multiple ceremonies that I've had, psychedelic ceremonies before in the past, and it speaks to me. And guess what? This has happened before. This is in multiple members of my generation. I am a manifestation of 120 years before as well, just like what I'm currently doing is part of 120 years down. So what we are is always a part of a linear progression of evolution of humanity, right? And that's the reason I'm sitting up here, because that is my modality. So now, going back into my identity, which is the Enzo, right? It means that the circle is not currently, so if you look at it as Enzo, there's a version where the circle doesn't really meet, all right? And it's because it's not supposed to, right? It's not supposed to is because we have not reached a level of enlightenment where we fully understand where we're supposed to go as humanity, right? All we can do is be present and understand that we're not experiencing pathological problems. We're experiencing normal problems, and we're normal humans, and there's no such thing as crazy. The minute we label something crazy, we stop looking to see what the root issues are. That's how I practice medicine as well. Thank you for the meditation exercise. Awesome. Break or no break?
What's that?
Break or no break?
You guys want to take a break? Everybody need to take a break? Anybody? Yeah, do you want to take a break for lunch now?
Yeah.
Real
Let's
quick
take
before we
a-
do that,
Yeah.
I just want to see, what was your takeaway from that? Just this, well, anything. I was just thinking about this last piece, but if there's anything else, what's one takeaway you want to?
Sometimes you're just so in it, screw everything else. Sometimes when you're in it and you're so focused on the one problem in front of you, you're like, screw it, I'll figure everything else out once I do this. Is maybe take a step back, balance things out on the other side, and maybe this will come to you instead of just grabbing the wall and banging your head because the wall wins.
Be first, do later.
I just forgot. It was in my mind. uh, I forgot. I'm sorry.
You think on it. I'll tell you what I got, because I didn't know he was going to do this. My symbol is a peace symbol. Okay. And one of the things I believe is that peace is the most powerful state. It's just a, if you go back, I'm
It's
sure.
not Texas.
No, it's peace. And I put that, I'm sure if you go back 1,000 memes ago in my thing, you'll see that peace is the most powerful state. And then I'm reflecting on this after this last conversation you had with us. And I also believe that the most powerful person in any room is the one that doesn't have any secrets. And it all just clicked to me. It's like this word powerful comes into my world, my life, but it's not by force. It's through vulnerability and peace. I just thought it kind of just brought it all full. It completed my end zone.
Yeah.
For that topic.
You do have a feminine side.
Of course I do. We all do.
So mine was heart. I don't know why it just came to me. And then
You say what?
a heart.
Heart. Okay.
I believe I've been told before, like I bring people together. I used to be very joyful. Hopefully I get back to that. Yeah, so maybe I have so much love to give. I don't know. We'll figure that out.
Maybe you are joyful.
Yeah.
Not used to be. We're going to talk about the emotional triad and language. Any part of the morning is fine.
I don't have a specific thought. I think it's just overall it's resonating a lot, and it's really beautifully said.
Stacey?
There's a lot, but I think overall it's alignment.
Alignment. Awesome. Great word.
Do we want to ask anybody online at any point if they want to throw anything in the chat at all? Or if this just gonna be a passive audience
For the
today?
Zoom, no, we can make an active audience. For the Zoom world that's been listening to us, observing, I know some people have been coming and going. I can't hear you, so
Okay.
unfortunately, but please type into the chat what resonated with you any part of the morning before we take our break. We'd love to know as well.
Well, you and I could sit up here if you guys want. Let me why don't you answer that? I'm gonna go, if anybody asks questions, I'll go grab sandwiches and stuff for everybody and bring them out here.
Yep.
Unless you want to go somewhere.
Well, we just people go in that room.
What's that?
We just have people go in there.
Okay.
All right, let's see who's still on. We have 15 people on. This is great. Let me put the camera on myself. Oh, wrong way. Oh, yeah, pause the actual recording on the film. Yeah. Pause the recording on the film. I'm gonna pause my.
Want to get to the Y plan screen? Next one. Next one. There we go.
All right. We're gonna stand right there.
You don't want me to stand right here, you said? Is this where the
No,
mic
usually
create the
you're over
feedback?
there, over here. It's up to you. Okay. All right. Can y'all hear us? Sound check. Trenton, you good? on audio? Okay. JP, you want to do a sound
Yep,
check? real
we
quick?
did. I did a sound check. You good?
Okay.
Still good? You love your toys, that is for sure.
Well, I just found out you could get the AI to pick who to track. I literally just found out that just now.
In a few years, they'll have robots to clean your house. He'll have
There
the
you go.
first one. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't
All
tear
right.
stuff up
I know.
before I buy in.
Now the AI is tracking you. Just walk around real quick, see the tracks your movement. Oh,
Perfect.
Good job,
Here
robot.
we go. So are we ready? We back live?
We're back.
Awesome. So hope everybody had a good lunch. We're going to start diving into some more of the depth of the strategic planning and as it relates to business. And so what we're talking about right here is the first thing we want to do, whether it's that personal plan or business, we want to gain clarity on what we're doing. That's what you got this whole manual. We're not going over this in detail, but as you start going through that, you'll see there's probably hundreds of different questions that are going to focus you on the different areas of business. But from a high level, the reason we want to plan is understanding your weaknesses, understanding your strengths. How do you do that? Well, one of the ways you can do this is through a DISC profile or any kind of personality profile testing. Dr. Ron and I both like the DISC. It's one of the first things we connected on. And when you fully understand a personality profile, you know the traits those individuals will have. And as I start talking about culture in a little bit, I'll go into detail. Ollie, we had some questions, and Reen, we had a discussion a few weeks ago over how do you know to hire somebody? This is going to be a big part of it, right? Is that? But I have a belief inside of business as the owner entrepreneur that I want to double down on my strengths and I want to hire for my weaknesses. Usually with the things that you're strong at, it's because you have a passion for them and you're good at them. The things you're weak at will take you longer and it's not going to give you, you're not going to be working on the highest and best use of your time. So going back, I'm going to talk about the manufacturing business I had. It's where I cut my teeth in a lot of this stuff, right? So I realized at one point in my business that my engineering department was a weakness in my company. One of the things we had to do, we did custom stainless steel restaurant and kitchen equipment, $100,000 schools and stuff. And each piece would be custom based on cutouts in the wall. Or, I mean, even to the point where you think the walls and the corners in this room are square. Good luck. They might be 89 degrees, they may be 88 degrees, they may be 92 degrees. And when you're making custom stainless cabinet, you got to make the corner be 92 degrees if that's what it is, right? So engineering was always this weakness in the company, because one of the things we had to do was we had to submit shop drawings, which on a $100,000 kitchen would take one engineer about a whole week to do. Well, while they're doing that, they're not releasing work to the floor. So that every time we got a big job, we had this up and down cycle. Guys were starved for work, and then they're working overtime. So we had to figure out how we're going to make that, smooth that system out. Well, I came up with this idea. It wasn't new to the world, but I'm going to outsource this in engineering to India. And I figured it out. Now I had this one engineer who used, it was AutoCAD. It was a flat 2D model, but I knew I needed to move into the 3D world. So I'd hired another guy. The guy that was in the 3D world, though, he pretty much knew how valuable he was. And this is before I figured out the culture piece, which we'll talk about. So he would show up whenever he wanted to. I get my job done. I show up on Saturday and Sunday and work. Yeah, but when you're not here and stuff needs to go out to the floor, you're starving the shop, right? So, but he was going to be the guy that was integral for training up the team in India. Couldn't get him to buy in. So I went out and I robbed this engineer attempted to rob this engineer from the mothership down the street. They're the number one manufacturer in the Northwest. We'd grown to be number two. We're only 10 miles apart. For the whole Northwest, the two big stainless shops are right next door to each other, basically. And this guy wanted more money than I wanted to part ways with to come to work for me. Even though it was a gap in my business, it was a weakness. And this is where it's important for y'all to have new voices, new perspectives in your business. I was on the phone talking to a friend of mine that was a business owner. And I said, I can't pay him that much. Just the overall number was too massive. I'm going to tell you this story, Ali, because you're going to be making some moves in your business. And maybe this is where your mindset goes. See if you can connect to this. His 2 millimeter shift in my thinking went, wait a minute. This is a huge problem in your business? I said, yeah. He said, so you're telling me for $1,500 a month, you're not going to solve your biggest problem? I was looking at it the year, right? And that to me is another 20 grand or whatever overall what I wanted to pay. But if you break it down to $1,500 a month on what's the big deal? I ended up hiring that guy, got him on board, which then led me to get this engineering team on board, which means we were able to engineer product around the clock, which our competitors could not, right? Which led into my strengths as an entrepreneur and my strengths as this business. First of all, my strengths, I'm a visionary person and I'm a very fast starter. When I have a project from start to, let's say it's a football field, from the goal line to the 20, I excel. I'm fast as F to get there, right? But what's that last 20? That's where a lot of the details are. My disc profile, C, is conscientious and detail oriented. I am not detail oriented. I would get bogged down and I would lose my passion, my drive. Burnout happens. So I needed to leverage people to own that project and get that across the finish line, right? How did this translate into our business? Being a fast thinker like that. So the mothership down the street, even though they're about 2.5, 3 times our size, if somebody came in and said, hey, we need this $50,000 cabinet made in 2 weeks, they couldn't do it because they're like an aircraft carrier. It'd take them 20 miles to do a U-turn. We're like a battleship turn because I had this team in India that instead of paying them 6 figures a year, I'm paying them like, I think it was 10 or 12 bucks an hour, and I'm only paying for the work they were doing. They did great work once they learned our systems and processes. So it was an understanding when you're looking at your business, you want to understand what are the business's strengths and what are your personal strengths, double down on those, and then what your weaknesses are and who can you hire or outsource if you need to handle those, to outsource those weaknesses. What we're doing here with this strategic planning is many companies that don't do any strategic planning, we're just floating from year to year. We talked about this previously. They go up and they take the shotgun approach to business. They shoot their shotgun at the wall, and there's 100 holes on the wall. And at the end of the year, they walk up because they're telling themselves stories. They draw a bullseye around one of the shots and they go, bullseye, got it. But what we want to do with strategic planning is we want to put the bullseye on the wall and then take a laser focus and hit it. Now, oftentimes we won't hit it because it's a strategic plan, but we're going to be close. And we're going to be really conscious on what we're doing to get there, right? Ollie, give me something in your business that is your biggest strength, either in the business or personally. Connecting with people. How much time do you get to do that? Decent amount. So and we talked about this. You're an artist, right? If I remember right. He's an artist, so he's a dentist, and his art is dentistry, and he loves that. He's facing burnout because he's also what were you? You're ordering supplies, or at least doing min maxes and managing employees. And he's doing all this non-dentist stuff, right? Which that's managerial stuff. So that would potentially be a weakness of yours, right? Yeah. Now, just because we have a weakness doesn't mean it has to always be a weakness. And we can do things even if it is your weakness, if being a manager is a weakness, you can still be good at it, right? you're not going to be fulfilled at it. So my example I like to use is, because I'm a low C, I would be miserable in an accounting job. And I'm a high I, which is interactive. I'm a people person. But if I was forced to go be a controller for a company for a year, I could do it. I could knuckle down. I could will my way through it. I could power through it, but I would not be fulfilled at some point because I'm looking at a screen all the time. I'm analyzing numbers. I like it when other people bring me the numbers to analyze. I don't like to have to do the debits and credits myself, but I can do that, right? That's where you're at. You can do all those other things, but you're going to face burnout. So inside of your business, then what is the biggest strength of your dentistry business?
The business itself?
Yes.
The relationships we have with our patients.
Relationships. So you have systems and processes in place for your team to enhance and build relationships as well?
I would like to believe.
Or do you train them?
Yeah.
You do some training on that?
Yeah.
Okay. How about the weaknesses for the company? What's the biggest weakness you guys have?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
What's your weakness then?
Keeping people accountable.
You get what you tolerate, right? Let's see which way I want to go on that one. Chang's brought up this whole concept now of, I don't know where I'm doing this from. If anybody can see why I'm squeaking, let me know. Of normal, abnormal, pathological problems, right? One of the weaknesses that I had was letting people continually bring their problems to me. Problems. Run to daddy all the time, run to daddy all the time. So I had the manufacturing business. Guys would run to me and say, hey, we're out of 3/8 weld studs. Should we use 5/8? I don't know. I've never welded in my life. I hardly know what you're talking about, but those are the kind of questions I got, right? So what I needed to realize was a normal problem is we ran out of weld studs. If that's your job, or your manager should be the one you're asking, you guys need to answer that question. Do not come to me with a normal problem. And I got to the point inside of my company that I wouldn't answer normal problems. Won't do it. And I'm going to tell you how this can possibly apply to those of you who have employees. Then the abnormal problems. These are problems that should go under somebody's job description. It's not specifically in there, but you know they should take care of it. It's just they've never faced it before. So I would tell folks, come in to see me. I'd set office hours, 2 hours a day. You can come to see me anytime. We can talk about anything you want during those 2 hours. Otherwise, you only come see me if the third type of problem, pathological. I'll go over that in a second. Otherwise, when you come to me, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, Ollie, what kind of problem you have? Normal, abnormal, or pathological? You tell me normal problem, I'm just going to go, you want to talk about your kids? You want to talk about your wife and family? I'm not going to solve this problem for you, because if you've been with my company for more than 90 days and I'm solving normal problems, then there's probably not a good fit for you inside the company in that role. An abnormal problem, I'm expecting folks to come to me with 3 possible solutions. So get this. If you only have one choice, you have a crisis on your hands. If you have 2, it's a dilemma. I can do this, or I can do that. And if you have 3 or more, now you have choices. So I would tell my people, when you have an abnormal problem, you're expected to come to me with 3 possible solutions and pick one of them and tell me why you did that. Now, why would I do that? Well, one of my core values in my company was innovation. And the tagline under that is, I believe that a company of problem solvers can dominate any industry. If I'm the only one solving problems, we're not going to go very far, very fast. But if you all become problem solvers, we can do this. So what ended up happening is people would come to me and they would say, okay, here's my problem. Here's my solutions. And I think it's this one. Sometimes they were close enough to what I would do. I just let them run with it so they could learn. Sometimes I might make a 2 millimeter shift. Sometimes they may say, I think it's A. I'd say, no, it's C, and here's why. But what that gave them was the ability to start thinking. It gave them confidence, and it built that trust. We talked about the speed of trust. Now they see I trust them to make the decisions, and they're doing the thinking, and they're gaining confidence. So the next time somebody comes to you with a question or a problem, first of all, I want you to train them on the normal, abnormal, pathological. But the first thing out of your mouth is, what type of problem is it? If they can't say, oh, it's a dentist problem. No, normal, abnormal, pathological. I don't know. Okay, go ask somebody else what those problems are, because we've talked about this, and then come back to me what kind of problems. Build this into your culture. And it will take a little bit of time, but here's the thing you're going to find. The next thing is, you're going to find it's a blow to your ego. You know why? So I had office hours for 2 hours, and people would come to me all the time. But once I had that office hours, after about 3 months, people stopped coming to me. What's going on? They don't need me anymore? Yeah, they don't need me because I led them and gave them the confidence to solve their own problems. It became what was a weakness in our company became a strength. We became a company of problem solvers. Yes.
What's a pathological problem?
The pathological problem, you can call me 24/7, knock down my door, anything. We don't have money for payroll. Somebody chopped off their fingers in the press break. The building's on fire. Anything that's going to put life or the business in jeopardy right now, come to the owner anytime, or the manager, take it upstream. You can bypass all protocol. That's what a pathological problem is. Okay. You buy into that?
Absolutely.
Same definitions that you would use?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it's not really bypassing all protocols, creating the protocol to bypass so that you have a line directly. Because a lot of times, when the ego does hit, especially with department leads and people in your organization, they're like, oh, I should have taken care of this. Right? So like, I'm going to try to do it all on my own. It's like, no. This is where a systems of values really comes in to create that, which I definitely learned the hard way as well.
Also, for those of you, we're on page 4 right now. If you just want to look, and you don't have to read, there's nothing that's going to track exactly along. We're kind of talking around this, but just so you can have that. Yes.
Can I play devil's advocate on the normal abnormal?
You can do whatever you want, bro. Good luck.
So someone comes to you and says, well, JP, so it is a normal problem, but I told XYZ that this is the responsibility that needs to happen. It's not happening, so I'm coming to you as a boss to intervene.
Okay. Earlier today, I said, this might be the most important thing you write down. This young lady here had a lesson that was basically, that was what?
Accountability is the...
You get what you tolerate, right? So you will have that. If somebody's not doing that, here's what I would do. And I'm going to get into this with the culture piece, and I'm excited. I love culture. I love culture. No. This is great. We're going to get there in a few minutes anyway. If somebody comes to me repeatedly and they're not doing their job, we've talked to them once. This is your job. Boom. Talk to them again. Boom. On the third time, I'm going to have a conversation with them and say, I've talked to you about this once, talked about it twice. What is it you don't understand? Is there help me understand why you're not doing this? And they're probably going to come up with some bullshit answer, right? And then I'm going to say, I'm not going to talk to you about this again, but if I have to, we may have to redefine the nature of our relationship. Now, the reason they're not doing that ultimately, more often than not, is a core value or culture fit, like he was talking about. It's not a skill set fit. Because if it was a skill set fit, they'd be doing it, fucking it all up, right? Which that's a training issue. That's an onboarding issue. Maybe it's an ability issue too. But if they're just not doing it, that's somebody that you're not going to want in your company. And I'll also tell you, we're going to talk about delegate and leverage. But if you ask somebody specifically to do something and they don't do it, there is a 100% chance that they're not doing other things inside the business. 100% chance. Because if they're giving the boss the middle finger, they're giving your patients the middle finger and everybody around them the middle finger. Now, if your culture is, we give everybody the middle finger, that's the right person. Right?
If I can just add a piece to that, one of the things is that sometimes you're the one that's doing it, but you subconsciously can't see it. And setting up systems where your team communicates to you. Like recently, like my team pulled me into a room and literally it was like an intervention. Hey, Dr. Rollins, like you're doing X, Y, and Z, and we're having a hard time keeping up with you because you're doing this and this and this. I'm like, oh, awesome. It is not comfortable to hear, but I'm gonna sit here and let me take it all in, right? And so a lot of times, you have to be, the accountability does have to go both ways. And I would say that a lot of physicians, because like we tend to take on a lot and try to fix all the problems, right? We also kind of keep it for ourselves. But then by doing that, that creates an even more enormous cultural issue as well. But oftentimes it really is us that's creating the abnormal problem, right? And so the interaction with the staff is not about who's telling who to do what. It's about, let's keep each other accountable, and we all have our own roles, and let's create systems and processes for that accountability, right? And this is sort of the optics into the business. Otherwise, it'd just be invisible the whole time. And actually, with Stacy's previous company, I know them, and so this is what I see whenever there's clinicians in, like at the lead of the companies. They behave like the way they're taught. We behave like they were taught in like medical school and residency and stuff like that. And we try to operate a business that way, specifically the way we're taught in MD, I think it was a PhD, right? And then it's not really gonna work out. And then everyone knows who the slowest piece is in the business. And if it is you, the leader, then you have to really think twice, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things you can do is a 360 review. So everybody reviews everybody, including you, and it's blind. So you don't know what who said what about you, but it gives you got to have some courage to do this, because you're going to see some things you don't like. 100% chance, right? But it's how you're going to be able to grow. And the other thing is, inside of your business, you cannot hold somebody with integrity to a standard higher than you hold yourself to. So if you don't follow through the things you tell them you're going to do by the time you say you're going to do it, you can't expect them to do it, because you're setting the pace, right? And the thing that's beautiful about being a business owner is it's your place. You get to decide the culture, and you get to decide what the standard is. Okay? And then the pace you go at. 100%. That's exactly right. So don't set a standard that you know you can't hold yourself to, right? And I'm going to go back to that mindset piece that we had in the beginning. You're going to get clear on who you are, where you want to go. And now you have to have integrity with yourself to make that happen. And I love that you two are here together, because if you decide to go through that exercise, now you have a built-in accountability partner. Why didn't you work out? How come you're not doing your meditation, right? Both ways, right? You said you would do this. What happened? Oh, I got too tired. Yeah, but you were tired when you wrote this down, right? This is how we're going to move forward. You have anything? You say you're ready to attack. So.
Oh no, I want to say, like, that's always been my skill, right? I create the standards, and often like forget, right? It's not like I intentionally forget. I get distracted. And then when you kind of have, like, especially when you first starting out in business, I feel like everyone has a shiny object syndrome, right?
Yes.
Oh, this is a great idea. It's ready. But I think, am I muted? Sorry. I am muted. Sorry. So I was saying that what we just talking about is my greatest Achilles heel. Is that sometimes I do set the standard for the business, but I don't follow through myself. And it's usually because I haven't written it down. I haven't scheduled it, right? I haven't created it into a reality, and I've spoken about it. And I think that, like, in my field in integrative health, being an innovator, you tend to get the shiny object syndrome, because innovation is really required to change some things, right? But a lot of times the innovator can hyper innovate and move too fast, which is literally why my staff pulled me into it. I was like, whoa, innovation, too much. You're burning us out.
What's your
right?
D?
Huh?
How high D are you? You know what your score is
My
roughly?
I is the highest. My D is the second. Yep.
Upper 80s, low 90s.
70s. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not nearly as bad as I was. when I first took the
And
disc
D is
profile,
dominance. Yeah.
and decision making is based on. I was 99 D. right? It's the highest you could be is not, I don't think it goes up to 100.
No, it goes to 99.
It goes to 99. So I was a 99D. What'd that mean? It meant that, and I didn't understand this gut instinct gave up thinking process yet when I first did this. So I would say, oh, we need to go north. Great. North is this way. And we'd take off going northwest. We were going west. Now we're going northwest. Well, that's better than just going west from going north, right? That's how my mind works. Because I had this belief that not making a decision is worse than making a wrong decision. So if I make a wrong decision, at least I've eliminated that pathway. And then I'd realize I'm going northwest, not true north. So I'd course correct, boom. Now I'm going northwest, going on my next gut instinct. And then finally on the third iteration, I'd hit north. And I got some feedback. And it was slow the fuck down because none of us know where we're going.
Is it from your team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was moving so fast that they couldn't keep up because it was the pace of change that I wanted to do. I wasn't afraid to change. I wasn't afraid to fail. We learned through failure, right? So then what I realized was now when I take a disc profile, I'm in 92, still high, not afraid to make decisions. I still make decisions fast. I still find that when I make mistakes, it's still because I moved too fast and didn't think things through.
Yep.
But I'm more likely to go northwest now and not just northwest. So I'm doing a little bit more thinking time before I get there, right? Yeah. And it's usually when I get impatient about something is when I make that mistake. But understanding that and then giving your team the ability to give you feedback, that was beautiful. They gave you, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't see it.
Oh yeah, I cried. It was great. I loved it. Yeah, I needed it actually.
Yeah. I always say in my business, I don't want yes men and women working for me. I want people that are not afraid to tell me I'm wrong. And then we'll have a discussion and you might convince me I'm wrong, you might not, but we're gonna have a conversation about it. And I also have a rule in my companies that tell me everything I need to know. And we may not do what you want to do, Ali. You may disagree with the direction I'm going, but your job is to make sure that the direction I set is 100% successful. Because it's called disagree and commit, right? I disagree with you, boss, but I'm committed to making it happen. Look about in our politics right now. I really don't care who's the president. I want them to be successful in that role. I'm going to disagree with what they say, but let's commit to making sure they're as successful as possible. That way, if it's really screwed up, we know it's screwed up because we tried their way 100%. And now we can have more true information as opposed to the three of you on this side of the room only halfway trying it. And the three of us are over here really trying it. Now we don't really know if it worked or not. So disagree and commit.
A great example is most in the insurance world, most doctors blame the billing companies. All right. They blame the billing companies. It's like, oh, it's the billing companies. Well, they didn't tell us X, Y, and Z. The billing company is basically trying to be at the mercy of the clinicians, but they can't innovate. Billing companies don't innovate because they can't, right? The innovation comes from the artists, the clinicians. So that was a really good example of saying that you have this siloed billing company that's here. And yes, they're trained on these codes, right? But at the same time, they can't turn numbers into words, right? It's up to you, the clinician, to turn the numbers into words. Now let's replace this billing company with your CPA. I got a text 2 days ago. One of my friends is freaking out. My God, I have to come up with $12,000 in the next month to pay off the IRS, right? And I'm like, all right, cool, why? And she's like, I don't know, my CPA told me to do so. I'm like, but why? Because he told me to do so. I'm like, but why? And like, well, where's that coming from? At the end of the day, there were other ways to look and assess taxes because she wasn't telling her CPA some of the stuff that she was doing for charity, okay? She didn't know it was tax deductible, right? She didn't know that a lot of what her business structure is set up, and because a lot of her kids were actually involved in it, the way that it was structured set up is not optimized for the tax performance, right? But she's like, well, I got to find another CPA. I was like, no, you have to have a better communication with your CPA. And so we often have that in our businesses, is that the CPA don't know. They're there to do stuff, right? And the stuff is usually invisible. So the big disconnect in the medical system is that insurance companies, billing policy, they change every quarter. Reimbursement change every quarter. You know, right, Stacy? Every quarter they change. And they don't have to let you know what they changed. It's like, oh, here's a new billing policy. We'll put on the bulletin. It's like, what bulletin? Right? It's logged in, you have to log in and do all this stuff like that. So what happens then is that the people who are in charge of the billing codes kind of get blamed on it because people do not have the optics to really look at that specifically. So you have to kind of de-silo that and then go within it and see what is really going on here and then turn those numbers into words. So a really good example is we do neural mapping, brain mapping here, and we do EEGs. And there are literally things that we do that qualify for multiple billing codes, right? And so what I found out was that one of the things that we do is a neuropsych assessment, right? And in the neuropsych assessment, there's multiple ways to do it. The better way to do it pays us more and took us less time to do it, right? And so I looked at that and say, hey, let's change our systems. We can actually better serve our patients, and our reimbursement is actually better by doing this one small tweak, which turned out to be a 6-figure difference within our organization with one small tweak. And meanwhile, the staff doesn't change anything. All we do is change our systems and processes. When I communicate this to billing, they're like, yeah, that makes sense, and check it off, right? What may have happened for a lot of people is that they're seeing that, okay, well, we're not getting the reimbursement that we really want, and like the billing company's not doing a good job, and then they find out, oh, we could have done this and get reimbursed more. So the billing company is a crap billing company. That's not their role. Their role is to whatever you document on the paper is what they're doing, just like the CPA does as well. If your CPA doesn't know you're doing charitable donations or doing things that can contribute to be charitable donations, they have no clue, right? And so there's a toxic trend in medicine is, although clinicians hire for weaknesses, we don't go in and discover like how they all kind of marry each other, right? And so like I have a module on Business Transformation Institute, and it's called First Contact. That's the name of the course, First Contact. And it's specifically to train how your schedulers and your front desk are greeting the patients, right? Because they're your first impression, the patient's first impression, right? But oftentimes, who's in the role, right? A 21-year-old that's freshly out of school, right? And they're usually in the low-paying job. There's an under training, but I'm like, they're the first ones that you actually see, right? So First Contact, the course is literally because whoever's making the first contact, they have to represent the company in all its glory and core values.
This is great. And we're going to get to the 3 ways to grow a business later.
Yeah.
And you're going to be the guinea pig on this because
Yep.
you're going to be the one. I did this inside my business. I'll share the story on that. But with him in the medical industry, it's going to connect with everybody here. So guys, my background is I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a business owner. Okay. I figured out things not only through my education, but then from actually all of my personal development and then putting it into action. Okay. That's why earlier I said, I want you to come away with 3 to 5 things you're going to put into action. It's what I do every time I go to one of these events. I'm not going to sit here for hours listening to people ramble on and not do anything. It's a waste of time. And yet people that I've studied with, they keep going back to the same courses year after year after year. They're still doing Tony Robbins 10 years later. You know, it's like, what are you doing here? You're not getting 10 times the value. You're not getting the same. He's not charging you 10 times less, right? I extracted 85% of the value and said, I'm not getting 85% discount, so I'm not coming back again, you know, because I put it into action. So I'm going to keep challenging you folks to do that. Can you put me on to the next slide? Or I am not technologically incompetent, by the way. My man here, though, has all this tech stuff going on the screen and I can't see what's behind me. And I know if I hit a button, I'm going to disconnect 100 people online. So, so we got this planning 3 to thrive. Okay. We've got one person here who's borderline burnout. Got another couple over here that's burning out. Burned out. Burned to the freaking root. You're in the right place, friends. So you have the reason you're burned out. We talked about this previously, but I'm going to, for everybody out there, the reason you're burned out is because you came to be an artist inside of your profession, and now you're an entrepreneur and a manager leader. You're wearing multiple hats inside of the business. You're overwhelmed. How many hours do you have to work a week or a day, however you want to look at it? Oh, no,
overall,
all of it. 50 hours a week? 50 hours a week?
you're underestimating it, my friend.
Yeah, it feels like if you're only 40 or 50, man, you're doing all right. Here's the point. A lot of people are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week, but inside of a business, somebody needs to fly the plane. Somebody needs to, flying the plane is being the owner of the business or the manager leader of the business. It's not the one that's doing the actual work. In back to my manufacturing business, my artists were the fabricators, right? My artists could also be the salespeople, maybe even the accountants. But I was flying the plane. I was setting the tone on the culture, steering the ship to where we're going to go. And as a pilot of the plane, we have to understand that there's more dials in there than just an accelerator. And oftentimes we get into business, we get as many patients as we can on board, and then we're overwhelmed because we don't know how to take care of them all. And then they'll crash, right? I had this sales guy who was amazing. And I watched him as he brought people on board to our company, but then he didn't follow the systems and processes, and they went away almost as fast as he brought them on board. He tried to do multiple things, and he didn't have the ability to do so. So you as the owner, and you want to be an artist. So we've got to figure out inside of your business, how are we going to shift so somebody else can fly the plane for you? Doesn't mean you don't have responsibility. Doesn't mean you don't have oversight. But we set up system, processes, controls so that you can see what's going on. But then you get to go over here and painlessly take care of my mouth, right? That's the magic. Now, some of you out there are going to be just the opposite. You're burnt out on the business, or you don't want to do that anymore. I can only imagine being a psychiatrist, psychologist, or anybody working with the brain and dealing with the massive traumas that you've got to deal with at some point going, I've heard it all, and I don't want to carry that little piece and that little piece and that little piece. 10, 20 years later, you're dealing with carrying all this pain yourself. Now you probably have to have therapy too, because you're carrying everybody else's trauma. So I get that. So she sounds like you want to move over to the business owner's perspective. So what's the move that you're going to need to do that? You're going to need to be trained up and work so that you can fly the plane. And whoever you bring on as the therapist can do the therapy, right? Does that make sense? We talk about the trap of hopium. When you start looking inside of this book, the hopium can disappear. And it's because of this. Hopium is going on gut instinct. Said this previously. Spiritually, mentally, psychologically, we can go with our gut instinct. I believe the divine is speaking through us, right? But inside of business, we get in the way of the divine. And the gut stands for gave up thinking. There's hundreds of questions in this book on the different areas of the business for you to sit down and do thinking time on this. There's a great book. I think it's referenced in here. It's called The Road Less Stupid by a mentor of mine, Keith Cunningham. The Road Less Stupid. It's amazing. There's also more questions in there. But I'm going to tell you, I actually put thinking time on my calendar twice a week. For me, it's 30 minutes. And the way you do this is simple. You write down one or two good quality questions at the top of the page. They relate to each other, right? And there's going to be several of them in this manual that you'll be able to choose from. And then you get yourself in a do not disturb, nobody can bother you situation. And you put your hand here so you are not distracted. You put a dot right on the paper and you answer that question. First thing comes to mind. Doesn't matter how stupid the thought is. You just write it down, everything. You're going to find in the beginning what's coming out. Your gut response to the questions, right? It's that gut instinct. But as soon as you're done answering that, you put another dot on the piece of paper. Your subconscious thinks there must be another answer because there's a dot there. Sometimes you stare at that dot for 3-4 minutes. But what I find is 15, 20 minutes into my thinking time, a brilliant answer pops out. How did this even come about? There's something that's inside. We're getting beyond. It's just like the exercise that Stacy did. We go with our stories. Now we get beyond the story and we're answering those. And it's great. And sometimes those thinking time answers, those thinking time questions will lead you to a better question, right? The better the question, the better the answer, and the further you can move forward. So don't undervalue the impact of thinking time. So everybody in here, everybody online, try this. Either just use the questions that are in this manual or go get Keith's book. He'll talk more detail how this thinking time is. That's who trained me. I used to be a member of his boardroom. He's an amazing individual. I don't recommend a whole heck of a lot of books, but that one and that man, absolute geniuses. Cheng, I have one of my best friends back home in Oregon was Chin. And I've been calling you Ron, and I'm trying to figure out what to call this guy besides, yo, bro, what's up? And so now I'm calling him Chin. So sorry about that, Cheng.
No worries. And that book is super thin too. So it's every word is powerful.
And the thing is, you don't have to read it from cover to cover.
Yeah.
You can look at the chapter and see which chapter is applying to what area you are in life or where your question is. You can open that up and read that chapter. The chapter may be only five pages long with 1 page full of questions. Sparks that thought process. Number 2 on the avoiding hopium is recognizing that over optimism and emotional thinking leads to poor decision making. I don't think you've ever made a decision inside of your business that you thought was a bad idea. Did you ever implement something in your business that you thought was a bad idea?
No.
We always go forward thinking it's a good idea, but we're over optimistic or we're emotional at the time. And it turns out that it's not. If you ever fired somebody because it's emotional, not the right time to do that, right? Never do anything when you're in an emotional state. Bring it down. Don't write the emails. Don't do anything, but don't be over optimistic. And what you're gonna find out inside of your business, there's at O2O, we're gonna talk about the life cycle of a business. So I'm operating a business right now. It's a startup business. So we're probably just moving out of the infancy stage into toddler stage. And within a couple months, we're going to be a teenager. I can see this coming. But most companies think they're a level ahead of where they actually are. When I first learned this, my business was at a solid teenager stage. I'm like, oh no, I'm young adult. Yeah, I'm a young adult stage. No, I wasn't. But the reason is, if you assume you're a stage ahead of where you are, that's the hopium, that's the over optimism, and you won't make the decisions that you need to make for the stage of business you're in at the time. Okay, seek outside perspectives. It collapses time. He's brought up a bunch of the things that he can come up with. If you're able to find somebody that's in your business that has been there and done that, we talked about this morning, you collapse a decade of his learning into a year for you. Why try and reinvent it yourself? So a lot of people will try and sit there and figure it out, try and figure it out. You pay a mentor like him, whether it's him or somebody else, you pay a mentor $25,000 that's been there, done that, and you just saved yourself a decade of time, right? So seeking outside voices, even if it's just you're part of an association or group of doctors that you can share problems with and grow and learn from their lessons. And finally, the part about avoiding the hopium trap is learning how to mitigate risks. And there's 3 questions you ask yourselves when you're going to make a big decision inside a business. And it's, what's the upside of making this decision? What's the upside, right? And then the next one is, what's the downside? What could go wrong? What's the downside? And then can I live with the downside? Right? I early before I got that, I was like, what's the upside? Go. 99D, right? Upside, got it. go until you run into a wall at some point in your career, in your life, in your business. You go, oh, well, that really sucked. So it's kind of like the kid that puts their hand on the stove. You don't only have to do that once if you're really smart, 2 if you're like me. You don't need to do it 3 times, right? So we want to mitigate the risks by doing that thinking time. It's really important. And then finally, change your habits. What I've laid out at the end of that book is a habit-based lifestyle. I get up in the morning, I brush my teeth, I do a cold plunge. I read my scripture, the book that I choose to read for my connection with God. And I journal. And I send messages to loved ones. It's my habits. I'm creating habits. What time do I get up? Depends on what my day looks like, but generally I have an alarm that goes off between 5 and 5:30. It senses my sleep patterns, and if I'm in REM sleep, it'll extend it to 5:30. I'm a morning person anyway. Unless it's a Friday night, I usually don't stay up much past 10 o'clock, the latest. And my mind is really energized in the morning. So I want to get all my heavy lifting done in the morning. That's when I'm a fast starter, right? By the time, and you'll see this in my life personally, when you see that one sheet, I think it was with all the scoring on there, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday, I plan my next week. Because I turn my brain off on Saturday and Sunday. But then what happens on Sunday afternoon? I'm bored with the weekend. I'm looking forward. What's going on Monday? I can't wait. I love Mondays. I'm a sicko. I love Mondays. I even love Fridays. It's just, I want to be done at 2. I just want to be done at 2. And sometimes I've got to be working till 3, 4, 5 on Fridays, but I want to be done at 2. Fast starter. I think understanding my personality is, I used to try and do that, planning my week on Sunday. And I'd find myself putting it off, because maybe I want to be with my family or watch a football game or something. So now I make it an excitement thing for me on Friday. Yeah, the week is over. Now I get to plan my life for the next week. We're going to have movie night tonight, or we're going to go to the park on Saturday, or whatever that's going to be, right? So was there any more questions on that? So what are we getting out of this 3 to Thrive planning principles? Somebody give me something, a takeaway they got. Stacey? Yes. Yeah.
Yes, for those of you who can't hear online, Stacey says she's the poster child of the trap of the hopium, right? Or you were past tense, no longer.
Yes. When we're in that hopium mode, a lot of times we're doing business by trial and error. And I love what Chang said about the shiny object. I was all about that early on, traveling along. I got a plan. Here's where we're going. Of course, I didn't really. I'd had a shotgun approach. And all of a sudden, whoo, shiny penny. Maybe it would pay off. More often than not, it was a detour that cost me time. So if I find a shiny penny, I'm going to do some thinking time on it before I even go over there. And then because I've set a quarterly plan, or I call them majors and minors in my company, that's a good idea. I'll put that on my Q2 list. Is it going to elevate to a major? But I'm not going to get off of what I said I was going to do this quarter. I'm going to stay in integrity and keep going forward. Yes.
I also like that because we're doing this core identity work, is that when those shiny pennies come along, does this match with this? Because even though it sounds exciting, it may not actually align with where you want to go.
Right.
That's for me, the other piece is that this is where I'm going. So all the other things need to be, it may still be somewhat of a detour to get me there, but it still needs to be that direction.
Right. Business is not a get rich quick scheme, and there are no such things as overnight successes. Was Bill Gates an overnight success? No, they worked in the parents' garage, right? I think HP did the same thing. The boys in Apple did the same thing. It wasn't an overnight success. They ate off paper plates and ate out of the garbage cans probably. No, I actually had to where you'd have a dumpster, but that's a different story. Breaking us down, right? To build us back up. Anyway, the point is, if it looks too good to be true, it's too good to be true. I'm sure there are some people that have just started a business and got lucky, but some people win the lottery too, but it's not realistic. So when I look at business, I look at it this way. More often than not, when I swing to hit a home run, I've hit a few, but I struck out an awful lot. But when I get up and I just hit a single, the next day or next week, I just hit a single. The next day, I just hit a single. On my fourth at bat, I just knocked in a run. And every day, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to run. Small things, you're going to run, write this one down, bro. Small things consistently done produce big results. That's a Keithism. That's not a JPism, but I love this. I went over the Machu Picchu trail and made it a competition with somebody. I was going to beat their ass on the peak. We went over 13,500 feet. And every step, I just kept saying small things consistently done produce big results. And what an idiot I was, because I missed all this beautiful scenery because I was competing to be the first one to finish this leg. Moron. I realized that when I got there, everyone's like, hey, did you see that waterfall? Did you see this? I was like, oh man, I missed the whole point of that. But hey, competition's what made me good too. So, what are you getting anything out of this section?
Yeah, I mean, the importance of habits. It's a good reminder.
Right. So what are you going to do differently? Or what one thing could you do? Might not, but what one thing could you do? Regarding habits?
Well, I mean, my first thought goes back to the beginning when you were talking about fitness first, and I've gotten out of exercise habits because I've been trying to survive in other areas, but I regret that, and I think it's fundamental. So I think recommitting to some sort of exercise habits probably important for me.
Awesome. You regret that, but you just got clarity on it.
Yeah.
So now you should be grateful because you got a reminder today.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep going on this. I don't like people living in regret. It's no guilt, no shame, new choices. No guilt, no shame, new choices. Right? Okay, this is a good one. Do we get to the next? Can you either? Yep, this is the one I want to talk about. So we've done some takeaways of what we're discussing so far. Essentially, when we're talking about strategic planning, it's clarity, gives us clarity and direction. And this is super important. If I told everybody in this room, I'm going to disperse you around the country, equidistance from Wichita, Kansas, but I'm not going to tell you where you are. How are you going to get there? Right? You'll all get there eventually. Some of you might start, hey, I'm by pine trees, so I better head south. Oh, I'm in the desert, I better head north. So you find some road maps, you get clues to where you are, and then you can find your way there, right? But in this world, in this business, you know where you are if you stop and take stock. And you'll get exactly where you're at, and that way you'll be able to set the course in the direction you want to go. When you also do this, I want you to involve your teams in this. This is not just a you exercise. You want to engage your teams. I will tell you this story about how I engage my team. No, I got to wait that for the three forces of business, but I'll talk to you about manifesting. How many of you guys believe in manifestation in here? 2, 3, 4. Used to. She's a tough one. She is. I'm going to work on you, honey. I'm going to give you specific examples of how manifesting has worked in my life. You're the one that convinced him. Now you don't believe it. So I'm gonna make you a believer. Then we're gonna ask you some questions so we can prove it in your life. So early 90s, living in the Northwest, I bought this boat. My roommate and I had the only 2 boats that looked like this in the Northwest. His was red, mine was blue. We used to go boating every weekend out in this certain spot out in Columbia County, outside of Portland. I would drive down Highway 30 and look up on the hill, and I saw this business, this big metal building on the hill, and I'd think, man, it'd be really cool to own a business like that someday. On the way back, I'd look up at that business and go, God, it'd be really cool to own a business like that someday. I boated out there for well over a decade and a half. We're out there multiple times in the weekends during the summer. And I thought about that. And one day I got out of whatever business I was in. I was working in stainless steel distribution. I became an outside salesperson. And that became one of my customers. And the owner happened to be one of my favorite people. And so we clicked and connected. And he became one of my top 3 to 5 largest clients. And one day, 2008, right around the time that the economic crisis was going on, I was out in the shop talking with him. And he says, yeah, I think I'm going to sell my business and retire. And I went home and made a decision based on hopium, an emotional, glandular decision, and told my then fiance, future wife, I want to push all my chips on the table and bet on me. And I liquidated all my 401k and I bought this business. Middle of an economic crisis. Turned out to be a very good decision. Helped me grow in so many ways. It's one that I've told everybody you should never do. As I just told you folks, you're never lucky in business. And I just lucked out. I manifested that. I believe, for years, I didn't even know what that business did. I wasn't even in the industry. 15 years later, I'm buying the business. I'll give you another one. While I'm an outside salesperson, before I'd bought this company, I called on this company called Laser Cutting Services. Had 7 or 8 lasers. It's a really cool company. And I remember calling on Ron all the time and saying, and as I drive in there and go, God, this would be a really cool business to own. I could never own a business like that. See the shift? Oh, it'd be really cool to own a business like that. With CMF, with LCSI, it was, this would be a really cool business to own. I could never do that. Years later, I heard Ron sold his business. I went, oh man, that sucks. I didn't know it was for sale. Then about a year later, heard the deal had fallen through and he had to come back and get his business back. So I called him up and said, let's go to lunch. He said, cool. We went to lunch. Told him, I want to buy your business. I said, okay. This is still well before who I've turned into as a business person at this point. I still didn't have all the tools and whatnot. I made an offer. He didn't accept it. And I just walked away thinking, I can't do it. And then as I realized looking back, my mindset was, I could never own a business like that. Now, what I know today is that deal should have been closed. It could have been closed. There's multiple ways. People and companies don't fail from a lack of resources. They fail from a lack of resourcefulness. It is, Tony. And it's been a huge part of my life. Whenever I think I can't, I know I'm not being resourceful. But I will tell you, whether you believe you can do something or you can't do something, you're right. Did he say that too? Okay. So whether you can or can't, you're right. 100%. Is that in Awaken the Giant? Okay. Well, you know what? There's so much Tony stuff in my life because I was a platinum partner for a year. In full disclosure, I followed the guy around the country for like 79 days. And like I said, I would write down my notes in the book. I would highlight it, write it in a journal, put it into action in my business and in my life, and then go to the next event, back and forth, back and forth. So it became part of my DNA. And for years I'd go, well, Tony says. And I felt like, fuck, I'm a fucking parrot right now. I'm just going to say the things I want. I'm not going to take absolute credit. Most of the stuff that I am saying is built on the backs of geniuses who built their lives on the back of other geniuses. And we've all collapsed time. So I give a lot of credit to Tony. I almost said 100. I'm not going to give 100 because my mom and dad had something to do with it too. But you have anything else?
No.
We are going to get. Oh, I appreciate that. Hey, same thing with him. When it was really funny. When I showing you guys briefly, when we met, we're in the corner, and I'm like, this guy knows Tony. He knows Tony. And so as we were talking, I just dropped in. Oh yeah, I was a platinum partner of Tony's. He's like, oh, and then all of a sudden this brotherhood popped out because now we knew we could speak the same language and pitch and catch on all the concepts.
right?
Yeah, and I think Tony Robbins is a conduit, right? And, a lot of the stuff he came over here. So, for example, like it's not the lack of resources, the lack of resourcefulness. Being resourceful comes from within. Being resourceful is the heart-centered driver that's there. Being authentic. If you're not technically, if you're not being authentic with yourself, you don't look for resources. And it's the same thing as calling something or someone crazy, right? So earlier I said earlier I was saying that
Can't take this guy anywhere.
Yeah, you can't take me anywhere. There's no such thing as crazy because if you label something crazy, you stop looking. So if you feel like something is super abnormal and crazy, there's no reason to be resourceful. And if you have that culture within your organization, it no longer becomes heart-centered, right? This is why accountability is such a big deal. At the heart of a lot of the Tony Robbins training is also non-dual philosophy. Non-dual means not two. There's no good, there's no bad, there is, right? And because of that, we have to keep looking at the origins of the patterns of why things are going on. Because of that, well, guess what happens? We become a lot more resourceful, and the teams that we lead become a whole lot more resourceful. And so I think what's great about Tony Robbins is that he puts it in a way that people can really understand, like quick 1-2s. But the entire manifestation of business and being happy in general, in pursuit of happiness and truth and spiritual transcendence, comes from authenticity. And being authentic is the crux of being resourceful.
Yeah, I'll tell you when I felt like that first year with Tony, I just really wanted to embody this, but it wasn't who I was at the time. I was very much into my ego, not even realizing what an ego was at the time. But I kept living these ideals until it actually became who I was, right? Perfect. We're going to go switch to leadership, which means we're going to jump into the 6 human needs. This is a perfect time. Even let him switch to that. So I'm at this business mastery event. It was my first Tony Robbins event. You're going to switch the slide for me when you get hooked up. And he starts talking about this group of millionaire, billionaires, whatever, and he wasn't at that level yet, but they invited him in this group and blah, 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 blah. And he tells the story. And at the end of it, it's a pitch for platinum partnership, but you're totally sucked into this story, right? And I'm like, I got to be a platinum partner, right? It was $10,000 just to come to Business Mastery. Now it's going to be $75,000 to be a plat, but I get to go to all the events. Great. That sounds like great deals, except for when you realize there's also platinum only events that cost another 12, 15 grand on top of it. Plus, you got to fly first class everywhere, even if it's Australia. Oh, and your wife's going to want to go too. Got to pay extra for that ticket and the first class ticket. And it's $150,000 a year when it comes down to it, right?
That's without going to Fiji.
That was Australia and London and yeah. So, and I didn't even go to all the events. I mean, there's 2 of them that I didn't even go to that would have been more. But what I realized after spending the year with him and watching him tell this story at other events, I went, oh, to be able to influence somebody, you must already know what influences them. This gets us to our 6 human needs. And his story was straight up significance. For people who had significance as a primary need, bam, he set the hook. He set it hard. And why would he do that? It's called business mastery. There's a bunch of business owners there, business owners with egos and money. And so he set the hook hard on significance, and he created scarcity by saying, I think we have 7 openings. And I remember the first day I was like, I gotta run this by my wife before I make this kind of investment. As I see hundreds of people back by the table, and I'm thinking, there's no chance I'm gonna get this. But I go back and it takes me a couple days to even convince her to do this and why this year was the year to do it and not next year. But she finally said, okay. So I walked back to the table 2 days later and I'm like, yeah, Did all those slots get taken? Oh, no, you're fine. You're open. No. They took everybody, right? But it was it's a straight significance play. So let's talk about the 6 human needs.
Well, before we get there, can I play a game real quick?
Yes.
All right, this is a really quick game. JP, the AI camera's on you. You can stay in the next to me. All right, so this really cool game. All right, so what I want you to do is to write down 3 words, all right, of the values of the perfect team members. 3 words of a perfect team members. Three words. And y'all can do this at home too if you're listening online. Write 3 words of the values or characteristics of your perfect team member. Okay? Stacey, let me know when you're done. She's like, I'm writing 36. 3. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
She's doing her thinking time.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll respect your thinking time. Namaste. Awesome. Now, right below that, I want you to write down the values that you don't want in any of your team members, that you do not want. Dishonesty, stuff like that. Just 3 words. So I'm on 3 words. That's good.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all did it? Okay. Ali, why don't you tell me the first 3 words of the values that you want in your team members?
So the first word was help or helpers. So they're willing to take help and give it.
Okay.
Trainable and accountable.
Okay. Willing to help, trainable, and accountable. Okay. Anybody else want to share the 3 words?
Commitment, excellence, and authenticity.
Ooh, commitment, excellence, and authenticity.
She's a Raider fan.
Yeah.
Integrity, growth, and accountability.
Integrity, growth, accountability. Okay. Integrity, team player, and what? And what?
Accountability.
Accountability. There's a lot of accountability here. That's good. Okay. All right. Now let's hear the words that you wrote down of the characteristics of the values that you do not want your team members. We'll start with Ali. Yeah.
So I was trying to come up with a third one. I only came up with 2.
That's okay.
Rude/toxic.
Rude/toxic. That could be 2. Rude and toxic.
Yeah, I was like, does it count as 1? I don't know. And self-centered.
And rude, toxic, self-centered. Those are your 3. You can have 3. Yeah.
I have dishonesty and accountability and not a team player.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Dishonesty, hyper competitive, and selfish.
Okay.
So competitive over the team.
Hyper competitive? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
like so far that me first team. I
Got to
don't
be
care.
right
Oh,
rather
okay.
than get it right.
Gotcha.
Want to be
gotcha.
right, not get it right.
Expedience, dishonesty, and laziness.
Gotcha. Okay. You say expedience? Okay. What does that mean?
Like cutting corners, like just trying to get to the goal
Shortcuts.
without,
Okay.
without
Okay.
doing it right.
All right. I shortcut people. Okay, I understand. All right. So the reason we're playing this game is whatever you're writing down, you're striving towards at least one of the 6 human needs that are right here. And so when we categorize human needs, right, everyone has different places where they put them. Like my wife is number 1 is certainty. My number 1 is contribution, right? And so as we go through them, as JP goes through them, at the end, like look at what you actually wrote down again, and then using those, you know where your top 3 are by looking at the words that you wrote down. All right. But I wanted to do it without him telling you what the human needs were first, and then we'll take it afterwards.
No, that's great.
Thanks.
I
Go ahead.
appreciate that. That was awesome.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm trying to think what mine were now, and yeah, I think you nailed it. So that's really good exercise. So he said the top 3, but I could be wrong on this, Chang, but I was told that, so these are all the 6 human needs, and the 2 that you personally identify with the most are what drives your personality. So even though we all have the same needs, the ones that we value the most are what drives who we are. So let's look at it. First one is certainty. I don't need to look at that. The first one is certainty. We all have a need to feel certain. We need to know we can put food on the table. We have a roof over our heads, right? We know I have a need to, when I get in my car, I want to know that it actually will get me there. I used to think, wouldn't it be crazy if your car operated only as good as your computer, especially a Microsoft computer? Think of all the cars that be parked by the side of the road. I digress. Sorry, Microsoft people. I'm a Microsoft person too. The next need is uncertainty or variety, because if today was like yesterday and tomorrow's like today, we'd get bored. So we need to have some variety in our life. Does that make sense? Somebody's supposed to buzz me. That makes sense. Did I explain that well enough? Right? If I say we had this deal, I'll each train to something. If I say if that makes sense, it puts you in a submissive role where if it doesn't make sense, now you got to act like it does. Where did I explain that clearly? Puts the onus on me. So if I ever say, does that make sense again, you're supposed to give me a buzzer noise.
Oh,
okay?
I do it all the time, though. I gotta terminate that.
I'm the first one. I was waiting to buzz you all day, and I was the first one to do it, and I buzzed myself. Which is I'm going to digress a little bit. When you start doing that exercise that you did, you start catching yourself in your bullshit, which I just caught myself in the middle of it, and I buzzed myself, even though we didn't talk about that.
I forgot about the buzzer.
I didn't. You will. You will for sure. Okay. The next one is significance. We all have a need to feel significant about something. Everybody in here, I know that you're a doctor, but you deal with doctors, but you know how significant they are. All of you had those titles, and when you got them, you felt significant at some point. It's like I felt significant when I got my MBA, right? Love and connection is the next one. Here's the thing. A lot of people settle for connection because connection's easy. Love is hard and scary. Love takes a lot of work. Connection doesn't take as much work, right? When I was an outside salesperson, I was connected to a lot of people that I sold to, but I hadn't grown enough in myself, my spirituality, and my understanding of oneness, this belief that I have, that I didn't love them. I make a lot of my male friends uncomfortable because when I get off the phone, I tell them I love them. Right? Told him that. He doesn't get uncomfortable, but many do. Then those are the basic needs. We all need to have those basic needs. Once those basic needs are met, we have the 2 needs of the soul. Growth is one, where we're constantly growing and learning. This is why I was telling you, it's not selfish to love yourself first and become the most important person in your life. Because when you do that, you can now, it nourishes your soul. You grow into a bigger container, you can serve more and more people more effectively. And the last one is contribution. When you do have the ability to grow and pour into others, now you can contribute more. Now check this out. Would like him, love him, or hate him, would we say Donald Trump is a really successful individual? And he's a billionaire, and he was the president of the United States. So he's successful. What do you think his top 2 needs are?
Significance.
Significance is one, 100%. Everybody's going to believe that. What about the next one? What do you think his second one is?
I actually think the way that he reacted to the shooting is actually love and connection.
Okay.
What do you think it is?
I think it's certainty.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the things I do think he loves this country, but he needs everything he does is out of a sense of certainty. That's what I believe. That's my belief. Now we can be all wrong, but 100% of us believe it was significance is his number one, right?
Oh, you were asking for the number two?
And we can agree, huh?
You were asking for the number two?
Number 1 and 2. Significance and what's the second one?
I was naming number 3. Sorry. So yeah, I would say significance and certainty. Yeah.
Okay. How about Mother Teresa or Gandhi?
Growth.
Potentially growth. Either one. Could be love and contribution or love and growth.
Yeah.
I would say Gandhi was probably, to me, it feels like more of a growth person. I don't know as much about Mother Teresa, but you see, they're both powerful. All three of them are powerful. They're all three successful, massively successful, different personality drivers, but they all have the same, we all have those. Now check this out. If you have anything that you do in your life, if it fills 3 needs, it becomes a habit, good or bad. I love going to the gym. As long as I work out today, I haven't missed a day since Labor Day. That was the last day I didn't work out. Okay? What are my needs being met?
Certainty.
Certainty.
Growth.
Growth. Variety. What significance? I just told you I haven't missed a day since September 4th. Look at you motherfuckers. Look at me. Look at me. Look how good I am, right? Significance, right? That happens to be a healthy habit, right? What about cigarette smoking? What needs are being met?
Certainty.
Why is certainty met? The hit. What else? Yeah, because now you can't smoke inside. You got to go sit out in the smoke shack with the other smoke shack people, right? So it's some other smokers, so you got connection. What else? You just, it's significance. I don't have lung cancer. I smoke 2.5 packs a day. It's not going to kill me. My grandfather smoked till he was 84 years old. That's significance. I'm just giving an example. My grandfather quit when he was 45. How about variety? The same thing. Significant certainty that I'm going to get the hit. Variety because it changed my state. This isn't a habit for me, but this is just something that I'm going to make sure that I'm on fire for you people. Right? I don't do this very often. But you see, any of the needs can be used for positive or negative.
Yeah.
So when we start talking about inside of your business, what habits do you have inside your business? You want to now relate this to any further with what you wanted to discuss regarding your employees or their lists? Yeah.
Yeah. If you're done, I just want them to go back to the list.
So let's go back to the list. So on your positive side, when you look at yours, read them out loud and tell us what needs are being met with those.
On your mic.
Turn the mic, please.
The helpers and our loving connection. Trainable is growth, and accountable is certainty.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Good job.
I think commitment is certainty. Excellence, maybe growth.
Yeah, sounds like growth.
Yeah. And then the authenticity is probably about love and significance both, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
So integrity, probably significance.
Okay.
Growth is growth. Accountability would be love, connection, I think.
Okay. Also, growth can be variety,
Can be, yeah.
right? Because we're learning something new. It's a different, especially if you allot time for your employees to go to an event or do it inside. Now they've got variety in their role, right? What do you have?
So I have integrity, significance,
Okay.
team players, variety, accountability, significance,
Okay.
or certainty.
Okay. What if I said, I told you one of my core values in the manufacturing business was innovation. So I believed that a company of problem solvers could dominate any industry, which needs being met with that. Growth and significance, right? We want to dominate. And it is growth. What about are your negative ones? Are they meeting different needs?
I think they're rude/toxic and self-centered. They're all mostly about love and connection, I think.
Okay. So when you look at your top 3 needs that you had, the positive ones, how does that relate to Ollie's personal top 2 needs? Do they align with your needs?
Yeah, very close.
And your top 2 needs would be?
I think certainty and growth.
Certainty and growth. Okay. How about you? What are your top 2 needs? For personally, let's go Stacy. She's got the mic. What are your on your positive side? Let's talk about the positive side. Do those align with your own personal needs?
Yeah, my personal would be growth, and I think I've come down to growth and significance.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
I think for me, it's growth and love and connection. I think certainty is showing up really high right now because I'm feeling burned out on variety, like all the change is wearing on me. So certainty is popping up as more of a value now than maybe globally it would be in my life.
And these needs will change to where you are in life. So when I signed up for Tony, I was significance and variety was my 2 primary needs. And then by the end of that year, it was growth and variety for my 2 needs. I could not get enough growth and the variety of the growth. I absorbed it. Fast forward to 2 years ago, now I'm going through a divorce. And I saw that my top 2 needs were actually certainty and variety. Both. It's weird. It felt there was a conflict almost there. But I needed some certainty where my life was going to be. But I also needed some variety because everything was just in this really weird place, right? So it's going to change. But I do believe that you can, through your life, when you change your interests, you see where you're at, you can manifest the life and build the life you want. And we're going to do that through your blueprint. So I knew when I realized that, shit, I'm living in this certainty and variety space. This isn't me. And guess what? LC not equal to BP at the time. Not equal, not equal, not equal. And I've always been a destination guy. And the thing that helped me understand the lesson I learned from this was I need to be a journey guy. So LC equals progress to BP. And the BP is always going to change for me because I'm going to get to the top of the mountain and I'm going to look for the next highest peak in those areas. Does that make sense? Oh, you son of a gun. Did I explain that clearly enough? Did I explain that clearly enough? Okay, cool. I appreciate you got a piece of red glitter under your nose.
Intentionally.
I think that's. Is there anything else you want to say about the 6 human needs?
Yeah. And this is something you won't hear from Tony Robbins. A lot of the. Just stay here, man. Just hang out. Just drink your. What is that? Yeah, I think it's toxic. Don't do it. All right.
I sacrifice my health for you. Okay.
Whatever. All right. So the 6 human needs actually come from somewhere. It actually comes from multiple generations of patterns. So these are called epigenetic signaling patterns. It's actually encoded into our DNA. All right. and it matters when, where you're born, what generation you are, and if you're the oldest, middle, or youngest.
And your
Okay?
fire sign too?
I don't know about fire sign, but the origins of the sign actually came from these patterns that are there. And so historically, people have looked at the cosmos, and there is a relationship, right, with behavior, especially if there's magnetic shifts in the full moon. It actually does affect behavior. So that's well documented. But what's really interesting is we now have the ability to look at specific genes and gene signaling that turn on and off different gene sequences called epigenetics that has the predictability of the personality. And so there's now multiple companies. One of them is my friend owns a DNA company that actually looks at genetic variations and predictions in behavioral habits that actually align to the 6 human needs based on ancestral epigenetic signaling of the role that we play into our society. Are we a warrior? Are we a protector? Are we a nurturer? Are we a soothsayer? Are we a healer? Are we a shaman, et cetera, et cetera? And so as we look at multiple generation lines, you can probably understand, oh, this person is just like grandma, or this person is like your great uncle, et cetera, right? It's because we all have roles to play within our families. These same roles are the roles we play within organizations. And one of the things I've noticed, especially when I consult with companies, is that if the founder of the companies are all super similar, they all get along, they're all the same, the company's doomed to fail, right? This company's doomed to fail, right? Because they can't get optics into the things that are invisible to them.
No change in perspective.
Yeah, all the same perspective. And so when they become accountable, they only become accountable for what they consciously see, right? And so your organization, your business, it is a family. You have to create it like a family unit. Do the kids bicker in the family? Hell yeah, they do, right? And so when a lot of doctors, they kind of go into this entrepreneur world, they think, oh, everyone's supposed to be happy and get along, with be super heart-centered and nice to each other, right? That technically can create disaster because no one has optics into the areas on which everyone is like ignoring in the areas, right? And so conflict is a normal problem to have. But when you have conflict, you can still have resolution. And so I learned this from the military. So military, they have this thing called an AAR, the After Action Review. And so they will either create a simulation or an actual operation that carried out. And the people within the operation, the leaders, will go into a room, watch the video, see every sequence, and they will literally have fist fights with each other. They'll literally have fist fights with each other, bloody nose, stuff like that, right? But minute 5:01 p.m. hits, they're going to the bar and hugging each other and singing karaoke, right? And so, now, I'm not saying that your company should have fistfights with each other. I say that to demonstrate this. Part of the conflict is that everyone who had the conflict in the first place was going for the same goal, right? They want the project to be completed, but they were looking at it from different angles, right? And that's what the conflict has. And so what happens is in medical practices, like we see the conflicts, but we never have an AAR. We never have an after action review, right? It's like, well, why did they resent each other? Like, why is all this bickering, right? Let's come into a room. You're in a safe place. Let's talk about it, right? You want to fight? Don't physically fight. We can verbally fight about it if you want to, but at least clear the air and get it out there. It feels good, right? So in high performance industries, this is a standard of care, all right? And so this is really important to remember whenever we're building medical practices and in entrepreneurship. So it's okay to have conflict. In fact, it is needed. I don't use the word need very often, but it is needed in order for the growth, for the company to nurture whatever's inside. However, everyone has different human needs. So someone is speaking in the terms of certainty, They're saying that you're doing all this stuff, but we don't know about it. That's certainty, right? The other person is like, hey, I'm just trying to help out here. It's love and connection, right? You see the difference here? And the third person is like, well, he's doing all the stuff and he's just trying to help out, and you're getting burnt out by it, right? I feel like I'm stuck in this job, which means they don't have variety or they don't have a sense of growth within the job, right? And so by identifying the human needs, right, you can actually understand what people are searching for and say, hey, it's okay, let's create some certainty by doing this. Let's create some connection by doing this, right? Let's create some growth by doing this. And that allows you to space out and plan, using the planner here, to space out and plan mechanisms of action, right? That's a pharmacology term, by the way. I'm using doctor terms. Plan the mechanism of action of the pill that you're taking for yourself, right? Yeah.
Any suggested exercises for team members to figure out their needs? What we just did, but would you do the same one or do something?
So in our 6-month program, that's what we actually do. We actually take teams and actually go in and understand this, but it's not just about the human needs. It's about discovering all this and the different modules and stuff like that. So my recommendation is that even if you say nothing to your team and you go into your book and you understand your psychology, what happens is that you automatically become empathetic. Things won't trigger you as much. Your team's going to see that. They're like, oh, okay. They're going to feel better about that, right? And so your feelings doesn't have to be spoken as a leader. You feel it, you embody it, you go into there. That's the foundation. And so saying what you mean becomes natural when you embody it within yourself first.
Yeah. And we're going to get into the culture after we finish this leadership piece and understanding core values. And it's like my favorite piece of business is culture. And I knew nothing about it because nobody taught me culture. And when I figured it out, it was like a light switch went off. Aha. You know, it's beautiful. So let's go to the next leadership one. And this is, we're going to, the next one. The breadth of leadership. So there's two things we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the measuring yourself and can somebody look at the table of contents and tell me what page that's on? I got mine's buried, but I'd like to everybody have the opportunity to open to this page. Breadth of leadership, depth of leadership. Anyway, so there's a section in that book that's going to have a scale, and we're going to take some time, and we're just going to have a few minutes at the end of my discussion here to do that. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it is page 12 on the scale. Here you go. Yep.
So measuring yourself as a leader, the breadth of leadership. Scale number 1 is you can influence yourself for the highest good. And this is where the triad comes in. Right? So the 3 things on that triad are the physiology, focus, and language. So if you can sit there for a minute and imagine yourself in a depressed state. And just actually, you can put your pencils down for a second. You have plenty of time to write. Just sit down as if you're depressed. Put yourself in that depressed state for a second. Play along. Play full out. How are you breathing in a depressed state? Shallow. Look how your bodies are. You're slumped over. You're leaned over. Maybe you're curled up, right? Now sit up straight as if you're the most powerful superhuman, like Chang with his Superman pose. Whatever puts you in a powerful state of being. How do you feel when you sit up straight? How are you breathing? You deep or shallow? Right? The reason this is when you change your physiology, you can change your state. So when we talk about influencing yourself for the highest good, you can control that. So a couple of years ago, as I tell you guys, I'm going through my divorce and I'm feeling depressed. You can understand this, right? the loss of your best friend. And one of the things I would do is I'd meditate outside at night. And my family's still on the West Coast, so a couple hours ahead, and I'm not feeling well. And my cousin, who's like my little sister, calls me. She calls me crying. Boom, my cup is empty, but I can influence myself by sitting up straight, changing my physiology, focus. My focus changes to helping her. And now my language is, I'm a leader. And in an instant, I'm able to change my state for the highest good. That's level one. I can change it in instant. So physiology is the first thing. Stand up straight, breathe. You know, if you know you got a big thing to go on, pound your chest, whatever you got to do to move your body. Just stand like he said with Superman, with your chest out. It'll change your physiology. The next thing is your focus. Where focus goes, energy flows. That might have been in the book too, right? Whether you believe you can or can't, you're right. So close your eyes. Check this out. Wait, before you close your eyes, I want you to look around and find everything in the room that's brown. Look around, find everything that's brown. It can be a reward for somebody who can answer the question the best. Find everything that's brown. Now close your eyes. Close your eyes. When you're ready, close your eyes. And then, without opening your eyes, tell me everything you saw that was purple. She saw one thing that was yoga stuff, right? But the whole idea is you're focused on finding brown. You probably found a lot of brown stuff, but you found one purple stuff. Her book's purple. The box is purple. There's purple stuff in the back of the room, but we're looking for brown. So whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right. Now, language is another piece. And I keep saying can and can't, and I don't like using those words. They're victim words. Can and can't are victim words. Even can's a victim word. If I ask you, hey, I need to get the copy of this by Friday. Does that give you enough time? And you go, yeah, I can do that. I can do that by the end of Friday. And now Friday afternoon comes. It's 5 o'clock. He didn't get it done. He's going to say, oh, well, no big deal. I'll just do it on Monday. I can do it, but he didn't. But if he says, yeah, I will get that to you on Friday before I go home. Now it's 5 o'clock. He doesn't get it. The same circumstances. He's not committed himself. It's a positive word, right? Can and can't are lies a lot of times. People didn't show up today. No offense to the people out there. People didn't show up today because, oh, I can't make it. There's somebody else wanting to get in here, right? I don't know if it's touch screen or. I can't make it. I'm going to the beach with my kids, or I'm going to this concert, I'm going to that concert. I can't make it. Lie. Unless you're unconscious in a hospital, you can make it. You won't. The truth is, hey, Cheng, I won't make it because I've made other plans that are more important to me, or I've made a commitment to somebody else. But we take those little white lies. I know that might sound minuscule, but it's a part of the triad, the language and the words we use, right? If I love this one. I love this one. If I'm talking to you, Ali, and I go, yeah, I saw this woman. She has a cute butt. Then I say, Ali, I saw this woman. She's got a nice ass. Cute butt, nice ass, different meanings, right? The language we use means things. So when we want to change our state in a moment, we can change it in a moment by changing our physiology, what we're focusing on, and the words we use to describe things. You look like you are ready to tear into this.
No, my back.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm standing up.
Okay. So level 2 is we're talking about influencing one person. Great coach or teacher, mentor. You're great in one-on-one situations. If you're a parent, you're probably a level 2. If you love your children and you give them any effort, you're not just an iPad parent. You're great in one-on-one situations, right? If you're an entrepreneur and you've got a team, you start off being able to talk to them one-on-one, right? But then you graduate and you're able to influence in group settings. So in here, I'm hoping I can influence more than one person at a time, influencing 4 people, maybe more people off online. So I've got, my breadth is now multiple people. I can influence groups. And finally, that level 4 is we can influence in absentia. Not really sure that I can, if I'm doing that in this or not. I don't have social proof beyond people that have been in my former companies, but we influence in absentia. Who does this? Tony Robbins. We've talked about him all day, right? His breadth of leadership has extended at least to the two of us, and you've read one of his books, you've mentioned, and you recognize the language, so it's at least you. It sounds like you're nodding your head, right? So he doesn't even have to be here, and he's influencing us, right? That's a level 4 breadth of leader. When you get to that, I did inside of my company, Archon, the manufacturing business, I was able to get to that level 4. And when within that company, maybe not in the greater context, but in that company, and here's what I realized. This is what we talked about briefly. It was a huge blow to my ego. I said office hours, everybody needs me. And then I influenced them to understand 5 choices of actions and 3 types of problems. Once my company and everybody built into the company the 5 choices of actions that they can take with any request and the 3 types of problems, they began solving their problems, helping each other out. They didn't have to come running to daddy all of a sudden. Initially, it was a blow to my ego until I realized, oh shit, it worked. It was good, but in the short run, it's a blow to my ego because I felt like nobody needed me. But ultimately, what it made was actually helped me dive into my love and connection even deeper, because now I walked out to the shop floor and I got to talk to the fabricators. Hey, how was your daughter's softball game last weekend? How was the salmon? Did you catch anything? And I could go and I could be proactive, and that built the culture even tighter because they're not running to me with problems. I'm coming to show them love and show interest in them. Did I explain that clearly enough? Okay, give me the next slide. It's still going to have the physiology, focus, and language. The depth of leadership is we're going to be able to change our state in a moment, right? I say, for me, I think peace is the most powerful state. Why do I say that? Well, the studying that I'm doing, it's a non-dualistic spirituality approach, is you don't get too high and pat yourself on the back when things are great, and you don't get too low. It's isness, if you will. It's isness. Everything is what it is. They're good and evil. One's not better or worse. They are what they are, and you can't have one without the other. It's the yin and yang of life. So how can I influence in the moment using the triad? Changing my state first. Second one is creating influence that creates lasting change. This changes behaviors and habits. And if I've influenced anybody here or online, it's going to, whether you use the exact tool I did or not, you're at least going to be thinking about how can I plan my life first, my mindset, so I can have a powerful mind that will let me go forward. How can I use these tools to stop negotiating with myself, to stop lying to myself, to stop making excuses for myself? You guys have kids. Every time you say, hey, can you put that away? And what are they going to say? If I have 5 more minutes, hey, you get 2 cookies. Hey, can we have 3? You know? And as soon as you do that, my rule of kids is don't do something once you're not willing to do 1,000 times, because it's going to take 1,000 times to break that one time you gave them the 3rd cookie. But then we do that with ourselves. So you don't allow yourself to negotiate. So if I can help one person to do that, now I've influenced you to a level 2. The other one is influencing life across contexts and time. So I easily did that inside my business. It remains to be seen if I'm doing this outside in this consulting space with Chang, right? So there's different contexts and different times. So I can be a level 3 or level 4 leader inside my business that had 39 employees because I'm the top person. I'm influencing all of them. I have consistency. And then that business was able to run without me because I built the machine. I influenced other people to be leaders, right? Remember, a manager manages systems and processes. Leaders influence, and great leaders develop more leaders inside of their business. So ultimately, when you decide and to build the machine and extricate yourself from the business end of the business so you can do your art, initially you may get a manager, but what you really want is a leader. Because when you have a leader, then they'll develop other leaders within your company. And then you're just doing dentistry and everybody's loving on you. The other person's taking all the bullets if they have to, right? But ultimately, it's you built the machine. So hopefully you can not have as tough a time with your ego as I did in the beginning with that. And then finally, others spread the message to others. Mine, Tony Robbins, obviously, Keith Cunningham. I spent 2 years with him on a boardroom, and I eventually created my own system of, mine was an executive boardroom. I brought other leaders in. It's the whole reason that Dr. Rose got into neurotherapy. I made one comment to him at an executive boardroom. I said, hey, he was doing neurotherapy for kids with ADD and ADHD, getting them off their meds, just neurotherapy, right? And, but it was all cash-based. And his income was just flat. I said, you know what? You've hooked your livelihood up to a mule. Mules are great. It's going to continue to go along, but you got this dream of winning the Kentucky Derby, and you're not going to do it riding the mule. You got to find some other way to move this business forward. And then he discovered that he could do this for senior citizens, and Medicare covered it. And then he slowly over time built, not slowly, pretty rapidly built the machine, which led me to go, okay, this aligns with my purpose. Purpose of my life is to give love. What we do is giving love, have fun, be adventurous. I'd never been part of a startup with employees. I've been solopreneur startups, but my businesses have been purchased in the past. So this was a new thing for me. That's adventurous, and lead others to maximizing their divine gifts. So I'm leading others either in their cognitive space or my teams. Does that make sense? Caught myself again. Damn, I've done it 3 times now. So let's turn to that page with the map on there. Did I explain that clearly enough? Everybody have a full understanding of that? Okay. There's also more in the book about that in greater detail. But what page was that? Page 12 for those online, if you've got the electronic version. And let's look at that, measure yourself in depth and breadth. The definitions, I think, are on the page there. And let's have take a couple minutes to figure out where you're at, and then let's have a conversation about that. Oh, good. The camera's on. You can switch to the core value one if you want, because that's what we're going to next since you're there. Yeah, we can just stay there. While other people are finishing up, Chang, why don't you, did you do it? Did you take a look at that when we were sitting there?
I did before.
Okay, so let's start with you. Where do you think you are inside your business, I guess, right now?
I think I'm a 4-4.
I think you're a 4-4. And
Yeah.
why are you a 4-4?
Well, for sure, I have influence in absentia. And
Outside of your business as well?
yes, outside my business as well.
Good.
And of the other, so that's scale 4, and then level 4 is I'm able to influence someone to influence others for a greater good, which is why I'm on stage right now. So I'm on 4-4, inside and outside of business.
Okay, good. Who else? Who wants to go next? Ali will go.
I would say level 2, the scale 2.5.
Okay. So you're 2 sometimes and 3 sometimes.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I mean, you know, like when I say, when I think about Archon, my manufacturing business, I would say I would be a 4-4. They're still, my former leaders still call me, and they put the things that I put in place in that business inside their new roles in life. Outside in this arena, honestly, I think I'm a 3-3. I'm working up to be a 4-4. I'd love to be there, but I don't think I have time on stage in front of enough people yet to say that people are going to say, I got to follow that. Nobody's quoting JP when they leave here. Right? So I'm not a 4, right?
I'm 2-1.
2-1. 2.
One person. Yeah.
Okay.
Scale 2. Okay.
Yeah, scale 2.
And that's inside of business or inside your life?
My life.
Your life. So you're influencing your kids,
Yeah.
your husband, getting him to pick up his underwear at least, right? Put the toilet seat down.
Oh no.
Oh,
We're
maybe
working
we
on
might
that.
have to go 1.5 on that one.
Not yet. And one on you can influence change in others from an undesired to desired state.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You and I are going to work on this state thing in the triad.
Okay.
Or this guy's your boss, right?
Yes.
He's going to work with you. I've just influenced him to work with you on the triad.
Okay.
It's super important, hon.
You read my mind.
I can see it in you,
Yeah.
and I see you because I have been you. Okay, and I'm coming to you with love. I love you. I know you're a powerful woman, and it hurts me when I see that you're struggling with some things. And so I know you've got a powerful boss whose number one value isn't love, it's growth and contribution, but love's right behind it for him. I mean, that'll be a habit for him. So tap this resource, okay? And if he doesn't, you have my number and email. I'll be there for you. Okay?
Thank you.
Did you say you're 1-2 or 2-1?
Like, is it first
2-1?
represent-
Scale 2, level 1.
Yeah, scale 2, level 1.
Gotcha.
Okay, ladies on this side, who's got the mic?
I think I'm a scale 3. And then I think I go to greater depth in scale 2, like my individual work with patients. I think that I could be a 4 pretty consistently. But when I'm talking about group work, scale 3, like in my organization, I'm probably more like a level 2, I would say.
Okay.
For me, it feels like, depends on what we're talking about. Like in my former job, it would have been 4-4. But I think in general in my life, I probably like somewhere between 3 and 4 and somewhere between 3 and 4. 3 and 4 scale, 3 and 4 level, depending on the situation.
Okay, keep the mic there. Why do we want to understand this?
Well, for me is actually to look at this, because I think the goal is to be 4-4, right?
Maybe.
Maybe not always in every circumstance.
That would be my goal for what I'm doing. I'm gonna guess it's not his goal, and I'm certain it's not her goal. Huh? It is your goal? Okay, well, I don't know you well enough then. So it's your goal to influence masses of people.
I mean,
when you're not there.
If you have children, you want that to be the case. You want that, want to pass that on to them.
That's one-on-one.
Yeah.
No, that's not influencing large groups of people.
Yeah,
See
well,
what I'm
that's
saying?
true. Yeah.
So it all goes back. The reason this is important is if we do want to go from a 1-2, 2-1, wherever you were, to a 4-4, We need to know where we are so then we can move forward. So I don't know how important this leadership piece is for you in your life, but if it becomes one of the most important parts in your life, this is where you build that roadmap out and say, okay, I'm a 1-2 this year. I want to be a 3-2 next year. And then you say that's where the end game is. And then we're going to reverse engineer that back. So, hey, what do I need to do? Maybe you got to do Toastmasters classes. Maybe, I don't know what it is, but there's the strategy setting of the high level, and then there's the tactics that's going to take you to get there. Okay. And it's going to be about reps. I believe there are people with innate leadership skills, but I don't think anybody's born a leader. It's developed. But some people don't want to be leaders, right? But those of us that want to, it's like any other muscle. You work it and it gets better.
I think it's important to also realize that your scale may be just your perception, while someone else can potentially put you on a higher scale, right? Me knowing you, I actually put you on a higher scale, much more than you probably think. Well, that's a job for me to communicate with you about, right? I'm sure your husband actually put you on a different scale as well, right? He's nodding his head. Yeah. So this is what JP was talking about earlier, is like whenever we look at like the gap analysis, like the gap, we don't want to make our reality worse than it really is or better than it really is. That's what he was really talking about, right? The first step is to understanding this is ask around. Ask the people who love you, who care for you, who cherish for you, and the people who you know won't filter, right? And so ask so you understand what a cross section of your life looks like on a scale. Because, you know, and granted, some people think they're the master influencers of the world, and you ask me around, it's like, no, not quite, right? And so some people think they're better than where they really are, right? And so so we actually go through a really good exercise with my kids, understanding. So, you know, there's the typical question that you ask your kids: how was school today? Fine. Right?
I don't know.
I don't know, right? Yep, I don't want to tell you. That's a really common one as well, right? And so what happens is that you're trying to like assess where they are, but we do the same thing. Hey, Reem, how's it going today? Fine. Like, we do the same thing, right? So we're sort of a manifestation of what we see as kids as well. But part of that is really the avoidance of wanting to communicate something that's far deeper within our psyche. But the thing that I work on with my kids is like, don't really ask them, how was school today? Or what does my wife say? Oh, what did you learn? Like, that's nothing, you know? Or I don't remember, right?
Yeah.
It was like, what made you really happy today at school, right? Well, your physiology has to be there too. It's like, what made you happy today at school? You know, right? And so there's different ways to ask questions, and knowing your kids, they actually respond differently as well, just like us as well. So I'm using our kids as an example, but our employees are the exact same way. How's your day? Fine, right? And so knowing their emotional triad, and especially where their focus is different. Your kids may be telling you, like my kids tell me fine is because they just want to go off and play Roblox and do other stuff on their own, right? But what does Roblox mean for them? It means that they can connect with other kids that are online, and they go to these Roblox parties and stuff like that. So they're seeking for that love and connection. And so what we can do is we understand their desires, then we understand how to talk to them. But whenever we look at these skills for ourselves, we have to get some external input and not believe that this is the number one absolute truth that's there.
Good. Yes.
So this was a good exercise too, because there's a piece of me that's like, I don't have any influence anywhere, but like, I know I've been told you know what I mean? Like, so there's a piece there where there's a piece of where I doubt myself, and then a piece of where like I've been told.
I'm going to add another letter to his BS over here.
Okay.
L.
Well, you gotta pull it so that.
So we can't, that's okay. LBS, limiting belief system. I already know from, and we just met today, we connected online last week. Chang told me a little bit about you. So just by you saying I don't have any influence, almost as soon as it left your mouth, limiting belief, bullshit. You're successful in what you do. You're in sales. If you didn't influence, you'd have sucked at your job and you wouldn't have not got your last paycheck. You would have got your last paycheck. You just wouldn't have got the next one. Get that limiting bullshit out of here. All right, let's go. We're on the culture and core values. This is my favorite part. And I'm going to tell you this because my mentor, Keith Cunningham, probably influenced me more in business than any other human being on the planet.
Yeah, me too.
And if you don't know who Keith Cunningham is, most people know who Robert Kiyosaki is. He's the guy that wrote the Rich Dad, Poor Dad book. Keith Cunningham hates him because he was the rich dad, and that was his idea. And Kiyosaki stole the book idea from him and blew it up. So I've been in boardrooms. I'm going to tell a little secret. Getting ready for secret time? I'm in this boardroom, and somebody starts spouting something off. They say something. And somebody across the room goes, "What did you say?" And Keith says, "Ha, he's just quoting Robert Kiyosaki, who knows less about business than any man I've ever met." Keith's from Texas.
Significance is it's pretty high on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not gonna let that one go, right? So I'm in this boardroom with Keith, and what you do at the executive boardroom, you write about a 10 or 15 page document about what's going on in your business, a whole structured layout, financial statements and everything. And then you come with a business problem, and everybody else there acts as your board of directors, and he's the chairman of the board. And you have, remember, 90 minutes or 2 hours to discuss your business. So the first thing you do is you give some runway. It takes you about 5 or 10 minutes to explain to everybody what's going on. You are supposed to read all other 9 or 10 people's board reports before you get there, so you can come and add value to them too. It's a great learning tool because you're learning all different types of business, right? So I think it was my first board that I had with him, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but he goes, he said, "What you really need to do is you need some more thinking time." We've been talking about here today. And I said, "Thinking time? I need more doing time. I can't go 5 minutes without somebody coming in my office and interrupting me." And he goes, "You got a culture problem in your business." And I went, "Yeah, no, I don't." He goes, "Yes, you do." And I said, "Well, I don't think so. And that's not what I'm here to talk about. So I'd rather use my time on something else." He goes, "You're bored. Do whatever you want." So we got on, we do whatever we do. 6 months later, I'm still in this hyper growth variety mode. And I'm reading this book called Traction by Gino Wickman. And I'm on chapter 1 or chapter 2. And I'm at my desk at the office. And I literally dropped the book having flashbacks to what Keith said. And I went, holy shit, I've got a culture problem in my business. Remember, I take action when I learn something immediately. I had a whiteboard bigger than this screen. And we had 5 core values in our company. Keep it real. I'll tell you right now what they were. Keep it real. And if you don't know the core values in your company, you should be, the reason I'm telling you this is you should have core values, and they're going to align with your 6 human needs too. Keep it real. We act with honesty, integrity with all our conversations, and managers and leaders have the hard conversations with employees. Heart and soul. We love our client, internal and external, more than our product and service. Already. It's funny that you said that exercise, because I didn't really realize that they were the 6 human needs, but as I'm saying them out loud, now I'm seeing them, right? Innovation, company of problem solvers dominates any industry. Do what you say you'll do. We follow through on all our commitments, and back yourself and your teammates, which meant own your own experience. If you're new, don't wait for somebody to show you something. Go make it happen. And if you're an existing employee, don't let somebody struggle. Family, it's another love and connection one, as you can see that, right? So these are my core values. This is why I had those in place when Keith told me I didn't have culture. But I got core values. I went to Tony Robbins. I got culture. I got 5 values. I got them printed up all over the shop. Only they weren't part of the company. So I took those 5 values and I put them across the top of the board. And then I created a grid, all the employees' names in the company, 39 people down the side of the board. Made a giant grid, called my general manager of operations in here. It said, core values on the top, people down the left-hand side. Do this exercise. It said, anytime we have an employee that exhibits those core values, we're going to put a plus there. Anytime we have an employee that sometimes does, but not always, we can think of sometimes if they don't, we'll put a plus minus. But if we can specifically identify 3 or more times that they didn't exhibit that core value, we're going to put a minus. I said for managers, I'm expecting 4 pluses, 1 plus minus. For the rest of the employees, it's 3 pluses, 2 plus minuses. And if anybody's got a minus, they automatically don't fit in the culture of the company. It was cool. So we did this. 7 people were below that bar. And it was all the people that were hard to work with, creating all our problems. And I said, Scott, listen. I'm going to tell you the words I used. I said, I will tear this motherfucker back down to the ground and do it all by myself before I work with assholes anymore. The first time, those 5 of those people so much as sneeze or look at you cross-eyed, they're out of here. 3 of them were gone within 2 days. But then what I found, the next step beyond that culture was we already gave salary reviews and increases only once a year. I'd put this into place because in a blue collar environment, as soon as I give Chang a raise, he's going to brag about it to everybody else. And then Ollie's going to come and ask for a raise the next week. Right. And then you're going to ask for a raise and she's going to, and it was nonstop. So I told everybody it's once a year. Everybody's going to get the review in December. But then what I put in place was a core value review. And everybody that had direct reports had to turn into me core value reviews every quarter on their employees. And if they didn't meet the bar, the employee knew that they had 90 days or they were out. Now, this is really hard when you have an employee who's a rock star, superstar, but doesn't meet your core values. Are you going to do what you say you're going to do? That's my core value. I told people, I made this clear to everybody, right? So I had this fabricator. He was a lead man. It's amazing. One of the top 3 people I had in the whole time I had in the company as far as making me money, right? We had these 4 stainless steel tables that were off of the laser and press with all the parts ready to go when the guys got there in the morning. And they had to be on the truck by the end of the day. Now, each one of these was allowed 5 hours to weld it, finish it, assemble it, put it together, package it for the truck. So this lead man gives 1 to one of the other top fabricators, 1 to a mid-level fabricator, and he takes 2 himself. He proceeds to build his up from the ground, 1 over here, 1 over here. Bum, 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 bum. He gets 2 of them done in 4 hours. 2 of them done in 4 hours. He had 10 hours to get them done. Money, money, daddy's loving the money, right? We're looking at things from the first order, highest order consequence. Now, the other guy who's a top fabricator wasn't done in 4 hours. He was going to get it done in 5. The other guy was probably going to take about 6 because he was learning, right? But what does this lead man do? He goes and talks shit to these other 2 guys about, I got 2 of them done in 4 hours. You guys suck. So now I'm seeing that he doesn't fit into our core values. But he's making me so much money, Chang. He's making me so much money. And I had to let him go because I'm going to do what I say I'm going to do. Culture became important to me. And then something really interesting happened the next month. I made more money. My productivity went out without my best guy. Why? Because everybody else felt like shit being there around this toxic guy. And so everything went up. So then when that started happening, we took it to the next level. Every Monday we'd have a meeting. The whole company would come out. We'd have a company meeting. And the first time I'd say, hey, you know that problem you solved? I thought you did a great job. That shows that you have innovation. Boom. And you get a $25 gift card. Next week, you have to identify somebody else in the company that you saw exhibiting one of those core values. And they got a gift card. And they got a gift card. So every week, we're watching each other. And something interesting happened. The mothership down the street, who I could never get employees to leave. They had battered spouse syndrome down there, right? They wouldn't want to leave. And they'd steal my guys for 50 cents an hour more, right? My guys stopped leaving. For 3 years, we didn't lose anybody. And the other companies, people wanted to come down because all the people in the community knew what was going on. And so the core values meant something. Somebody didn't fit. We got to the point we didn't have to fire anybody. They self-selected out because they knew their numbers were up and they didn't fit. The team would, it was like the herd of rhinos, right? They put the babies in the middle so the lions can't eat them. They circled the wagons. I didn't have to do it anymore. They owned it. So we get the right people in the company, which is the culture. And it's more important than the skill set, I believe, because you can't train the culture. It just is. It is. Those people either exhibit those beliefs and those abilities or not, or the mentality of it, but we can train up the skill set. So you got to get the right people in the company and then the right seat. Now I'll tell you, the guy that was my general manager at the time, guy was amazing in his core values. He's a core value fit, 5 out of 5. One day I get this email from this company that we'd partnered with all the Starbucks work. And the email comes in at 6:30 at night. I'm sitting in my living room. Our shop's closed. And I see this email from Brian. It says, hey, we need this stainless steel cabinet delivered up to Everett tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Now we're a 5-hour drive away. My shop starts at 5. It's going to take a few hours to make this. No way. I just looked at that and I laughed. So I walk in. We're used to some of these impossible tasks that they do. But I come in and Scott goes, the first thing Scott says, he goes, you see that email Brian sent? I go, yeah, I can't even believe that. He goes, yeah, it's done. It's on the truck. I go, what? Yeah, I came in at 2 o'clock because it was one we'd made before. And I was able to copy the engineering drawing and send it out to Laser. I cut it, pulled the sheet, put it on the laser, cut it. He'd been a former press brake operator. So he bent up all the parts, had it sitting in front of the top fabricator's station, fabricated on the truck. We didn't even the truck left maybe a half hour late. That company, the culture was so strong that even the owner didn't buy into some of the bullshit that we were being asked, but the people owned it. And how do you think the client felt? They never went anywhere else. We got POs for years from them that would come with zeros on them. Here's the order. Put whatever price you need. Keep it fair. So which helped us do better service, and they got the top level quality, and things weren't late because we knew we each relied on each other to service the Starbucks business. However, when you talk about the right person, the right seat, years later, that company got acquired by this is where we're going to talk about, he's going to talk about threats later, external threats. That company got bought out by a capital investment company, and they ended up running that company into the ground. And then when that happened, because that company was a business that needed fast turnover, Scott was perfect because he could get the order, process it through, do those incredible orders that nobody else could do. But now we had to shift and do bigger kitchens, giant schools, $250,000 schools, which was a lot of planning. Well, Scott was used to he managed by firefighting. You didn't see this when your number one client was that way. But what I realized was Scott was running around putting Band-Aids on the knife wounds constantly inside the shop because that's what he was good at. But he wasn't good at figuring out who's swinging the butcher knife. And so I kept trying to reorg him because he was a 5-star guy culturally. And eventually I had to move him out, a 5-star culture guy, because I couldn't get him trained up in a management role, and he wasn't going to go back down. The good news is, and this is where we talk about separating an employee for the right reasons, he now owns his own business. He's able to work his 12 hours a day and out hustle everybody to make it fit, which fits his personality style, and he's very successful. But had I kept him in that business, he would have ended up suffering. I would have ended up suffering. And then the last thing for people to understand, not the last thing, but the next thing, something I'm thinking about. I've also found out in my career, I've never fired anybody. They fire themselves, right? Because they're not following systems, they're not following processes, they're not a cultural fit. You give people the opportunity, and if they aren't doing the job, they fire themselves. And the beautiful thing about the core value review is they'll self-select out. You don't even have to worry about that. They'll know, they'll see that they don't fit, and they'll just leave on their own accord. What are you getting out of this inside of your practice specifically? Is there any shift that you can be making with your team and your people? Any concepts you can use? Thank you, Jay.
Yes, absolutely. The biggest one, and maybe this was a little further back in the conversation, is really embracing the variety of strengths of different people instead of trying everyone fit the same mold, because that's culture could manifest in different ways. And I think there are different needs. So when I think about it, part of it is I think I've been trying everyone fit the mold of who I am, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Some people are just wired where their needs are different, their expressions are different. And I think I'm seeing it in a different light now. It's just how to figure out how to make them mesh while still being different but effective together.
When you can figure out this core value piece and breathe that into your organization, then what you'll find out is, oh, Susie, I'll use Scott again. When I first hired him, he told me he wanted to be in engineering, but I stole him from the mothership as a press brake operator. Everybody told me, you got to get that Scott guy. He's the best guy, press brake guy ever. And he was amazing. We'd lose his laser guy. He'd go run the laser and press stuff and still put out more work than any other press guy had ever done by himself. Like, this guy's amazing. But I told him, as soon as I have an opening in engineering, I'll move you over to engineering. And I said, it's probably going to be about 18 months to 2 years. He goes, cool. It was about 6 months later. Our growth took us to, we need another engineer about 6 months. He went over to engineering and he sucked. I don't know how a guy who could press up material in kitchen equipment for a decade couldn't figure out how to lay it out. And all the parts, was like, who does that? Who makes a cabinet? Have you ever pressed something like that? He couldn't figure it out. He just could not take something conceptually from the computer and make it come out in the shop floor like he was used to seeing for whatever reason. So I'm like, okay, what's next? Okay, he can do scheduling, or he can do, and I kept bouncing him because he was such a good value fit and he had such a great work ethic that when we built up the Starbucks business, he became essentially, even though he's an ops manager, he essentially became an expediter. He was really good at that. He'd work the long hours and push stuff through. But eventually, when that business went away, there wasn't a role for him. And sometimes that's just going to be it. You got to get the right people in the right seat. So if you got them culturally, awesome. Can they do this job, or can she do that job? You know, maybe you got the front desk gal. Maybe she's not good at that, but she's good at AP or something, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if they're a great culture fit, you try and reorg them if you can, but eventually you may have to. And I know he was an extreme example, but he was a 5-star culture guy without a doubt. And the beautiful thing is we're still friends, right? Yeah. You know, I had to let him go.
It's awesome. Thank you.
So I'm gonna add in a couple things here. So I mean, what you just said, that sort of realization is the one thing that actually gets you to the next level, right? So you said something that's really compelling, which is you are really trying to get them to fit you. And so what happens is that if you try to get them to fit you, there's actually zero accountability. Zero accountability, because you're trying to, like, you're going forward, you're dragging them, right? But from a leadership standpoint, standing beside them or leading from behind them, allows them to come into their own realization. So instead of getting them to fit you, give them accountability so that you're accountable as well. And so it's bi-directional. Just like my staff pull me in and say, hey, Dr. Ron, like the innovation is too much. Now, how do they know to pull me in and do that? Because that's what I wanted to do. I was like, I expect you to let me know when my natural process, my emotional triad, right, is go, go, go. If I'm going too fast and it's creating corruption within the culture, if I'm a limiting factor, you let me know. You pull me in and let me know. They literally pull me in, let me know, right? And it was like, don't tell me it's coming. Pull me in and let me know. And boom, right? And so I think the problem in medicine is that the occupation that we're trained in is that we do things for people, right? And because we do things for people, our perception is that our patient's number one, and we have to pull everyone behind me so they can help me do the things for people, right? That's not how the real world works. That's not how real medicine works. So real medicine is that if a patient is coming in, they're not talking to you first, they're talking to other people first. So they have to manifest the same core values that you have. And it's not to fit them into the values, it's put them in positions where you can lift them to express their core values so they can bond with the patient. So a lot of people in medicine are really slow to fire, get rid of people. Or they're quick to fire and get rid of people, but they don't talk about why in the first place. And so the uncertainty then becomes really high amongst the rest of the people that are there. Am I going next, right? And so the uncertainty only comes if they don't know why that's happening in the first place. So in JP's example, this person, although fit the culture, sometimes they outgrow you, right? I just had the best medical assistant of my life. She was amazing, right? I also knew that I was writing her a letter for medical school last year, right? And now she's in medical school a year later, right? And so I was happy to do it. But for me, I also had to write down, why was she great? Why was she great? At first, she knew little to nothing, and then she accelerated because she became resourceful within herself. Is because I allowed her to be creative in the things that she does. It's like, hey, your job, like, although you're a medical assistant by definition, but what I want to know is how can you lead me to understand to make me more efficient, right? And she came out with all the stuff that I was doing and that I was not doing consistently on a daily basis. It's like, hey, right? And it got me to where it shifted what I was doing to make her more efficient as well. So she was great because she changed my habits, not because of what she did. She was great because she changed my habits.
Which
right?
is a great point,
Yeah.
that you can lead up.
Lead what?
Lead up.
Lead up, yeah.
Yeah. I had somebody when I was in distribution business, I was an employee as a sales rep, and I was part of this computer implementation team, and it was really stressful. Everybody's stressed out about it, and I was losing my shit on something. And the general manager of ops came in, she pulled me into her office, and she said, you need to go home today. I can't get home. We're slammed with work. She goes, you, more than the sales manager or the general manager of sales, influence that team more than anybody. And you got, and I didn't understand the triad at the time, but you need to change because you're going to bring everybody down with your behavior. That was a real shock to me at the time, but I was like, wow, this person sees that I influence more than the people 1 and 2 levels above me. So she's influencing him. So you ultimately, if you can find an employee that can influence up, yeah, it would suck to lose her, doesn't it? I mean, how are you going to replace her? I mean,
well, the beauty about this is I'm also trained in another section we haven't covered. I'm not sure what we even get to it, but it's called optimization, maximization, which is basically what we can do is we can create what the perfect like person looks like, right? And give them its features and characters, which is basically what we've been doing all day on the writing, right? And what is their skill? What is their level of influence, right? And what happens is you use that in your job description, okay? Like really specific in job description. And it's not like, yeah, I'm looking for a new medical assistant to replace this one. No. These are the characteristics that you embody, right?
Can I jump in here?
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
This is a perfect segue because I did want to talk about this. So when we're looking to hire somebody, let's just say that you're going to hire a general manager of operations. Eventually, you might want to hire a president. Let's say it's general manager of operations. First thing I would do in that situation, I would create a mission statement that's a paragraph. Why does this role exist in my company, and who do they report to? They're going to end up reporting to you. That's the mission statement. Then under that, I'm going to have the 3 to 5 outcomes that I want from them for that year. This isn't just a job description. This is their outcomes. You can build the job description off of this, but that's the outcomes. And then there, underneath that, there might be, for this outcome, I need a report or whatever. You can build that out underneath that. Their review is going to be based on those 3 to 5 outcomes. And if they're a manager, number 5 for me was always culture warrior. They're going to live my core values, and they're going to breathe them through the company. That's a must-have for somebody in that position. Okay. And then I'm going to identify that position and go, what's the disc profile look like for that position? Specifically for that position. Now, disc profile is this personality test he and I really love. You can be a Myers-Briggs person or whatever. You can use whichever one. I'm just going to stick with the disc profile because that's what I like. So, for instance, if I was hiring a controller, I'd want somebody with a high C that's conscientious, detail-oriented. A general manager, maybe I want a high S because they're stabilizing, and a high I because their interpersonal skills are high. So they're a stabilizing force, and they have and they're great interacting with the people, right? So I want to look at my disc profile, and I'm going to rank the letters from this. What I did from high to low, and I have to go back and look what I did when I was hiring for that. But I would give like the number 1 trait. I'd give if I want it to be a C in this case, I give them 10, then 5, then 3, then 1. I'd rank it. So at the end of it, we all look at the resumes, and we go, here's my top 10 resumes. And I look on the resume, and I'm saying, hey, if you're still interested in this job, please take this disc profile. Now, back in the day when I was doing it, it was free. Now you got to pay $25 for the quick overview one, but that's still fine. It's $200 for 10 people. It's $250 cost, right? Now you understand what their disc profile is. You look at those and you pick the top 3 to 5 that closely match what you think the disc profile should look like. And those are the people that I interview. And then when I interview, have my people do a quick 10-minute phone call. I want to bring in the 3 when I'm going to be involved in it. There's going to be 2 people involved in that interview. And half of the questions are going to be core value-based questions. I want to understand, are they going to fit my values? Because you were asking, how do you know? You never know when somebody's BSing you or not, but you've now got this disc profile, number 1, and they don't know exactly what you're looking for. And then number 2, you're asking them core value questions to see how well they fit along with the questions that are job specific. Does that make sense? And I take that and I keep, did I explain that clearly enough?
There you go.
Okay. And then I take all that and I bundle it in a package.
Yeah.
So anytime I'm going to hire for that position, I've got it ready to go. And then if I'm going to hire somebody else, I can take it and copy a lot of the things, or have my team copy a lot of the things in there.
So now with AI, this is way easier to do. You can actually go through and create your own bot and questionnaire series as part of the application for your employees to make sure they fit the culture and the profile. And the AI can actually give you a gap analysis also, which we started doing. And you can utilize that with either ChatGPT, Perplexity, or whatever AI platform that you have with the really, really simple prompts that are there. And in fact, the workbook that we have, people have PDFs for, you should be putting that into your own AI chatbot as well, and then putting your own situation, your own skills, your own levels, right? It can work with you on each department. So the way that the workbook is done is it's short bullets to actually prompt AI to understand the thinking process. Because AI doesn't have to know everything; it just has to have to prompt, hey, what are you thinking in this area? And so that's something that we'll go through as well.
what time are we going to end this? And so I want to make sure we're on time, and I really want to get into your sections because I think it's so valuable for the doctors,
A couple
and
hours.
the medical professionals. Let's go to the next section, unless anybody has any questions. I think we might be into your section anyway.
I think I'm next, right?
I think it is. No, that was a
That was already
slide.
done. Yep.
Yep, this is you.
Okay.
I'm gonna go sit. Can you take the thingy off of me, or is it gonna follow me around everywhere? Is it on you now?
Oh, you mean the AI camera? Let me get
Do I
the
need to
AI
come
camera
back,
off.
or do?
Let's take a really quick bathroom break because I need one too. And we'll resume in a couple minutes.
And by the way, if anybody wants those, if you want those templates, I can give you a template, then you can copy it, and then you can plug it into AI like he said. So that mission statement and everything. So hit me up with send me a text or something and remind me.
It's a different layout. It's a different layout, yeah. Huh? Much longer? 5:30-ish. So 5:30-ish?
Yeah.
And then the thing gets scheduled for interviews.
Oh, okay.
And one shows up.
Okay.
If you don't even show up to the interview, it's like, what?
I've actually liked switching them to virtual interviews. I don't have to go anywhere. And then if I know it's not gonna be great, hit the eject button quick. Okay, thanks for your time. Whereas if they come all the way into the office, now you have to spend the 45 minutes with them. And sometimes within 2 minutes, there is no way I'm hiring this individual for my company. But out of respect, you got to give them the 45 minutes or at least a half hour, depending on the position. Yeah. Turns off, the waterfall doesn't go. So the big body of water takes longer to cool off overnight. So we get these cold snaps. Like it went from 68 degrees to 54 degrees overnight. My temperature gauge is in my hot tub. That's how I know that. Okay. So I always look in there because I want to know how bad it's going to be. Right? I want to know what I'm putting myself into. Now, when it flip-flops and it's January, February starts getting warmer, then I go in the pool because it takes longer to warm up, right? So I just get myself, and then once it in the probably by halfway through February, it doesn't feel cold anymore because I've been used to it being colder. So I'm not getting the mental benefit out of it. Next year I want to actually buy a cold plunge. And I want to
I've done cold showers for a while now.
It's good. It's just like I say, for me, the workout or the sauna or the cold plunge is as much a mental thing as it is a physical thing. Because it's really easy to just go, hey, I work out 5 to 6 days a week. Was it 5 or 6? Which one is it? So now if I just say I work out every day and people are going, and the person who kind of inspired me to do that was this David Goggins.
Well, I was gonna say, you were just pulling it. I was saying that's very Goggins. Like it's about the pain. Like it's about doing something you don't. I'm like, that's so Goggins.
Yeah, but I found that as long as my joints don't hurt, I'm fine, and I don't care if I'm overtraining and I'm not growing as fast as if I would give myself more rest because it's about this muscle. Whoops, I'm sorry. I was like, I thought something was falling off of me.
Yeah,
it's about this muscle just as much.
He's a savage.
So last year I had shoulder injuries. And so my challenge was I'm going to ride 3,000 miles on my Peloton this year. So it was 250 miles a month, right? I don't like cardio, but I'm going to do it. I have this Peloton and I have it outside.
Recording's pretty
So I'm riding the Peloton and I'm listening to Goggins' books while I'm doing it. And I'm getting better and better and better. And I'm like, I'm realizing by the end of January, I'm like, well, I might be able to get this done halfway through November. They get to February, hey, I might be able to get this done by October. And then I decided, you know what? I'm going to get it done by the end of September. And then I'm cruising and going, now my joints don't hurt anymore. And I hate writing, but I'm going to stay in integrity. I'm not going to become a liar. I'm going to finish my 3,000 miles. And the fucking bike's outside. It's summertime. It's 90 degrees at 6 o'clock in the morning anyway. And I'm like, I've got to get this out. So by the time June hit, I wanted to be off the bike so bad that I was putting in 150 miles a week. Seriously, just cranking it. It was the whole Goggins mindset. And I'm going, 3,000 miles a year, I should be riding a real bike across the country in a month, you know? And I'm thinking, how can I raise $1 million for charity doing all this stuff, right? Then once I got into Cognicare, I realized there's no way I can be gone for a month with a startup company to do this. And now I'm like, okay, I rarely ride it anymore because I got back into the gym, which I enjoy. But when I started doing it, I did like the challenge. I ended up finishing it in 7 months and 9 days. I was done August 9th, right? So it's that challenge of always pushing yourself to do better. But I've learned as I've aged that I've got to listen to my body because I don't want, if I'm injured, like my shoulders got hurt, then I'm out for 6 months and can't do anything, right?
No, yeah, that's explained to the coach. I was thinking like, I'm like, yeah, like if you start, that's the first thing I really wanted. Something I really don't want to do.
No, absolutely.
Then usually you can conquer the day much better.
Yeah, there's health benefits, but to me, it's still the stealing of the mind on doing that because nobody wants to do that. Nobody. Although I will say, after you start doing it, there's some kind of sick. There's some and really, honestly, this morning was the first time it started getting cold enough that I felt like, oh. So what happens is when the water gets colder, especially when it drops into the 40s, you start this morning I let out a little squeak, which is the first time I've let out a squeak when I've got in, so it's getting colder. When it gets
last week was colder,
no, it just started getting down in the 50s at night. But but when it gets to the 40s and you step out, it's that first second when you first get out that really sucks. But then your body just flushes and you feel electric and alive and on fire. So whenever sometimes I'm arguing with myself, my hands on the door, and I'm, nah, you've done it. You know, you don't need to do it today. You don't need to. I'm just like, don't do it, you know? But I got to remind myself, it's going to feel so good when you get out, right? And stop negotiating with yourself. That's why I keep telling, stop negotiating.
Like you're saying with the handle, so that's me in the shower because I start hot and I want the contrast.
Oh,
so
okay.
Holding the handle.
Ooh, you start with the hot.
And then I go.
Cold. Okay.
So you feel the cold way more.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm like, oh no. Just go.
Yeah.
Then it's like when it hits you, like a couple of deep breaths, and all of a sudden it's fine.
Yeah. This morning I did let out a squeak. I'm like, I kind of laughed at myself. I'm like, it's not even cold enough yet, bud. What are you doing? But I always start it in October before it's too cold, so my body gets used to it, rather than all of a sudden going from 0 to it's in the 40s or in the 50s. You know, I'm doing my cold plunge and the pool's like 72 degrees in the beginning. It's not much of a cold plunge. It does. And, do you have a third one? I know there's two. Yeah. I've listened to them both multiple times.
All right, let's get started so we can end early.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Back now. Okay. Trent, how's my audio? Testing. We're good? Testing, good? Okay, awesome. Okie dokie, let us resume. Okay. All right. This whole slide behind me is understanding your business environment, because I think the healthcare landscape is so different, right? And it's because in the healthcare landscape, like if we were trained to be clinicians, in healthcare, the way that we're taught to value things and devalue things in like residency and training in school and stuff like that is so backwards than what we should be doing in the healthcare environment. And because we were pre-framed for that, sometimes it does set us up for not succeeding as much as we want to. And so we look at the healthcare environment. I want to kind of just point out this one thing. So during the pandemic, one of my friends, he's been working on his YouTube channel forever, forever. And he wasn't getting too much momentum. All of a sudden, he started making pandemic-related videos, like COVID-related videos, pathophysiology, why you're sick, et cetera, et cetera. And then he went from 3,000 followers to 2.6 million during the pandemic, okay? Life is good when you have 2.6 million followers. It's a lot of cash flow from YouTube. And because he's a physician, he's got the authority to be there. And on top of that, he's a pulmonologist, right? He's a lung doctor. So he went into his lung doctor thing. So what happens is, a couple years in, people were kind of sick of the pandemic content, right? So things starts tailing off. And then he shifted into what he thinks is valuable for himself, which is the holistic side of medicine, like exercise physiology, diet, nutrition, and stuff like that. But not only did the ratings drop, there were so many negative comments because it's like, who are you to talk about what I eat? You're just a pulmonologist. Okay. What happens then is if you brand yourself some sort of ologist and you talk about something else, people are really quick to cancel. This is cancel culture, right? Well, why don't you see this in people who aren't doctors, people who are quote unquote social media influencers? Some of them are like 18 years old and they're talking about all sorts of different things. It doesn't matter what category they talk about. The way that they've been promoting themselves is an influencer. They haven't been introducing themselves as Dr. So-and-so, right? The current healthcare landscape is one of high cancel culture right now, okay? Even what you say in the patient rooms and even what you do, what you present, they have the ability to have hyper amounts of information, which they will search the internet. But now, current day, they will search ChatGPT, Gemini. Actually, if you search Google, Gemini comes up. The AI actually answers your questions, right? And what's happening is that their patients are now taking their own data and putting it into ChatGPT and Google Gemini and stuff like that. And it's augmenting a retrieval process, meaning that it's helping them get information. Where they're able to talk to the doctors and challenge different things. This is where the healthcare landscape is right now, right? Especially in psychiatry too, right? And so what we now hear is that, well, you know, I saw on the internet that blank, 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 right? Or Dr. So-and-so online says blank, blank, blank. Like, what do you think about this? And what's happening here is that the proposed value of a clinician is shifting pretty dramatically. And even in dentistry, right? In dentistry, they're like, well, you know, I saw Dr. So-and-so's video about jaw lines and et cetera, et cetera. You know, why should I do X, Y, and Z? And so people are utilizing information at rapid rates. There's nothing wrong with utilizing information, but medicine has a marketing problem, right? The proposed value is not that doctors are seen as influencers, because if you go to a marketing company that markets like medical practices, it's going to look like a medical practice. But if a 21-year-old who wants to pay a marketing company, they're going to brand the 21-year-old as an influencer, because the 21-year-old is the brand, right? So where we're going these days is that we have sort of these cookie cutter websites that's showing, I am Dr. So-and-so, these are services that I perform, right? So we're in the service industry. Here's the services that I perform. And so if they're looking up these services and any influencer, okay, has talked about these services, then it's already going to devalue the actual services that you do because you don't talk about it, number one, or someone else has more followers if you talk about it. That's what the healthcare scenario is dealing with these days, right? And so it's got less to do with the healthcare delivery and more to do with branding. So the way I see clinicians is I see doctors really as the leaders, right? The word doctor, docera, which means scholar or one who teaches. That's the actual name, doctor, right? And so I say that to my patients. My patients start laughing because, yeah, my other doctors don't do that, right? I'm like, yeah, that's the doctor is a teacher. But being a teacher is an influencer. There's no difference. Influencer is a teacher. So we have to see ourselves as influencing the public. So now what JP took y'all through is the scale of influence. Where do you think most doctors are in the scale of influence for the patients? 1-on-1, maybe, level 2, maybe, right? Sometimes level 1. And that naturally drives the burnout. And this is where we are. In fact, AI is just going to make it a whole lot worse if we don't do something about it, right? And that's the current actual issue with healthcare. So the government tries to make these programs. They first started a program, and it's called a mental health program, collaborative mental health program. And they're like, you know what? Most people with mental health, they see the primary doctors, they never go see a psychiatrist. We have a shortage of psychiatrists, so let's create this program. So what is the program doing? The program is making doctors into commodities, right? Here are the services that you provide, right? And then if you can't do it, we'll get this other doctor to do it. Well, that's in the network, right? And all of a sudden you have these group networks of people who do things, not people who teach, people who do things. And so the landscape has shifted where even the physician organizations or even dental organization is like, you do this thing, you do that thing. You're gonna do appliances, you're gonna treat the sleep apnea as a physician, right? And so the commoditization makes everyone burn out, even the patients do, because the patients don't see you as the influencer, they're seeing you as a technician. We're made for more than that, I think. Do we agree? We're made for more than just a technician. And so you don't have to be a social media influencer. You don't even have to have social media. You have to influence them, right? And how are you going to deliver a message that's far more powerful than the 21-year-old TikToker that's talking about the same thing? It's really hard these days. It's really hard. And guess what? My kids' generation, it's going to be 10 times harder, right? Because they have access to technology since they're very young. Like my 2-year-old thinks every screen should be swipeable. If it's not, she gets so angry, right? That's where we are. We laugh now, but that's where we are. And then maybe her 2-year-old will be like, y'all have screens? Like everything's augmented reality and virtual reality. What do you need screens for, right? That's in the very near future, right? If you look at Oculus Quest and Meta and stuff like that. And so we don't know where technology is going to go. But what we do know is that we have to restore our value as healthcare professionals. And we have to mirror our business the exact same way. We have to treat ourselves as influencers and therefore teachers and scholars, right? Although AI can corrupt a proposed value of a healthcare professional, I think is the opposite if we use it right. So we can leverage technological advancements. So the technological advancements part, I'm only going to focus on AI because that technology far supersedes anything else. And plus, it's our new foundation of how we exist. All right. So how are we going to do that? So, I mean, for those of you who are listening on Zoom right now, you'll be provided a copy of the transcript. You already provided a copy of the PDF of this giant 130-something page book that we have. You have this data that's right here. So what people normally do these days is that they have all the stuff, they work on the workbooks. Oh, I'm going to come back to it, man. I'm going to come back to it. a year later, I'm gonna come back to it. 2 years later, I'm gonna come back to it, right? And so we don't have to do that. So right now we're being educated. It doesn't matter if I'm giving a talk on business or a pulmonary function test or a drug delivery trial, right? Or clinical research, doesn't matter. You have data in your hands that are there right now. Well, the people here have it in your hands, people online have it in a PDF. So what you can do is you can store that data somewhere, all right? And that somewhere is called a knowledge base. By the way, when I'm using these terms, this is like congruent across all industries, right? I'm actually doing a course on teaching parents how to teach their kids how to use AI. And this is the actual section, the intro section. So what happens is that you have your own knowledge base. This knowledge base is exactly what it sounds like. You're putting data into your own storage and knowledge base, kind of like a hard drive, right? The difference is the artificial intelligence engine, let's say it's a GPT bot or chat bot, knows the data in the knowledge base, and you tell the bot what desire you have based on the knowledge base of the data. So what I would do for those of you listening at home is that you have the damn PDFs, right? What I would do is I would put that into a knowledge base, the ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude 3.5, whatever you guys use. When you put into a knowledge base, all right, now let's make some chatbots. All right, and you open your book and man, our company culture sucks. And you know what? Let's do this profile for all my employees. You have this knowledge base that you have from us today. And then you put who you are, what your company name is, who your employees are, what their DISC profile is, right? We actually did this for Physician Transformation Institute. So our little AI knows all of us. And this knowledge base is like, wow, here are the DISC profiles of your company. And if you also put some knowledge base, you know what? There's so much conflict right now. Look at this text line in Microsoft Teams chat of just like resentment. A little screenshot of it, put it into your knowledge base, and you tell the AI, your job is to be my personal guide to creating the absolute best company culture. We call it the 4-4 company culture, stage 4, level 4 company culture, right? And your job is to reduce my burnout and let me see what's invisible. This AI is now prompted with the knowledge base of the PDFs that you have, plus the knowledge base of what you gave it. And so now you have this personalized engine, all right, where you can utilize it to look at all the analytics, okay? You can tell the AI to give itself a name. You can give the AI a persona, talk to me in this way. You can say, hey, AI, these are my core values that I have. I want you to have the same core values, Mr. Machine here, or Mrs. Machine. And so you have the knowledge base. You're telling the AI not just what to think, but how to think. And then you have what's called outputs. And the outputs are the words that actually comes out. All right? Well, I say words now, but it could be literally movies. Or your AI can talk in your own voice. All right? You can literally train the AI to sound and speak like you in 60 seconds on a company called 11 Labs, right? And with this other company, you can put in all the text and words that you want to create a training for, and then it's coming out in your voice right now anyways, right? And so this all exists right now for like $25 a month, right? All of these companies. So everything's $25 a month right now for across the internet. So we're now in this age where we have technology. We can create a knowledge base. You can inquire on the knowledge base, utilize it to create systems, processes, and procedures. So whenever we want to scale a company, most companies document the process, right? This is our standard operating procedures, and this is our roles and regulations. This is for you who does what. And for most people listening to this, you probably don't even have that because most clinicians don't, right? And so if you don't have that, that's cool. You're not behind because you can use the knowledge base to create the standard operating procedures. But check it out. It's not just to create the standard operating procedures, it's to hyper-personalize it. If you have an employee with a DISC profile of CS, they're going to take things very differently than another employee with a DISC profile of DI, right? These are different personalities. And because your standard operating procedures can be manipulated by the AIs, and AI knows the personality, can't the AI just create a hyper-personalized training program for the employee? This is what we call dynamic SOPs. I made it up. I'm making up that term. It's called dynamic SOPs, dynamic standard operating procedures, right? And so what's going to happen is these operating manuals that they have is going to go out of date, and AI will actually handle it. Now, the AI has the ability to not just create a document, but the AI can generate video, audio, and text all at once, minutes, okay? And have a hyper-personalized training program just for the employee based on this employee's vernacular, their reading and understanding comprehension, and their personality profile. Whoa. All right? That's kind of cool. And JP, you were talking about, well, you have a spreadsheet, and then you have your core values that are here, and you have your employees on the y-axis, and you're like, well, who's going to fit these, right? Well, the AI can actually do that, make a spreadsheet for you based on verbal language. It'll even pick it up from company meetings, right? You can do that. All of them, all the platforms can do that. I'll give you the foundation right now. Because once you understand the foundations of AI, you can really use any platform. We happen to use Microsoft, so we have a Microsoft 365 account, but there's a lot of platforms that you can use this on. And so we have this explosion of this technological advancement that's been used in marketing, sales, legal, financial, in every freaking category outside of healthcare, right? But we have healthcare, and these are our businesses. We can use the same things to do that. And so I really see myself as a self-proclaimed influencer of AI, if you will, within the physician community, within the healthcare community, is because we already do that here, right? At Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine, my practice, we already do a lot of that stuff here. We just trained our billing assistant to use Perplexity Enterprise to look at claim denials and also look at notes and also have it understand policy and procedures per insurance to figure out why this claim was denied and how to prevent it in all notes in the future and teach and create custom instructions for our clinicians to do so. That's kind of cool, right? And you now have AIs that's listening to the conversation between you and the patient or the patient and the medical assistant, and it's giving tonality scores. Tonality score is basically two people talking. Is one person receiving it or are they rejecting it based on tone? There's a resentment that's made. So you now have key performance indices that you can actually have for your employees as well, right? So the first company in EMR company to do this is eClinicalWorks. This is the one that we use. Now we don't use their system because I think they're actually pretty behind compared to other systems we have. But all EMR companies, electronic medical record companies, are going to have this component. There's a new dental one I just learned about yesterday that's doing this, right? And so we're in this pattern right now where technology is just skyrocketing high, but you have to know what to do with it. This is why I didn't start with AI in the beginning of the day, is because now you know what to do with it, right? You understand the company culture, the team dynamics, you understand the emotional triad. And so the power of the AI is only as good as your intention putting into it and your knowledge, your own knowledge base, so you can know what to do with its knowledge base. So when your knowledge base becomes its knowledge base, and then your subconscious side of your brain, which is your values and your systems, right, and gets programmed within the knowledge base, the foundation AI that you use already knows you very, very deeply. This is super high level stuff. Now let's get into the nitty gritty stuff. So if I have AI on my side, and let's say there's regulatory changes per state. There's a pharmacist that's on Zoom right now, and she's working in another state with physician on providership status for pharmacies. And wouldn't I just tell the AI to learn or understand everything about regulatory changes in that state so we can develop systems and processes and procedures for that clinician? Yeah, right? And also what we're talking about earlier is the value proposition of healthcare is different. The consumerism in healthcare is different as well. People are taking health into their own hands. Why do you think people are taking health into their own hands? There's a trust factor that's there, right? And so the health and wellness and preventative community is there, but you have this explosion of like labs and supplements and all these different things that are there of the things that we never learned about in medical school, right? And there's new studies that are being there. There's the American College of Lifestyle Medicine has new city partnerships like New York City, right? They have a whole partnership in Brooklyn with their plant-based programs in chronic disease. Like, who has time to look at all this stuff? But if you have artificial intelligence on your side, not only can it look for you, it can also tell you what not to look at. So you can be more streamlined. So with more consumerism in healthcare, there's more innovation in healthcare. But are we trained in innovation? Not really, right? And so what does that look like? Looks like opportunities. All right. So now we get into opportunities. So I just said that you have the AI now, and you want to create opportunities for yourself. So, you know, Ali, your brand is Painless Dentistry, for example, right? And what did I tell you when I looked at your website? I said, why is it buried down here? You know, at the very top, it looks like a really generic thing, right? And so for me, I'm like, dude, you're so much more than this. I know you personally, right? If you're so much more than this, like, why isn't that not out there? So as we were talking on the phone, I got into perplexity.ai. I was like, search for me the term painless dentistry, and are there any other industry leaders in it? In 3 seconds, I was like, no, there's nobody else that's doing it. Like, first website that came up was yours, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, this could be its own like thing, like painless dentistry. I'm like, well, how popular is this on websites and hashtags? It went into Reddit, it went into Instagram, it went into Twitter. It couldn't go into TikTok because TikTok blocked it. But I was able to see, you know, people are searching for it, but there's no one in this dominant category, right? And then the AI said on the follow-up on the bottom, perplexity, it gives related suggested questions that I should be asking. And one of them is, how is Dr. Rayleigh on Google? I clicked on that. I was like, oh my gosh, you have all 5-star reviews, right? And so like all of this is happening. You're on speaker with me and I'm using Perplexity the whole time. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I didn't use Google. I used the AI engine to let me know this. But because I knew what I was looking for, like I prompted it as like, I want this person branded to the true value that this clinician is. He's an excellent clinician, great with patients, right? And it reflects it on Google, right? And so one of the things that it let me know is like, you know what? Nowadays, the highest conversion rates on websites and clinical websites is third-party reviews. If you put third-party reviews, you have higher likelihood to get more patients based on 2024 data that was published. Google's a third-party review. Yeah. Let's say if you were to say, hey, I have my own 5-star reviews, but it's on your website and no one cares, but these are actual Google reviews, so that's a third-party review, right? And so I'm like, provide me a gap analysis of his marketing strategy. Where's the gap, right? And then it said all this different things like, well, he has great videos, but then, you know, website is not consistent with it. There's language that's not quite right, right? And so now I have the benefit of starting and owning and selling a marketing company in my earlier years. So I'm a marketer in my head, right? And so I have my fundamental knowledge of what to ask the AI to let me know that. And so my point is, I had all that at my fingertips on my phone. I was like doing this on my phone. I was talking to you, right? So where is the opportunity? Well, the opportunity for you is tell the truth, be authentic on the website, and you get more business. That's a 2-millimeter shift, right? And then the second thing I asked you to do, which I forgot to tell you the first day, I was like, oh my gosh, why don't you email your patients, let them know, hey, this is our new website, what do you think? And thank you for all the 295-star reviews that's on Google right now, right? And then you give them a call to action. So you let me know right back. I will love to hear from you what you think of the website. And would you share this with your family member and friends? Not share with your family members. Would you be proud to share this with your family member and friends? Right? And so that presents an opportunity. So now what you can do is you can say, I can market my current things that I do, or should I expand some services that are right here? Right? Should I expand some services? That's what we did with our Alzheimer's program, right? I saw that most of the people coming to us were for EEG mapping that I do, and what percentage of them were actually for memory, what percentage of them for ADHD, what percentage of them for other diagnoses and chronic pain. So chronic pain and memory loss, specifically early on Alzheimer's, had a majority of the people that was coming in. And guess what? It also knew that the people who gave us the 5-star reviews were mostly neurocognitive patients who basically got rejected by the neurologist, or the neurologist be like, we'll check in 6 months, and I don't know what to do in the meantime, but we'll check in 6 months, right? And so we use that as an opportunity that I assess with artificial intelligence to expand services. And I talked to Stacy, we actually created our program. In fact, we didn't really create it. I just branded it as a package. We've been doing this for years, right? And so even though we've been doing it, my branding and packaging it as a cognitive service is different, because we're marketing to other neurologists. If you're the neurologist, we want to help you out, neurologists. We want to collaborate. If you have someone who's diagnosed with early cognitive impairment issues, here are the studies that says that people do well when they're in group settings and discussions and family and caregiver trainings and dietary changes. Well, we have all the evidence-based services that are here as a package. Will you send patients to us, right? And the answer is yes, of course they will. So that's where the opportunities lie. So the opportunity is not just expansion of services, but repackaging, right? But because we see patients all over the state, we use a lot of telehealth. And one of the things that we look at is financial analytics. So so I can put specific reports into the AI, and the AI will spit out things that I want to know. Is how can I generate more revenue and decrease cost? Okay. And then how can I improve the lifetime value of a customer or lifetime value of a patient, right? Give me these 3 things. And I was like, well, you're already doing group visits. Telemedicine turned out to reimburse the same as in-person. You can scale this part without adding square footage and overhead into the business and have a new KPI there, right? I'm like, thank you, AI. Thank you for letting me know that. And so therefore, we turn those numbers into words. All right, let's expand our telehealth services when it comes to cognitive care, right? And what about prevention and wellness? So earlier, I said that the consumerism of healthcare has gone up. People are like ordering their own supplements and diets and labs, and they're seeing all these influencers. So you want to go where the market goes. So if I'm a psychiatrist and provide ketamine and psychedelics, what are the trending topics right now on X, which is Twitter, or Reddit, on the topic of psychedelics? And what topics should I talk about that's already trending, and what hashtags can I use? Right? 2 seconds, you got it. You use Perplexity for that. And so, and then you can go into the wellness services and then talk about prevention. Well, what about this category of prevention, right? And it'll provide all these things that people are already talking about. So in the age of social media, that's really jumping on the bandwagon, but you're not selling your soul to the devil. All you're doing is providing your expertise, all right, of what you already know on things that people are already talking about. Strategically timed, all right? And you can use artificial intelligence to do that. I wish your company knew that, actually. That'd be really nice. Right? Exactly, what company? Yeah, exactly. And so the opportunities using AI as a foundation is really, honestly, is very endless, right? Oh, one last thought. So in the concept of wellness, right? I remember Trenton, you were texting me about after the 2 events ago, like, hey, what are some foods to eat to like improve metabolics and working out and my shoulder hurt, stuff like that, right? And so in the concept of wellness, these are the questions people are asking more than, what can I do about my diabetes? They're not asking that question. I was like, what can I do to improve my sex drive and decrease hair loss? Right? Diabetes is secondary, right? It really is, right? But in healthcare, we're like, no, we gotta fix your diabetes, right? And all of a sudden we create this diabetes program, right? And are people gonna come up to a diabetes program? No. Are they gonna come up to a hair loss program? Hell yeah, they will. Absolutely, right? Now, in the hair loss, are you going to cover how blood sugar really affects hair loss as the #1 agent of hair loss? Yes, you're going to talk about it, right? So you have to understand what wellness really is. Wellness is just talking about what other people were talking about, framing in a way, and that's where marketing really comes in, right? You want to see it in action? This is my favorite part. Let's see this in action. Let's see the AI in action. Yeah? Where's JP? JP's got to see this. All right, let's hack someone's company real quick. Can I go to Perplexity? Yes, I can. Can I share it with Zoom? Okay.
Doc and I call this plexing it now. Yeah.
We'll get to plexing. All right, friends, welcome to my AI world. Okay. All right. I'm gonna pick on Christy because I am a huge fan of ketamine, assisted psychotherapy. Huge fan. All right. So Christy, I'm gonna ask you as a psychiatrist, as the leader of your company, owner of your company, where do you want us to see in the next 5 years? Best case scenario, 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. Where do you want to see it?
I would like to develop sort of a comprehensive assessment program that pulls in all of the various things we're offering separately right now. I would like to have more ketamine group psychotherapy work. And I would like to, sorry, can I keep coming up with stuff or you just need like one?
No.
Okay.
Keep talking.
I would like to have a training program for residents to offer reduced fee services for what we're doing. And I would like to become a kind of a broader training program locally for the ketamine assisted work and potentially the neurotherapy and other stuff as well.
You currently have a training program?
No training program currently. No.
So you want to start one? And who are you training in the ketamine program?
Therapists and psychiatrists.
Are you aware of any ketamine training programs currently that do well?
Not in Houston, but nationally, yes.
Are there any local, Houston, Texas, right? Training programs for ketamine assisted psychotherapy. So I'm asking the question, I'll come back up. I'm asking the question of this is what I want to do, the RPM, right? This is the end results I want to achieve. I want to create a ketamine assisted based services from my practice as well as wanting to start a ketamine program, right? And then I went straight into my map is, like I'm actually training, having a training program, and are there any local Houston training program for ketamine assisted psychotherapy, right? But we're missing the P, which is the purpose. So let's put that into the AI, because AI does really well with the RPM philosophy. are the end result you're trying to achieve? What is the purpose that you want to actually create an academy and training program? The why.
To contribute to the integrity of the work as it's done, and also to increase the significance of the practice and broaden our reach.
And what? Broaden what? We're doing 5 whys right now. Why do you want to do that?
Because I think that we're really good at what we do, and I think that we have something to offer.
Why are you really good at what you do?
Because we're humanistic, we're slow and thoughtful and very human to human oriented in the work. And we think psychodynamically, which I think is important for spiritual work as well. I think bridging that gap is not something that people often do. So it becomes a very well-rounded, well-paced, thoughtful experience.
Why is that important to you?
Because it can change people's lives.
This method can change people. Okay, so why do you want to change people's lives? What's the 5th why?
I think existentially that's like why we're all here, is to make things better, to grow and improve and contribute. And
all right, so what we did is that we did an RPM process, but the P had a 5 whys into it, right? And so I kind of typed all that in there. Now there's a lot of typos, but you know what? The AI is smart enough to do that. All right. Oh, what's the name of your practice?
your wellness practice.
Okay. So now Perplexity is great because it's doing all the things that it's doing on the internet. So it's using Google search, except you're not seeing any ads, right? And so what it's doing is that it's actually making a landing page specifically for your input. It's literally making a web page for your answers, right? And so it's searching, gathering information, right? And there's sources. Okay. Based on your goals and location, here's some suggestions of developing academy-based training programs in Houston, right? Here's some local training options. I didn't find any CAP programs in Houston. Hey, that's good. That's what you said, right? And the closest one is the Academy Training Center in Austin. Are you familiar with that? And they offer extensive CAP training retreats. The Institute for Integrative Psychiatry in San Antonio. All right, but nothing in Houston. Cool, awesome. Well, you may want to consider attending one of these programs to gain foundation knowledge and skills, right? Start your own training program, which is exactly what you want to do, right? Collaborate with local medical professionals, develop a curriculum, emphasize your unique, human-centered, psychodynamic, and spiritually informed approach. That's cool, right? I like that. That's very you. Considering partner with a local medical institution or university to add credibility, right? I mean, that could be us. Consider and expand your practice, incorporate academy centers into your wellness practice, ensure you have proper medical oversight and protocols in place. Building integrity and reach is exactly one of the things you asked for, right? Emphasize your thoughts, your thoughtful human-to-human oriented approach in your marketing and patient materials. Is that in there right now or no? Okay. What you can do is you can actually upload your materials and see if it matches this. And if and it can identify a gap between your marketing materials and what you really, really want right here, right? Network with other health professionals, engage in research, et cetera, et cetera. And then spiritual existential focus. So now what happens is that Perplexity gives you related questions. What are the prerequisites for enrolling in the training program? How long does it take? Are there any online academic therapies? Training programs available? What specific topics? Can I get certified, et cetera, et cetera? Or you can ask more questions here as well. So what we did is in this one prompt, as we were honest, and this is what I wanted to do. And then we were saying, hey, here's the available information. All right. And now we're like, well, this is exciting. All right. Maybe this is a possibility. This is a 5-year plan, right? Is it a 5-year plan? 1-year plan? 2-year
Sure.
plan? 5-year plan?
No, 5 for
Oh,
sure.
it's a 5-year plan, right? Okay. Okay. So this is my 5-year plan. Provide me with a gap analysis of what?
Okay, I'm gonna leave. You don't need me anymore.
Yeah. To make me successful in my purpose. Remember, it knows everything. So it's identifying the current state, researching best practices, establishing desired future ketamine centers, et cetera, et cetera. It's performing a gap analysis because it knows exactly what that means. All right, based on your goals, here's a gap analysis. Here's your current state, your established practice. You offer integrative psychiatry, a strong foundation, and non-dual philosophy, a holistic approach to treatment. I like that. Desired future state, right? Offer expanded ketamine services, develop and run a ketamine training program, contribute to integrity and significance, right, of CAP psychotherapy programs, and broaden your reach and impact in the field. And then here's the gaps you have to address. Specialized CAP training, not just regular CAP training, right? And here's the gap. Well, you have experience with ketamine. You may need more specialized trainings in ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. And here's some actions that you can do. Attend programs, et cetera, et cetera. You can be like, I already know everything, right? And then you can prompt it to have a reprompt. It'll say, sorry, I didn't know that you know everything, but now that you know everything, here's a new gap analysis, right? Putting your knowledge into systems and processes and operations, that might be your new gap analysis when you talk back to the AI. Curriculum development, legal regulatory compliance, right? Expanded treatment facilities, team expansion, yada, 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 yada. So this is the AI out of the box. AI out of the box means that you go to perplexity.ai and you start chatting with it, okay? It's free, by the way. So there's a paid version with more fancy stuff. But what if this isn't an out of the box AI? What if this is a plan or die AI? So let's make one, shall we? Shall we make a plan or die AI now?
We shall.
Okay. Freaking everything's backwards. Hold on. Yeah. What?
Oh, waiting room. The top.
Oh. How do I do that?
Hit the admit button like you've been doing all day, bro.
Yeah, but I'm in share screen right now. I don't know how to. Oh, I got it. So now, okay. So now let's make our own personalized AI bot, all right? I'm using Perplexity today, but honestly, y'all can really use ChatGPT or whatever. So in Perplexity, they have this thing called Spaces. They used to be called Collections up until 2 days ago. They changed their whole platform. And let's go to Spaces, and let's make a new space, okay? And let's call this new space a Plan or Die. Plan or die space. And then you can describe what it is, and then you can give some custom instructions, right? All right. So you have to define its role. So your role is to be my business and spiritual advisor. You will always advocate for me and understand my core values. I will constantly provide you with information, but if you are confused, please ask me clarifying questions. Do not lie or hallucinate. That's a really important thing to put in there because AI hallucinates quite a bit. All right. Plan or Die is an event I am attending right now, and I have the entire PDF, which I will offer to you graciously as a knowledge base. Thank you. You gotta thank your AI. You always have to thank your AI. All right. Okay. I'm not even looking.
I love this part. You said, "Do not lie or hallucinate."
Yes. Yeah, you have to tell them not to lie.
Pause for a second. We're here to continue because I literally took a picture of that because the piece that I'm going to do next, or before we leave here, is the actual gap map. But I would love. I don't know if we're going to have the ability to take it from this event right now and plug it in there. But I'm seeing already. This is blowing my mind that we're going to be able to take this work that you can do on your own to do some of the thinking time on it. I still think it's important that we do our own thinking time, but then you can shove what you came into the gap map.
Yeah.
And ask it to make it better and make it better and make it better.
So,
and I like that not hallucinate part.
Yeah, so I'm uploading all 137 pages or however many pages we have in the PDF. Uploading, see that? AI like hallucinate all the time. It'll make up studies, it'll make up information. It does all the time.
I had a trust attorney tell me that they had somebody in their firm, a rookie, got behind. So they went to AI and had it write their brief that went to the court, citing all these court cases. They turned it in, and the judge ends up reviewing this thing, and all the court cases were made up. None of them were real.
Yeah.
Guy lost his job.
Yeah, that's the early days of GPT-3 with OpenAI. There's a lot of hallucinations. All right, so I like Perplexity because Perplexity doesn't usually hallucinate because it searches the internet first to fact check itself before using output. That's why I like using Perplexity over ChatGPT. Yeah. And so now I just uploaded Plan or Die, the entire 137-page PDF. I mean, it would be awesome if you actually wrote in it about like your stuff and it actually knows everything about you, and then upload it as well. So now on the Plan or Die space, I can have different threads. I can chat with my database, okay? Now, I have to say, in Perplexity, in the actual main account, it already knows who I am, Cheng Ron, Executive Director of Business Transformation Institute, knows about Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine, it knows I have 3 kids, it knows what my wife does, it knows a lot about general information for it to give me a really good output. So this is actually tailored to me, okay?
That's actually the row numeral above spaces. What you're saying?
No, it's actually in a main setting, which I won't go through today.
Everything underneath your main setting, the spaces goes everything underneath.
Yes, underneath the main setting, correct. So now I can have a thread, right? Now, so I have Plan or Die, the PDF in there. I was like, okay, I want a gap analysis of my practice, my faith, my relationships, can't spell, and my fitness. So what's doing right now is that it already knows the knowledge base of this Plan or Die PDF I just did. I'm guarantee people are doing it at home right now as I'm talking. And what it's doing is that you see the source. In the source is actually using Plan or Die PDF. Understand what a gap analysis is. But here's the thing. The answer is, earlier I told her that if you don't know, ask me clarifying questions, right? Instead of making things up. And it's like, I'm sorry, I don't have enough access to actual personal information.
So let me back up for the folks that have this.
Yeah.
If you have that PDF, now you can go into those boxes in the blueprint versus life condition versus blueprint.
Yes.
Right? You can fill in that information. Yeah. My mic is on, right? Yeah. You can fill in that information, and then it would be able to answer that question.
Exactly. So right now, all I did was upload a blank PDF. It knows nothing about me. And so I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know much about you, right? And so, however, I can provide you with a framework, conducting gap analysis is great, whatever, right? I was like, okay, well, let me rephrase this. All right, I'll do, my name is, well, it already knows my name. Let's do, I want to start a ketamine assisted psychotherapy training program, but I don't know exactly what to do. I don't know if I spelled that right. So now it's conducting the web to see what the heck I'm talking about. And it's doing some research, and then it's relaying it to the Planner Die PDF, right? Now it's like, okay, I'm gonna search the internet, I'm gonna tie it together with everything that's in Planner Die, and it's giving me all this stuff and the sources that I actually looked at as well. And boom, 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 right? Comprehensive curriculum, qualifications, et cetera, legal compliance, et cetera, right? And I can say that, okay, I am overwhelmed. Look, identifying aspects of or events of Planner Die that might address the current feelings about being overwhelmed. You see this? You see how powerful this is, right? It's literally doing this live. And it's saying, I understand you're feeling overwhelmed. This is a common feeling when faced with complex tasks, right? Oh, look, here's analysis. Identify the source, right? Is this related to your mega practice? What is it really about? Prioritizing concerns, breaking down large tasks, using the gap analysis, problem, where do you go? Problem, possibility, principle, and production, time management skills, practice self-care. Now, what happens is you can keep talking to it to create a very personalized way of dealing with this because it knows what is inside the PDF. There's a structure to it, right? If you don't give it a structure, it'll just pull someone else's structure that someone else randomly made, right? And so it's still smart enough to give you information, but the more you talk to it or chat with it, the better the output actually comes, all right? Now, what I could do is that I was like, you know what? I just want to identify the gap analysis and then put in, okay, this is my practice, this is my employees, this is the DIS profiles, yada, yada, yada. And then it still uses the entire thread will continue to use the Planner Die PDF as the foundation knowledge base to give you the information. So it becomes personalized to you, right? And then what you could do is like, oh, you know what? WashU has a great KAP program. Help me mirror what they do in the SOPs, but tailor it to me, understanding my gap analysis. And boom, here it is. Here it is for your thing, right? All right, now help me create specific wording so I can get the right personality types into these roles with impeccable posts on job posts that I can get the exact right person into here. Boom, go, right? The world is our oyster with AI. You like that? Okay. All right. So you can do this analysis. So if you're like in a startup and Reem is like, you know what, I want to create my own business and do my own thing, and then you fill out the Planner Die thing, right? Like on paper, and then you put it in there, it knows everything. You're like, all right, well, here's some business that you should actually look at. Here's what's not available in the greater Houston area, especially when you live, there's nothing in the zip code. It'll provide analysis of what's around you, identify the population who actually want to do this. Are there any Reddit comments on people who want to do this, but there's nothing available? Maybe there's a medical service that people have to drive 20 miles into the Texas Medical Center that you can actually provide locally in the area. What population is demanding it? On and on and on and on and on. Then you have a gap analysis of demand. That's demand gap analysis, right? And so everything can be customized to you and your employees. Now, I teach my employees how to use this, all right? And so when I taught JP, he's not my employee, but when I taught JP, he came up with this term, hey, let's just plex it. So that's plex is short for perplexity. And so JP, you're just like, hey, before you ask me a question, like, let's plex it first, right? So you can get the answer, right? And so, but we're at this age where everyone should be using generative AI. Every person really should be using generative AI, including your kids. Should be taught to use generative AI, not restricted in school. I don't agree with that at all, right? And so now here's the other cool part. Now let's feed our Dr. ego for a second, all right? So let me do my share screen again. I'll feed my Dr. ego. And my Dr. ego says, I want to validate this. So it's not BS, right? Are we here? Okay. So let's say I put into here. Okay. Thank you for that exclamation mark. Thank you, AI. Please thank your AI. You want to be grateful to your AI. All right. Thank you for that. I would like peer review evidence-based data using publications from the years 2023 and 2024 only to support my endeavors in helping raise the consciousness of our patients and improve mental and spiritual health. I have no idea if I typed that right, whatever. Oh, now it becomes your research assistant, right? Now it's searching for peer-reviewed data, looking at everything that you asked about and how it kind of relates to your thing. And it's also going back into Planet I to see if there's structures within the documentation that it can provide peer-reviewed topics for as well. All right? I'm glad to help. Based on your requested peer-reviewed data, peer-reviewed evidence in 2024, here are all the studies that are here. And I love Perplexity because it doesn't lie on the studies, because it shows you where it comes from. Because you said peer-reviewed evidence-based data, it's going to the exact source of the peer-reviewed evidence-based data, which ChatGPT does not do, right? I wish I owned this company, but I don't. All right, and 2024 scope and review on spiritual intelligence, positive correlation, resilience, mental health, spiritual health. Another study looking at Eastern Mediterranean region, importance of spirituality, mental health, and biosocial spiritual model of healthcare. That's the words that you use almost, right? 2023 systematic review of methods in Gen Z. Spirituality may be untapped resource to address the mental health crisis, yada, 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 yada. What I don't see in here is ketamine-assisted psychotherapy studies, right? And it could be like, first of all, thank your eye. Like, thank you, that was amazing. However, I was hoping for more peer-reviewed evidence for ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. We'll just put CAP. I think it knows what it is.
What different returns do you get if by being gracious and grateful to an AI platform versus just continuing to fire off questions?
If you don't thank the AI, its performance is terrible. Yeah, it gives you shorter like outputs. So the AI has an ego.
Well, that's slightly scary.
And now, because you think, I apologize for the misunderstanding. You're right to ask for more peer-reviewed evidence-based data studies. And then now it's looking at CAP studies, large treatment effects, 3 months, et cetera, right? And then you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. OMG, this is amazing. Please help me construct a thoughtful blog article written in 7th grade language so that it relates to my patients. Citing all the peer review data you provided. I have no idea what's happening, whatever. And so what happens is, if you keep talking with it, it could generate the things that you actually want to do. And so, sure, I'd be happy to help you create a blog article on ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, titled "A New Hope for Mental Health, Ketamine-Assisted Therapy." Have you ever feel stuck with your mental health? Like nothing seems to help. There's a new treatment. It's called ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. I'm like, you know what? This sounds kind of bubbly. You can say, hey, this sounds too bubbly. This is my tone. Or you can say, here's a YouTube video of me talking. Mimic my tone exactly in this blog site. right? Yeah. Now, I do a lot of YouTube, so it knows me. And so I don't even have to give a URL because I just like search for my name on the internet, look at the YouTube, look at what I actually do, and use my vernacular because I have enough content trained on it. The AI actually knows that, right? I do. All right. Possibilities are endless, you know? And so we're going now into multiple layers of gap analysis and where you are right now, where you want to be. You have a foundational knowledge base that's able to take from, right? And we have this really amazing ability to create and generate things. So Ali, you can have your AI look at your website and look at whether or not the website is using the language that is congruent with the zip code that you practice in. What is the average language reading skill of the zip code that you practice in, right? You can do all stuff like that. It'll look at demographics and populations, right? And so the hallmark of marketing is have it being accessible and relatable, right? And this way, we are rebranding medicine the way it's supposed to be as us as actual influencers. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Every time you're on the phone call with me, most likely I'm on Perplexity typing. That's by default. Huh? Most likely, but you know I use it every day, so I have to dig for it. Yeah, I'll share that with you. Yeah. You want to see the output? Yeah. And so if we now go back to our slides, where there are slides, we go to present. If we now go back, right? If we don't understand the current healthcare landscape, the AI is going to tell you what it is. If you don't understand how to leverage technology, the AI is going to tell you how to network technology. If you don't understand the regulatory changes, it's going to be there on demand. If you don't understand consumerism, this AI is going to tell you that as well. But if you don't know how to apply it to you, you can have a knowledge base, like Plan or Die knowledge base, and have it apply to you right away, right? And what is the device of the laser called? Soleil, right? Is that French for sun? S-O-L-E-I-L? Well, that's okay. I don't know. I know French, but it sounds like sun. Or maybe Spanish. So Soleil, the laser, you could be like, hey, is anybody else branding this like a pain-free way of doing this in my zip code, right? And what are the organizations I should be talking to local to me that I can show up and present this, right? And which nonprofits can I work with to get this out there that painless dentistry is a thing? Are there local chapters that I can work with? So what happens is it minimizes your cost of marketing, right? And if you're spending any dollar on Google AdWords, I hate Google AdWords. If you're spending any dollar on Google AdWords, you're spending too much. We should be doing a few thousand a month, right? Can you imagine if you shifted that few thousand a month and say, hey, I'm gonna donate you to this nonprofit $2,000 from my dentistry practice, right? In return, I just like to share what painless dentistry actually is. Are you okay with that? Can you get it in front of 10,000 people? Yes or no in their email list, right? That's a way better ROI over time because you can have content, and you can have the people who are mission driven. Nonprofits are great for people who are mission driven. And then you can have a new gap analysis on your marketing and where you're spending it, right? Okay. Threats. Threats. Regulatory compliance is always a big threat. Like we don't know where our industry is going, right? People that are independent pharmacists are kind of in a freak out mode right now because you have big box retailers going into mail orders and independent pharmacies are struggling because of that. And then you have, like this happened with thoracic surgeons back in the early thousands. Thoracic surgery, most of it is no longer elective, it's emergent because they have interventional techniques that other specialists do now. So thoracic surgery kind of went out of favor, right? And then you have now psychiatry is a huge threat because the word is out, like just general antidepressants and anti-anxiety and stuff like that is not necessarily working. So people like Christy right here is doing, hey, let's do, ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. So the world is really shifting, and which means regulatory is shifting as well. Like, what is our regulation on ketamine? That's different. They just had a vote on MDMA right back in August, but they voted no nationally. But there's also regulatory things on this. 2019, the prescription of medical cannabis became legalized in the state of Texas, but under certain stipulations, and they changed it again next year as well. So to understand regulatory compliance, you can use AI and constantly have a thread to see if you have a gap in your regulatory compliance where we are right now also. And we can use Perplexity to do that. Operational costs, this is my favorite. JP, do you currently use AI for like OCash and burn rate and anything like that?
I haven't been using it for that yet.
So I have been, because I suck at math. And so whenever we look at COGS, which is cost of goods, and in procedural, I mean, y'all have a lot of cost of goods because you have ketamine and IV pulls and all the stuff like that too, right? So when you look at cost of goods, there's fixed costs, there's variable costs, and there's operational costs and the operational overhead. It is incredibly difficult to calculate, and it may be seasonal as well, depending on what specialty you're in, right? But having a line within AI to analyze that, because remember, AI also analyzes like CSV files. You could do screenshots, right? You could take a screenshot of something and type in what you want. It can make a Excel file for you. Here's a CSV file, right? Copy and paste into the code, right? And then competition. There's competition that could be a threat. Now, in my world, there's no such thing as competition if you brand yourself correctly, right? If you brand yourself correctly. Like, you are not a regular dentist, you're not a regular psychiatrist, right? And in fact, if you were, you probably wouldn't be sitting here. And Reem, you're not a regular MD either, right? And so we have like this hodgepodge, but then we all have very specific things that makes us very unique. So the intensified competition is only if nothing changes. The intensified competition is only if nothing changes. So I see there's a huge phenomenon right now, like Netflix probably spurred it on with the 2 recent documentaries about like mewing and jawline and stuff like that. And so now all the airway dentists are like promoting their stuff, right? So what I see out there is the how. Here's the Vivos, and here's this device, here's the mandibular advancement device, right? Now, me as a father of 3 kids with narrow airways, I'm like, holy crap, what the hell do I choose, right? And see these social media influencers and stuff like that. And so naturally I use Perplexity. It's like, hey, cut out all the garbage, give me the evidence-based data, right? And let me know who I should really be seeing as well. And so, but because people are talking about like advertising the how and the services rather than the why. Now there's a couple people that's on social media talking about their why, talking about their kids, talking about their stories of their kids who used to have bedwetting, who used to have ADHD. Now they have palate expanders, they offer their Vyvanse, they're getting straight A's in school. That's what I'm talking about. They're telling the story that's there, right? And there's specific people online that's doing that right now, that are dental professionals and oral airway professionals and oral surgeons, right? And so the storytelling is really important when it comes to whether or not you actually have competition, but the intensified competition is only if you just focus on the how. There's the tyranny of the how. It's the Tony Robbins quote.
Yep.
So targeting ideal customers. I actually don't want to use the term patients anymore, to be honest with you, right? Like, that's got a different language, right? If we're healthcare professionals, the patients are our customers. And when we say customers, our job is to create an experience for them. Our job is to create an experience for them.
I want to challenge you to just change that word customers to clients. And here's my thinking on it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So a customer is transactional based. I go into 7-Eleven, I buy a Slurpee, I'm their customer. A client is someone under our care and protection. And we're in the healthcare field. So I like the word client because it implies a higher level of care.
Gotcha. And did you know the word client, when it comes to medical professionals, is a triggering word?
I did not know that. So
because we're usually clients of malpractice lawyers.
Okay, sorry. I'll back up. Shut up, JP.
No. There's specific like energy in healthcare
Okay.
One of the things that trigger healthcare professionals were provider. Like we hate being called providers. That's why I use the word clinicians.
Right.
Provider is also a transactional word, right? And so, but I do think customers is a nice, even like thing, right? And so if we target the ideal customers, we have to figure out where do they live, where do they go, what do they do, where do they hang out, and this is called high value segments. Figuring this out, right? So if I have a Medicare program for reversing cognitive decline in Alzheimer's, which you do, and I spent $4,000 on Google AdWords targeting this age demographic, right? Let's target, 75 and over and this demographic, et cetera, et cetera. Google's like, cool, give me your money, we'll target them. But then you don't understand that the people who ask for these services are their kids in the 35 to 45-year-old population, right? Then you're targeting the wrong customers, right? So your actual customers are their children. That's who the customers are.
Yep.
Right? And so are your children the patients? No, but they're the customers, right? So they're bringing them in. And so if you're a pediatric dentist, who are you targeting? The parents, right? And so it's whoever's bringing the patients to the doors that are your actual customers who you actually service, all right? So these high value segments, how do you know what they are? Well, you just go into AI and say, this is what I'm trying to create. Where do these people hang out, right? And the AI says, oh, you know what? There's an event in the YMCA coming up, right? It's called the Fitwell event, 55 and over. There's an informational. They're actually looking for healthcare professionals on their website to speak. I mean, this literally actually happened to us, right? I'm like, oh, cool. I was like, who should I be looking for at that meeting? Who I should be talking to get this set up when I go over there? I was like, here's name, phone number, email, go. And here's a sample draft of the email that pertains to you and your clinical practice and what you do. Okay, boom, go, right? Targeting high value segments. Developing tailored marketing strategy. That's basically what I've been talking about this whole time. And building strong patient relationships. Like part of building patient relationship is the communication, right? And so this is how we get 5-star reviews. We get 5-star reviews because we communicate well. Not because of what we do, but we communicate well. Most of our 5-star reviews has to do with compassion. If you actually look at Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine, you actually look at our reviews, like what are people actually saying? Not what I expected, but way better. That's the usual consensus in our organization. They were expecting a transactional relationship, but we created a transformational relationship. So it's just from transaction to transformational. Building strong patient relationships requires the transactional to change into transformational relationship. Let me see if my cardiologist friend is on Zoom right now. No, he's off. He was on earlier. So my cardiologist friend, who's been watching us earlier today, we share a patient. And this patient has been, quote unquote, fired by different practices, right? A bunch of different cardiologists. And she came to us and was like, oh my God, thank you for sending me to this particular one. I won't use his name without his permission, to use this particular one. Like he was so nice and he was so kind and he listened to me. I was like, well, great. Like, what's the plan? Well, he told me he didn't know. I'm like, all right, cool. But she gave him a 5-star review. He said, I am sorry, I'm honest, but I don't know what to do. But let's continue to follow up and continue this discussion. All right, I'm gonna have you work with Dr. Ron on the lifestyle modifications, but this is outside my wheelhouse. Got a 5-star review. This is such a common thing, right? It's respect. And building a strong patient relationship gathers the 5-star reviews, right? And looking at your reviews, that's exactly what you're doing too, right? You're allowing them to be the hero and they're making the choice, and that's why they respond to you very well, right? Literally changing healthcare, y'all. Okay.
Hey, we're running a little short on time, I think. It's 5 o'clock. So I would say let's skip this one, because if you want to know about this, you've got AI and ask it the questions. Cool? But I learned something today, and I'd like to talk about that slide right there, the next one.
Yep.
I learned something, and I would like to do a live, what I learned and how we can put this into effect. And I might leverage you and your practice. Cool? So I need to erase this board. Where'd the eraser go?
Right here, right here.
You can sit down. Okay.
Everyone's butt hurts. Yeah, gap analysis AI. All right, let's see if I can zoom in on the board on screen 2.
So, in all honesty, this was my favorite part, and it even got more favoriter. Okay.
You said that about the last 4 parts.
Well, it's because I learned something from you today that if I'd have been listening for the last few months, I would have figured this out already. But I'm a little bit slow. I don't have a doctorate degree like y'all do. So yeah. And so this is the gap map. And I'm gonna tell you what I just learned and how we can leverage this. It's not in your book. So I'm going to write something up. So it'll be in the next version. If anybody wants it, reach out and I'll give it to you. So here's what we got to do. Ollie, I'm going to ask you this. Inside your business, well, if this pen works very well. Actually, let me try this a little bit shorter here. Tell me what the problem is inside your business right now. What's the problem as you see it? Pick one. Doesn't have to be all of them. Pick. What's that?
Not enough clients.
Below capacity. Just leave it at that for now, okay? We can go deeper on this, but we're going to see how this, just want you guys to see what the flow, how this flows, and then we're going to see how we can leverage, we can plex this afterwards. That's your problem. What's the pain you have that's associated with that problem? What's out of control?
The overhead, because their gross is lower, so the fixed cost is.
Which means, what's the pain?
Low profit.
And when you have low profit, what else happens? Stress. What else? My mic's off? Oh.
Not being my best self when I'm there.
A-hole.
Boss hole.
At home.
No, boss hole.
Huh?
Boss hole.
Boss hole.
Boss hole? Okay. A-hole, B-hole. Okay, whatever. We got this. So we get that because you're below capacity of low profit, you're stressed out, and you become a jerk. She's nodding. She's about ready to start the wave with these ladies.
Like that.
Despite my best
I'll own
effort.
up to it. Yeah.
What's, let me make this a little higher actually. What's the possibility? What's the possibility? The problem is below capacity. What's the possibility of it in your future? Future you. This is now. And I want you guys to understand, we're crushed. We're short on time. So I'm doing this as a thumbnail sketch so you can see the exercise. You can use the guide to ask more questions and dive deeper. But really, I want you to identify this problem with a bunch of questions in there, and then really identify the real pain that's from that. So what's the possibility if you weren't below capacity?
Be beyond capacity and really need to find someone to help out, basically.
Over capacity.
Yeah.
If you're over capacity, what was the pleasure? What pleasure would that bring?
Less stress, more freedom.
Freedom. We know how that works for you. When you're over
Well, that's why
capacity.
I'm saying bringing someone else on.
Freedom. Less stress. Okay.
Obviously profit, but
Yeah, profit.
better profit. It's feel, I guess, certainty or security.
Security. Yeah, and we can identify the human needs if we want to in this piece too. So what needs are going to be met when this is taken care of, right? Then what do you want? What I want you to see here? How did this go from the low to bottom? This is our gap map, but what we want to talk about here, and this is where I think this is going to be really cool. What I learned today was that whole concept, let me put it this way, is the AI piece and how awesome this is going to be. So what are the principles inside your business? This is going to be inside here. What are 4 principles that you can use, that you can apply to close this gap? Business principle, anybody?
I'm not sure.
So we're below capacity. What's some things we can do to increase capacity?
Market more
To do some,
or marketing.
what, is there a specific kind of marketing?
Let's call it digital.
What is it?
Digital market, like Google marketing.
Digital marketing.
Yeah.
Maybe you can be focused.
Yeah.
Maybe you can do some geo fencing. I don't know. How about a referral program? And maybe it's a reward program. Are you allowed to do a reward program inside of dentistry for referral?
It's a gray zone.
Okay. I know we're not in healthcare, but okay, potentially.
We're actually doing that, those two, but yes.
Okay.
Maybe not super effectively.
What else can you do to increase your capacity?
Higher transaction, I guess.
Right.
value.
Okay. There's 3 ways to grow a business.
Yeah. So
One,
higher
one
average
is
transaction.
we get more clients. That's what we do here.
Yeah.
2 is we get a higher transaction. So what additional services can you do? You know.
I guess more full mouth rehabs or smile makeovers.
Say that again.
More like smile makeovers, basically, or full mouth
Okay.
rehabs.
So is there so ad services?
Yeah.
And without getting into too much detail, identify inside of your business additional services that you can at least throw out to people. I don't know if there's a consistent set of questions that you ask. People come in with gnarly teeth. Hey, we can yank all those out and put in implants. Whatever the question is, right? What can we do? Additional services here. I'm being a little silly, but you get what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could add whitening, any of those additional services that they can do. You want your fries with that, right?
Yeah.
And then so we're adding more clients here, we're adding services, and is there any way we can increase the number of times people come in? Well, you tell us all to get our teeth cleaned twice a year.
So that's.
But how often do people actually, on average, if you took all your clients, you divide it by the number of cleanings you do, what's the number? It's probably gonna be like 1.5 or 2 or something like that, right?
It's not everyone. Our patient base is not too bad. It's actually about 70% of them come twice a year.
Okay, so let's say that people are coming in, but at 70% would give me what about, I don't know what I'm not going to figure that out. This is 1.7 times on average you're going to see people, let's just say.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's put a program in place that we can increase the amount of times they come in. Whether it's an email campaign, people picking up the phone, hey Sally, we haven't seen you for 5 months and we don't have you on the calendar. Is there anything that you're doing proactively that you know she's not on the calendar for her second cleaning? You can follow up with that, right? Something to get them back in, get this number up. And when we looked at that previous slide, how do you grow a business? Add more patients, increase transaction value, and have them come in. Increase the number of times they come in, right?
Yeah.
That the beautiful thing is if each one of these buckets, you just increase 10%, you'll grow your business 133%.
Yep.
So 1.7 was your number, 10% is 0.17. You just got to get this to 1.87 times.
Yeah.
That's a 10% gain. Add services, right? If we can just get 10% more, then that's more revenue. So if you just did the math, if you had 100 customers coming in, and you charge them 100 and they came in once a year, that's $10,000. Now, if you had 110 patients, and you charge them $110 and they came in 1.1 times, it's going to be $13,300. So 133%.
Yeah.
So that's the simple math on that. So this is pretty cool. So we've got some principles right here. And now on top of this, we're going to put the production on top of this. We're going to find 4 different ways that we can actually produce. And here's where I think the AI really starts coming in. Because once you enter, here's Here's who I am. I'm an overworked dentist, father of 2, husband who's craving to spend more time with his wife, and wants to spend more time with me. I'm even so tired I can't put the toilet seat down on a regular basis, right? and this is the pain, and this is the pain I've got associated with this. And my possibility that I want to get to is being over capacity. So I'll have all of these things. And here's what I want you to consider. How might I do this, 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 and this? Give me some ideas on how to do this, put it in production. And then it's going to come out with a plan to do this. I'm going to create this whole model for you. Anybody who wants it, give me the email list. I want to create this so you can add this into the plan or die thing. So you can fill out the beginning and end pieces and this section in the middle, the principles of it, and let the AI do all the other hard work. And here's the thing, you may not like the answer. So like he said, so hey, thank you so much for giving me that, but I don't think it's possible for me to do X. Please run the numbers and make it look like this, right? Here's a really cool thing, real quick on that 10-10-10 thing. If you can get that idea to be your employees, they'll crush it because it seems so small, right? The first year I got in my head, I wanted to be a $5 million company. How am I going to get that? I figured out all the numbers where I wanted to be, and I had a leadership meeting. I said, okay, guys, we need to do next year's plan that your bonus is going to be based on. So let's talk about this. We've got 90 customers right now. I knew that there were some targets. I knew how many we had. I knew my outside guy was aggressive. And I knew I think at the time, out of the 90, I think I wanted to add 12, 1 a month. I felt it was legitimate. So we had all this list. How many can you do? I can add 3 a month. I can get 3 a month. Really? You get 3 a month. And he's telling me all the reasons why. How about just 1? Can you just do 1, Mike? I just said I could do 3. Yeah, I know, but I want you to be successful this year. So what if I just base your bonus on 1? That's a piece of cake. And then same thing. We did the same conversation over transaction size. What can we do to add value? How can we get them to come? How can we close, right? At that point, we're closing like 18% of the projects we bid. We're only getting 18%. I do 10% more, just gets us to 19.8. I knew we had to close a little bit more. They're saying we should be able to get at least 25, 28, whatever their number was. I'm like, how about 22? No problem. And they came up with a plan. We multiplied the numbers out, and all of a sudden it came over $5 million. Like I knew it was, because I let them set the target, and I brought it down. And they're like, oh shit, well, we've never done $5 million before. Oh, well, do you want to lower the numbers now? Is it too hard for you to do it? No. And then all of a sudden they're fired up. I think that number was like 5,050,000. We did 5.4 that year. Because now they were focused and it was easy. They had a challenge, but they knew it was easy. It was a winnable objective, right? So that was going back to that 10-10-10. But what I'm kind of speaking fast, but I love this piece of where we can do the work on the problem and the pain. I think it's really important to put in the pain for the AI so it understands the emotions you're feeling. Same thing on the possibility and the pleasure. These are emotions too. I want it to feel for you. You give it some of the ideas over here in the principles of what you need to do to cross the gap, and you let it come up with the production and the output. And there's a concept that I have down here that I set my quarterly objectives. Once I have my quarterly objective, I say, okay, what's the one door that I have to open that moves me forward to staying on track this week? What's the one door? And so I can open that door with 4 keys. So there's 4 small things. I'm constantly breaking things down into smaller bite-sized chunks. Only way to eat an elephant's 1 bite at a time. So I keep making it smaller and smaller. Now, I really can't wait to get back. I want to play with this so bad right now because I want to create this so that you can punch it into your model and you can play around with this inside the AI.
Sounds great.
Okay. Did I explain this clearly? I know I kind of went fast on it, but
You even asked it right.
I know. I learned. Not as fast as AI. It only took me 4 times to get it right.
Yes, you explained it very well.
Okay.
I would say the one thing that I would kind of add to this is if you're at a position in your organization, we do have CFO and COO and stuff like that. Like doing it with them instead of being on your own could be very useful. We used to have a CFO MBA that looked at stuff like this, and so we did it as a team. And our 10% increases there were actually multiple other categories that I didn't even think about, that the other clinicians within the practice like, hey, what about this? I'm like, oh yeah. And we were able to make things work. So it's all about turning numbers into words, and then turning your words back into numbers when your team comes on board, and then you can accelerate. But what's JP is also saying is that you're actually changing your employees' emotional triad, because you're empowering them with very specific outcomes, and they know exactly the value they actually provide to the company. And so they'll show up for everyone's birthday party. That's what it takes, right? Because at the end of the day, like, you know, if people, let's say, come for their teeth cleaning, supposed to be twice a year, and you say, well, maybe it's 70%. Well, is that an actual number, or is that something that you kind of perceive that to be? So you have to have a cross-sectional analysis of it. Is that the actual true number? And this is where getting into it and looking at your data, looking at your past 3 months of patient who actually showed up the month before, and the 3-month cross-sectional analysis, right, which can take, not that long. You have AI on hand, and you can actually get that number and say, hey, this is our future target that we actually have as well.
I'm not going to be as bold as Keith was with me, but I want you to consider if you might have a people problem in your business too, in looking at this. Because if your problem is you're in overwhelm and you're below capacity, I'm wondering why you're in overwhelm mode. And my gut's telling me is because their people aren't pulling their weight, and you're getting what you tolerate. I could be wrong on that. That's why I'm not going to be as bold as Keith and say you have a culture problem, but it smells something similar like that to me, just running through this. And so it's just something you don't have to answer right now. It's just something I want you to think about on this. Are my people pulling their weight? Do they have clear objectives? Do I have a clear understanding as to why Susie's here and why Karen's here and why Ben's here or not? Because if all of a sudden we're over capacity and you're already in an overwhelmed space down here, we're going to run into some icebergs along the way.
So most of the team has been with me for a while, and I'll tell you one thing that's interesting. A lot of the culture issues bubble up when it's slow, but when we're busy, they stick together and come together and work much better together. So I think it's having the extra time to sit around and think about why this person feels that way about that person, because they have the time, is when those issues bubble up. But when the rubber hits the road and we actually are a week into like running on capacity, everyone is just helping each other out and working as a team.
And once again, like we've talked before, but we haven't talked in this room. If you want to practice the art of dentistry, anything you are doing that's not running around that chair, or maybe you have to fill out some paperwork for sure. I don't know exactly your business, but if it's anything beyond that, then you literally need to take some time while you're doing a task and write an outline with Roman numerals on it, and then say, okay, come here, Susie. Watch her do it. Congratulations, you got a new job. Because they're sitting around nothing to do, but I don't know that you are. So let's leverage those people, give them more tasks, and then you're going to find out if they truly do back the culture. Because Susie goes, "Oh, you give me 4 more tasks. I need $4 more." That's not what happened. You've been sitting around playing Roblox. I literally caught an employee one time. It was Farmville. She was telling me how busy she was, and I walked in. It was dark in the morning when I got there, and the window behind her reflected the Farmville game. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation.
I would say that whenever there's more downtime, it's not that they have more time. It's just that they're not working towards a common goal as much, right? And it's kind of like, soldiers at peacetime, they get fidgety, right? And they have higher chance of, when they're not deployed in active duty, to go through alcohol and substance abuse, right?
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing. It's like we're really at the mercy of our own perceived reality, because there's no sense of like, I am not appreciated or needed because I'm not doing something. Because so much of healthcare is people perceiving that they're worth something when they're doing something. When there's idleness that's there, they do other things as a distraction, right? And that also is a big part of the emotional triad, understanding the emotions and why they're actually doing this. Now, if you go up to them and say, hey, this is our gap analysis, and this is what we want to do, increase 10% here, 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 then you ask them, hey, how do y'all think we can actually do this? Pause. Then now they're coming with a common goal. So you can actually fill the downtime with outcomes, right? And when you do that, you can come up with a common goal. So when I first started doing this, it was really hard, man. I'm not gonna lie, it was really difficult. I also had imposter syndrome, like, who am I? I never got official training in business and doing this. And I was like, what people will think of me? So I had all these sort of thoughts in my head. But by the end of the meeting, I realized that everyone was so engaged in the conversation with ideas, like that entire month, everyone just like beaming, saying hi to each other, like even if we're busy, right? It really changed the way I actually thought about like myself. I'm like, I've been holding this in this whole time because I'm a control freak, right? I used to be, I'm not anymore. But now I'm like, hey, I'm opening this up and being more vulnerable and having people solve problems, not for me, but with me, solve problems with me. And their sense of value has increased. So whenever recently I had an employee leave and she went to actually get her MBA. And in the exit interview, and she said, hey, Dr. Ron, I want to help you identify a gap analysis of this area that I never really thought about before, but now that I'm leaving, I'm kind of seeing it. And I'm gonna help you understand what I see that I don't think anybody will ever do because it's the way my brain works, right? And so that employee leaving allowed me to see things on a much broader perspective on the finances, actually, right? And where the gaps are in actual communication between the clinicians and the billers, that we created brand new SOPs and we decided to insource a lot of stuff. I'm like, okay, now, well, that solved everything. It was cheaper. It solved everything within 4 weeks. So we had lower cost of goods and lower operational costs. So that also taught me that even if someone is leaving, when I have a great company culture, they're still wanting to contribute to the process on the way out the door. And I didn't even think about that. I'm like, why does she want to help me identify this, right? And she got her MBA now. I actually just wrote her a letter of rec yesterday for a job in Austin, right? And so the relationship is still there. And so I think that when we build a company culture, when we're able to look at outcomes, this is how we keep each other accountable. And this is the spoken truth of authenticity. Let's be authentic to each other. This is where we're at right now. This is the gap where we are right now. Utilizing this model, you're actually speaking heart to heart. This is a heart-based business. And like JP said, some people will get overwhelmed by this and don't want to be part of it, and they'll self-select out, right? But other people will be like, I am in, let's go. And people will naturally self-select out if they're not in the process, and then naturally the company culture actually grows. So I do think this is a really important task to accomplish. And also the last thing is this: you can use the gap analysis for a whole lot of different services, departments, et cetera, right? So it's really important to set up like categories of improvement. Let's say if you have like 20 categories or 10 categories of improvement, you know what? On Monday, I'm going to tackle these two. Tuesday, I'm going to tackle these two, right? And then put into the gap analysis as well. Then it's not really overwhelming. Like JP said, you can have like bite-sized chunks. You eat an elephant one bite at a time, is what he said. You eat an elephant one bite at a time, right? And so that way, you also tell your employees, hey, at this month's meeting, we're going to go over these categories of improvements, and this is the gap, this is the thing that I need. But I also know, I don't know how to get some of this data from our reports, but I have someone that does it for me. So I'm going to have, hey, this is my specific outcome. I'm going to RPM them, define the end result. I want to do a gap analysis to improve the culture of the practice so everyone feels like they're supported and they have a mission-driven value and purpose of the company. The reason I want to do that is it's towards the end of the year, and I want to be able to make sure we're kind of going in the same direction so we can get more bonuses next year, right? And then the map is like, give me a map so I can have the data to support this. And they're really interested in it, right? Versus I'm saying, hey, I want an EPO report exported from eClinical Works on these value sets. I want them by Tuesday. And just walk away. Totally different instructions.
Yeah. Ollie, with your team, how much are they engaged in helping you set the course of the business?
Can you ask that question differently?
How much engagement do you get from your team to help you go from here to there versus you creating it and saying, this is where we're going?
I would say it's 70-30, 70 me, 30 them. What's interesting though, and I was just thinking about this, is a lot of times they'll bring valid suggestions, but they want me to do it. Like, oh, go out to and talk to nonprofit X, Y, and Z, or go to this local event or that local event. I'm one person.
Yeah.
It's no way.
Yep.
And I understand it's not easy to put yourself out there, especially when you're an employee or not a business owner, but there's a limit.
So obviously you can come up with different reward systems for doing that, but engage, if they come up with that, then maybe set up a small team meeting with everybody that gets in there. But anytime you are in a meeting with employees and you want something to get done, pick one person that's specifically responsible. If multiple people are responsible, nobody's responsible.
Yeah.
So one person's got to be responsible and set a deadline. Hey, you're gonna go to this meeting. When is it? That's next Tuesday. Great. You're gonna go next Tuesday, and then I want you to come back and at the next meeting that we have, I want you to report back what your findings were and what your 3 possible choices are for solving this problem with based on what you learned. Empower them to do that, right? And then have them come back. Learn to. Another thing we didn't really talk about, but I want to mention it before we go, is delegating versus leveraging. Okay. When I delegate a task, we flip this over. Am I going to break the board?
I messed it up earlier. Let's just
spin it around.
Spin around. Yep.
We can look this up online. This is something General Eisenhower came up with. This is important. This is not urgent. This is urgent, not important. Anything that you've got in your business that is not urgent and not important, I might have written this backwards, but it doesn't really matter. Right here, you spend 0% of your time in things that are not important and not urgent. That you delegate to. Delegate means, I would like you to handle this. It's now, you wrote the outline for it. It's now her job and it's done. If she doesn't do it, that's a different conversation you got to deal with, but it's off your plate. That's one less thing that's occupying real estate in your mind. If it's not important and urgent, maybe 5% of your time, but it's very little. Same thing. Not important, and it's urgent. That might be, hey, we haven't paid the water bill for 3 months. They said they're going to shut us off. Still somebody else's issue, right? Very little. This is probably 2%, if that. Okay, we want to get out of that. What a lot of businesses owners get into, and this is probably where you're at, is this important and urgent space. And it's because we haven't done a lot of planning. So we're reacting. Yeah. You're like my buddy Scott there. He's running around putting Band-Aids on the knife wounds, but he hasn't identified who's swinging the damn butcher knife out there, right? But this is where stress is created and anxiety, right? So when we talk about that planning that I talked about, the primary, secondary, and tertiary in that daily score sheet, what we're doing is we're taking the things that are not urgent and important, and we're pulling this forward. A lot of entrepreneurs, myself included, find happiness in here because now we get to be creative. We get to move things forward. It's not that we have to do it. So we pull it forward and we make it urgent for the week because we hold ourselves in integrity. It's a door and 4 keys kind of concept that we're going to work on that moves our business forward. And if there is something that is urgent and important, This is where we want to potentially leverage people. What leverage means is I'm going to say, Stacy, I want you to do ABC for me. And can you get it done by Friday? She says, let's say for the sake of argument, she says, yeah, I can get it done. I'm going to say, I need this by Friday. So you're going to commit to getting it done. Yes. And then what I do, because I've leveraged it, when I delegate it, it's not my responsibility anymore. It's her responsibility. But I've leveraged her. It's still my responsibility. I tell her that I want it done on Friday. I'm requesting it on Friday. She's giving me a commitment. It's going to be done on Friday. I really just want it when I come into my office Monday morning. And she might say, hey, can you put that in an email for me so I have full understanding? Awesome. Clarify and verify. It's one of the 5 choices of action. I'll put an email. This is what I need. She understands what it's done. Now I'll put literally on my calendar. I wait. She says it's going to be done by the end of the day, Friday. I put on my calendar, 8 a.m. Check email sent to Stacy at 4:13 p.m. on Tuesday, the 11th. That's how I remind myself. What did I do that for? And I go, oh, this is what I asked her to do. Did I get this information from her? If not, now we're going to have an interesting conversation on Monday. The first time, it's not a big deal. The second time, it becomes more of a big deal. The third time, that's that conversation where I said, we're going to have to redefine the nature of our relationship, right? But I'm leveraging her to do that because now I need it, because I'm pulling it forward into something that's maybe important and not urgent. So I'm having my employees take over the urgent and important stuff by leveraging them. This is the leverage space as much as possible. Does that explain that clearly enough to everybody?
That was close.
Did I explain that clearly?
Yes, you did.
Hey, I told you I'm good at calling myself out in the bullshit. Yeah. This is where we start gaining traction as entrepreneurs and manager leaders, when we learn to delegate and leverage. A lot of people, they just say, I delegate. If you're going to delegate things, you're going to end up with a lot of tasks that you really wanted done that aren't done because you're expecting them. Leverage if you're going to do something with that.
Interesting. Thank you.
Cool.
I think it's
so what I actually do, how I manage my calendar on this, is I know there's going to be urgent and important stuff, especially right now when my business is in infant stage. I'm actually doing a lot of this right now, but let's just say I have a business with a team. I figure my time here is 50-50. Why do I do that? Everything that's important and not urgent gets calendar time. I put it on my calendar and I color code my calendar, tactical, coaching, sales, whatever it is, I color code it on my calendar. So when I'm looking at it, I know what's coming up and get my mindset right on that. The urgent and important stuff is going to happen. It's urgent and important. It means it wasn't really scheduled. It wasn't planned. It just happens. When I first started using my calendar, using the RPM method, I'm like, okay, I book my calendar from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. all the way through. And I'd find myself stressed out, pissed off all the time. Because why? This urgent and important stuff happens in business all the time. So what I found out was if I just book my calendar 50-50, now some days it's going to be booked out more fully. But if I do it 50-50, I find that I blocked myself out. I don't worry about anything until I've got an open gap. Then I can answer people's questions. I would create office hours a lot of times, like I told you guys earlier. But then I can handle the urgent, important stuff. Or if my calendar, something happens and I have to get distracted when I'm supposed to think, now I have excess time to work on things. And I find that it gave me fulfillment. Now that number could be different for you. I found in the manufacturing space, I needed it 50-50. And then eventually, even though it's 50-50, I probably ended up spending my time 80% up here because I had my employees delegated all those urgent, important tasks as I grew. Does that make sense? So in the beginning, sorry, did I explain that clearly enough to you? What I really want to do is decrease the level of stress I have by giving myself less. Here's the thing. We all overestimate what we can do in a week or a month or a quarter, and we underestimate what we can do in a year, right? Or 10 years. So let's do 50-50 and we can raise it from there. But when we start doing that planning, you're going to be blown away by where you are at the end of the year, even if you don't hit it all the way. 80% is better than not even knowing, than circling the hole at the end of the wall and feeling good because you're lying to yourself.
A lot of people end up spending all their time at the bottom half, which they would spend time at that working partner. Overall, they have to get out of there.
Yes. This is where we need to learn to leverage the urgent and important stuff as much as possible and work on the important, not urgent. Important and not urgent for you would be go back. That's the strategic planning stuff. How do I move from the pain to the pleasure, from the problem to the possibility? We're doing that strategic work, laying the groundwork for that. And you as the dentist, but put your entrepreneurial cap on and leverage other people in your company to do all that work in between while you get to perform your art. That's the trick. But once you get to that point where you're now profitable, now you'll find yourself that general manager of operations that will take all of that. And now you're just pulling teeth like crazy. Painlessly.
And also, this is sort of the road to go on before you get new associates. This is the foundation, right? And I think this changed my life. This right here pulled me out of major depression. This really did. Because I didn't understand that things had importance to them because I was a list guy. I was like, list,
yeah,
go,
to-do list,
right? And then so when I heard this concept that to-do list will kill you, I'm like, I felt it. I really did. And then we put the things to do like in these 4 quadrants, like, oh, wow. So I started doing with like my Girl Scouts, with my kids, with laundry and all these different things, right? And so once we figured out that for some reason laundry was always urgent and important, which not necessarily wasn't, right? It created so much stress. I was like, even the small things created so much stress because everything, I had a perception it was urgent and important, like right now, right? And so this is where a majority of people who are in healthcare professionals who have this hyper control, like require this hyper control, the control is like everything seems like urgent and important, and that's how I was as well. And once I start realizing that, no, there's other quadrants to kind of fill up, we're like, oh, okay. And it was really hard for me to fill up not urgent and important. Like this wasn't even a concept to me. I'm like, how do you have something important that's not urgent, right? Because in medical training, everything's freaking urgent, especially internal medicine, right? And so I really had to create this category for myself, but it was a very deep emotional work that I really had to go through, lots of tears, right? And I felt guilty putting things that are important but not urgent, because in my head, important is urgent, right? But it's not true. Like that's the story that we tell ourselves.
So I would suggest to you the important and not urgent thing is the back of that book, the Fitness, Faith, Family, Finance, Gap Maps, figuring that piece out. For me, it's absolutely not urgent, but it's so important to my life.
Yeah.
Because now, look, you're stressed out in your business, right? But maybe you can focus on your relationship, and all of a sudden your relationship's on fire, which means your business issues aren't as bad as they seem to be. Or you're focusing on doing more of the cold showers, cold plunges, which is stealing your mindset and getting you more involved in your fitness or your faith. All of those things for me, that's where my fulfillment comes, is watching myself grow in all of the areas, not one, because then I get, hey, I know I've never had a year where I've been 4 for 4 on my targets, but I absolutely get fulfillment. And I've absolutely hit home runs in some of them, but the ones that I haven't, I've hit base hits. There's never been a 0 on any of those since I've been doing that. So I'm always making some progress. And I go mid-year, I do it again. I just check that map. And the thing that I'm loving about what you just showed me, the light went off in my head. I feel like I'm a little slow, Jenny. is going, I can fill out my current reality, and I can fill out where I want to be, and then I can have the AI do that whole centerpiece for me.
Yeah.
And I can have it do it multiple iterations until it resounds with me And now I can also say, have you put in your, taught it what the 6 human needs are and what your primary needs are in your AI for you? Yeah, you have? He's always ahead of me.
Well, it's
Geez, I'm always, I feel like.
It's because I took my old business mastery book and I put it into my AI as a PDF. That's already filled out.
Right. So there you go.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at that going, now I'm going to teach it more and more and more about me and the concepts behind who I am. So when it does that gap analysis and it gives me, hey, here's some things to consider. Oh yeah, it's going to get closer and closer. The more it knows about me, it's going to get closer and closer for me. But ultimately, maybe the AI can tell you where you want to be. I don't want to give up that part. I still want to tell it where I want to go. And then it can build the roadmap for me in collapse time that way.
Yeah, and the great part about the AI is because the way it creates the output, it kind of gives you a vision what you could be. And then you read it, I'm like, that's not what I really want, you know? And then because it's so detailed on that, you kind of envisioning, well, this is the future that you can have. Like, that's not what I really want. That's what happened to me before. I was like, you know, I wanted to expand this to multiple locations. I was like, I never want to go beyond this one location, right? That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to make this educational center, right? And I think that whenever you put the pieces of the puzzle together and you give the AI a formula, upload the planner die events and stuff like that, like it's able to coach you much better as well. So, yeah. All right. Listen, y'all been awesome. And there's
Thank you.
Still people that's been online the entire day. I'm really proud of you. That's a lot of screen time for y'all, I know. I want to thank everyone for coming. We do have 2 really cool programs coming up in Q1 of next year.
Wait, before he gets into that,
oh yeah,
do you have one outcome or one thing you're gonna do by Monday? Who has one thing they know they're gonna do by Monday? Yes, ma'am.
I am letting you know that
She's gonna communicate with me. Say that again.
I have an assignment from you to let you know by Monday that I have added in my new piece to my daily habits.
Awesome.
I'm going to become more familiar with AI.
Love that.
By Monday, the life conditions with the blueprint, I'm gonna fill that out, but I'm gonna do it on a PDF so I can plug it into Perplexity. So I'll get that done. And
I'm gonna tell you right now, fill out one section by Monday. It's
Okay.
gonna take you a lot longer and you're gonna want to do some introspection. You can do more. We overestimate what we can do in a day.
Okay, all right. I haven't seen how
Yeah,
many
so I'm
pages.
just gonna tell you, do one section before you
But for this
stress
week's
yourself out.
meeting with the team, I'll definitely be doing the J. Abrams thing. And they don't have to know the name, but basically I'll say this is where we are. And if we just do 10% more in each of these, how much do you guys think we can grow? And then take them back to the 10%.
I love that. I'm going to ask you to consider tweaking that too, because I don't want you to stress yourself out. I want you to do some thinking time on that and get the numbers in your head so that you can then think about how you're going to present that to the team so it becomes their numbers. Like I told you, this is the numbers. How do you guys think? What do you think? And let them give you the numbers and you try and dumb it down from lower the numbers. Do some thinking on it before you just launch it out to them. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
You're going to, I can see where you're at because I was doing this. I do the same thing. And then you get all stressed out. So just slow it down just a couple steps. I love it. I love both of the things you said.
Getting back to workout. Getting back to workout.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do by Monday?
I'll work out.
You're going to work out for
Yeah.
how long?
An hour.
An hour. She's going to do an hour workout.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't make that face. Just do it. It doesn't have to be painful. If you don't want to work out an hour, work out 10 minutes. What workout's going to put a smile on your face?
Well, I know, but I'll work out for 1 hour. Yeah.
1 hour.
Yeah. Yes.
With a smile.
That's a
Okay.
smile. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take that thing that the gap map, and I'm going to lay it out into a computer form. I'm just going to handwrite it. I don't need to put it in, it understands my handwriting on a PDF.
Yeah,
right?
I understand your handwriting. Yeah.
And then I'm going to send it to him so he can make sure you guys get it. Somebody else can make it all pretty if you need to, but then we can use that inside of the tool.
Well, you're not sending it to me. You know who to send it to. You're not sending it to me. I have someone for that.
Yeah.
No, not her either.
Oh, it's not her either. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes. So I want to do that. I will do that next week for sure.
Yeah. Excellent. Awesome. Well,
how about you? How about you? What are you going to do? I'm a teacher too. I can get some stuff. What are you going to do?
Yeah, actually, I am going to do, where's that square? I'm going to reevaluate this because, you know, as a lot of you know, my daughter has been in the hospital and she got out. She's doing really well. But whenever you kind of go through something like that, you want to reprioritize life. And I want to actually go through this with my wife so we can look at, because, you know, she's a gynecologist, so everything's really important and urgent for her as well, right? And so we're going to look at our life and evaluate what are the things that we really wanted to do to make a compelling future for our children as well, right? And I've already filled out some of the stuff that I want to do, but I want to do that together as a family. That's what I do. I can't do it by Monday. She's on call this weekend, but I'm going to do it by the following Monday.
Good. Awesome.
Yep. And I think that builds a really beautiful relationship with our family as well.
And so then the challenge is for everybody online.
Yeah.
One thing at least that you're going to commit yourself to doing and get it on your calendar. Schedule your calendar time, whether it's get it done by Monday or get it a week from now. Something you're going to commit yourself to so that this didn't just become an interesting day, but make it a productive day. I'll shut up.
Awesome. And so, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Trenton, for recording. You've been such a trooper with 2 camera angles. Thank you, our AI cam bot. I have to thank the AI that's been following me around, right? With the spanning. Thank you for all of you as well. Thank you for all of you that's on the interwebs watching this. If you're watching this on the stream and replay, thank you for making the time to do so. If you're watching this live, thank you so much for watching this. I know this is a really short notice for those of you watching online as well. So just 2 things that are really coming up for us. That so JP and I want to turn our $2.5 million education into something that's more compressed and more digestible. Once again, like you said, you want to eat an elephant, you got to take one bite at a time. And so there are a couple things. So we have this flagship program that we're starting. It's basically my answer for doctors who want to get like business degrees and stuff like that. It's our MBA-ish, style-ish program called O2O. This is going to be us, co-hosted by the Tony Robbins Business Results Program and their coaches. It's a 6-month intense program. It's hybrid, so it's in person and online as well. And this also, part of this is also a really intense 3-day workshop. It's like a 3-day MBA. Imagine, today is pretty dense, right? That 3-day is probably even more dense as an immersion experience that's also hosted by the Tony Robbins Business Results Training Coaches. They've done this for institutions. We're going to get them to do it for us at the Physician Transformation Institute, and we're inviting the business owners to really participate with us as well. And then we have we have Awaken the Invisible. And this is something that JP is doing. So not a lot of people are ready for this. All right. This is an investment. This is about a $25,000 investment. Not a lot of people are ready for this. The people who are ready for O2O are the people who already have practices. They already have people that they manage. Well, actually, like Ali, you're an example. And you're in this engine. You're trying to go from an operator to an owner. That's what O2O stands for, operator to owner. And Awaken the Invisible is you're just kind of starting out and you realize that, oh my gosh, I have to get out of my own way. And it's really about the mindset coaching piece that JP will do as well. So those are 2 things that we're starting in Q1 of next year. So Q1 just means first quarter of next year for those of you who are listening. And then you talked about wanting to learn AI. So we have 1 day and half day courses that we're planning right now, they're going to put on the Physician Transformation Institute. They'll be recorded. Trent's going to record us as well, where I dive way deeper into the AI. So one specific for AI for professionals. The other one is going to be hosted by Texas Center for Lifestyle Medicine. It's parenting and utilizing it with relationships. How you use AI for relationships and teaching your children as well. And so my big focus is on the AI side. But guess what? Whenever you're doing these events, other programs, they go through, they teach you. But throughout this whole thing, I'm going to teach you how to use AI to really increase your productivity. And more importantly, how do you harness other people so they can be leaders with AI as well, right? And it's sort of a team-based approach as well. And so without further ado, thank you so much for being on. If you all have any questions about either of these, I will be sending out an email tomorrow. It's already scheduled for tomorrow morning. It's in my little system.
The Awakening Invisible, I'm going to start that if anybody wants to in November.
Oh, you start in November.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the reason that's going to be a 3-month program.
Okay.
And it's around the mindset. And I don't believe people are going to get all they possibly can out of O2O if the mindset's not right. We
Correct.
keep pounding that. So that event's we're targeting February for O2O. So Awaken Invisible will be a mindset piece, November, December, January.
Okay,
so
great.
we're going to prime you for O2O if you choose to do that. So he'll put more information out on that as well.
Absolutely. And our new model, MOTT, our new motto for Physician Transformation Institute is we're with you no matter where you are in life and your career. So that's why we're actually creating these programs. That's our new motto for 2025, and which actually goes along with our brand new free app that we're launching as well. So thank you all for coming on. And for those of you in person, this obviously is recorded. I'm going to put this and segment it into our online. For those of you who are watching online, we'll have this available also as a restream as well the following week, as well as a few other dates later as well. And so also keep in contact with us. If you go to physiciantransformationinstitute.com, you can be able to see a form for email to get in contact with us. And for those of you healthcare professionals who want the entire back-end online courses of me doing business education, CPT codes, integrated practice builder, also the spirituality part, consider being a member with us, which is tiered at whatever healthcare professional you are. So if you're a medical student, it's pretty cheap. If you're a resident, it's pretty cheap. If you're a physician, it is more expensive, but it also includes the CEs as well. So thank you very much for everyone. Appreciate you.